Good morning, and thank you so much for waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine here with you on this Friday morning. It's July 4th, here with you for the next few hours to give you all of your breaking news alerts, top stories, and of course, your live events of the day. And on this July 4th, of course, we do want to share with you content and what you can expect. Don't forget, 4th of July fireworks live this Friday, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern time. And of course, if we get any fireworks shows ahead of time, you can expect Live Now from Fox to have you covered. Of course, we have several events that are planned, but some are sporadic, as you know, with the different live feeds that we get. So make sure to stay tuned to Live Now from Fox for the latest developments and spend your day with us as we work to keep you informed and entertained with July 4th festivities. The time now 5:57 on the East Coast, and of course we do want to keep you informed with your top stories and headlines, beginning with the very latest of the Trump presidency. I want to take you out to the nation's capital and give you a live look at the White House on this July 4th as we're following the very latest of everything related to the Trump presidency. We are learning this morning that America's National Independence Day won't leave some countries feeling freedom from new tariff rates. President Donald Trump says that the U.S. will be sending out letters to various countries starting today on what their new tariff charges will be. The president made those remarks at Joint Base Andrews after returning from an Iowa rally. President Trump says the rates will vary. He termed his new rates as a, quote, bargain, depending on how he could measure tariff deficits sustained by the U.S. at the hands of other countries. Take a listen.
People, I think they enjoyed it, but it's been a great state for me. We won it all 3 times, and very special. Tomorrow's going to be great. We're going to have the B-2s flying, and we have Christie, the whole group, including a lot of great congressmen. We have everybody, and we have Doug Burgum. If you have any questions, Brooke Rollins, agriculture, if you have any questions, let us know, but we all had a great time in Iowa.
President, has Hamas agreed to the latest framework for a ceasefire and hostage deal?
We'll see what happens. We're going to know over the next 24 hours.
Mr. President, you had the best border numbers in the month of June in the country's history. Now with the One Big Beautiful Bill being signed by you've set the bar so high when it comes to border security. What is the expectation moving forward, sir?
I love this guy. No, I love him. He's like my favorite person. We just want to see if we can keep going up. We had great numbers. I appreciate you saying it. We have had, but we just want to keep them going up, right?
That's right.
That's all we can do.
Mr. President, you talked about farmers and trying to give them some relief. Can you talk a little bit more specifically about, you mentioned legislation tonight at the rally?
Yeah, I'll let my agricultural genius talk about it.
Thank you, sir. Yes, we have been hard at work. The president gave a directive that the farmers needed to make sure they could farm and do their harvest and milk their cows. So Stephen Miller, myself, the top team in the White House has been working on, including Secretary Noem, including Secretary Chavez-Rimmer, on the H-2A streamline, the current visa system that allows seasonal workers in. So we are hard at work. We've already made some changes. We're going to make it cheaper, more efficient, and more effective for those farmers. We will have a 100% legal workforce very, very soon, thanks to President Trump's leadership.
Mr. President?
Good answer, right?
Mr. President, we're 10 days away from the anniversary of your assassination attempt. Do you know any more now about the assassination attempt than you knew then?
Well, the FBI was in the other day with a lot of people, including the Attorney General, who's doing a great job, Pam Bondi, and I'm very satisfied. They gave me a complete presentation. I was very satisfied.
There's a report that you held a secret meeting today with a Saudi official. Are you any closer on expanding the Abraham Accords? Any news from that?
Yeah, we are. It's one of the things we talked about, the Abraham Accords. Now that Iran has been taken out in terms of a nuclear threat, and they have been completely taken out, at least for a very long time, I think a lot of people are going to be joining the Abraham Accords. We have 4 great countries already, but we're going to have a lot of people, I think, joining the Abraham Accords. Yeah.
Some polls have shown the Big Beautiful Bill to not be very popular. I'm wondering, how confident are you in being able to sell it to the American people?
Yeah, I think it's very popular. it does many things, but one of them is the biggest tax cuts in our country's history. And that alone makes it very popular. The only poll that was done was a Democrat poll, and they'll ask two of the little bit controversial things, but good things for the country. The tax cuts alone. So it's the largest tax cut in the history of our country. And that alone makes it very, very popular.
Mr. President, can you talk a little bit about your expectations for the celebration next year? Obviously, a bit of a preview tonight. You talked about the Patriot games. You highlighted a possible UFC title fight at the White House. What are your expectations for the celebration next year, sir?
Well, I think it's going to be a great celebration. It's going to be as big a celebration as we've ever had. And remember, we have the World Cup and we have the Olympics also. So we have that, plus we have 250. I think it's going to be a wild time. It's going to be a great time for this country. It's going to be the golden age. Thank you.
What's next for Russia and Ukraine? Are you speaking to Zelensky tomorrow? And what are you hoping
I'm
the next
speaking to President Zelensky tomorrow, early in the morning. And, yeah, I'm very disappointed with the conversation I had today with President Putin, because I don't think he's there. I don't think he's there. And I'm very disappointed. Well, it's not, I'm just saying, I don't think he's looking to stop. And that's too bad. This is Biden. This isn't me. This is Biden's war. It wouldn't have happened if I were president. It wouldn't have happened. So, you know, in one way I had to get too involved because it's Biden's war. And I got stuck in the middle of it, just like I did with immigration and a lot of other things that they screwed up. But I was not happy with the conversation, no.
Mr. President, a couple weeks ago, you said that you were on the cusp of a historic settlement with Harvard University. What's changed since then? Do you think you're closer to an agreement, or do you think Columbia could go first?
I think we're going to probably settle with Harvard. We're going to probably settle with Columbia. They want to settle very badly.
How much?
There's no rush. A lot of money.
Mr. President, I wanted to ask you about one of the words you used during your speech, Shylocks. That's widely viewed as an anti-Semitic phrase. Do you intend for that word to be used?
No, I've never heard it that way. To me, a Shylock is somebody that's a money lender at high rates. I've never heard it that way. You view it differently than me. I've never heard that. Go ahead. Anything else?
President, what do you make of the deal that your lawyers struck with CBS's parent company? Can you talk about that? And have you had any conversations with Larry Ellison about expectations you might have for Skydance and PSAs that they would run should they take over Paramount?
Well, Larry Ellison's a friend of mine. He's a great guy. I think he's the buyer. But we did a deal for about $16 million plus $16 million or maybe more than that in advertising. So it's a combination of 16 plus, 16 plus. So it's like 32 to maybe $35 million. I think that what they did, and this has nothing to do with Larry Ellison. I think he's going to run CBS really well. And I think he's making a good deal to buy it. I think he's great. He's got a son who's a fantastic young man, too. But what they did was incredible. They took an answer from Kamala just before, the day before the election, and it was a horrible answer. And they took the answer out in its entirety, and they put another answer in, a different answer. That was a different part of the interview, because the answer she gave was so bad, it was like election threatening. And I've seen it all, but I've never seen that. Nobody has. And we understand that was done in other locations also with respect to answers. But think of it. One of the most important questions, maybe the most important question, she gave a horrible answer to it. So they took an answer from another part of the interview and they inserted it. Nobody's ever seen that before. So I think they made a wise decision to settle.
And is that $16 million for the ads, is that part of contingency for your administration to approve the merger or the sale of the company?
It has nothing to do with that. This is totally separate. This was when I was running. This had nothing to do with what was taking place in government. This is when I was running. This was essentially the night before the election. And they did this, and we thought it was despicable, actually. We're going to start sending letters out to various countries starting tomorrow. We'll probably have 10 or 12 go out tomorrow. And over the next few days, I think by the 9th, they'll be fully covered. And they'll range in value from maybe 60 or 70% tariffs to 10 and 20% tariffs. But they're going to be starting to go out sometime tomorrow. We've done the final form, and it's basically going to explain what the countries are going to be paying in tariffs. And it's very important. It's a lot of money for the country, but we're giving them a bargain. Because if I went by the true deficits or by other ways of measuring, it could be a lot more. We don't want to. I don't want to stretch it too much. We want to keep it pretty reasonable. And I think it's very reasonable.
Mr. President, what countries will you be sending those letters to first?
We're going to be sending to, well, you're going to see tomorrow. I'd rather give it tomorrow. But we have probably 10 to 12 tomorrow. And then after that, we'll be sending 10 or 12 a day. And as we get along, as we get to the smaller countries, we're pretty much going to keep the tariffs the same.
Are there any countries that will have a little flexibility with that deadline?
Not really. I mean, they'll start to pay on August 1st. The money will start to come into the United States on August 1st, okay, in pretty much all cases. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. People.
So that was the very latest from the commander-in-chief overnight as he arrived at Joint Base Andrews. And again, if you're just now tuning in, we know that President Donald Trump says 10 to 12 countries will get letters on an updated tariff rate on this 4th of July. And as we are discussing the commander-in-chief and giving you a live look at the White House here at 6:08 on the East Coast, I do want to give you a timeline so you can plan your day with us here on this 4th of July as to what President Donald Trump and First Lady Melania Trump have planned for the 4th of July. Of course, we know the president and First Lady will participate in a military family picnic that is slated for 5 p.m. Eastern time. We also know the president and First Lady will attend 4th of July celebrations that expected to happen in New Jersey. And then there are other things slated that we are awaiting to get media clearance to share with you. So, of course, make sure to stay tuned to Live Now from Fox for the very latest developments of all things Trump presidency, but also as we are following all of your 4th of July celebrations. As we are staying on top of the very latest information as what you can expect for your political headlines on this 4th of July, I do want to transition to give you a live look at the U.S. Capitol. A lot of eyes this morning as we are one day after the very latest of the Big Beautiful Bill vote. With the president's Big Beautiful Bill behind them, members of Congress this morning are now looking ahead to their next big challenge, next year's midterm elections. Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader joins us this morning from Washington on the changes that we could see as a big shakeup is underway on Capitol Hill.
The fireworks in Washington may usher in the nation's birthday, but at the White House, President Trump will have something else to celebrate as well, a win on Capitol Hill with the passage of what he calls his Big Beautiful Bill. Some Republicans had already been saying that the president has been on a streak, putting Democrats back on their heels.
The president is hitting one victory after the other, and they do not know what they're going to do with the midterm elections in 26 and in 28 for the next president.
But listen to the president urging caution this week as conservative Republicans were pushing to rein in even more spending.
You also have to get elected. You know, when you do cutting, you have to be a little bit careful, because people don't like necessarily cutting if they get used to something.
And the president, no doubt, is clearly aware of the numbers. He likes the Big Beautiful Bill, but we found that most registered voters weren't so happy about it during the run-up to passage. Look at the top number there. 38% liked it. 59% opposed it last month. And while there was a clear partisan divide, look at that last row of numbers. Among critical independent voters, the opposition grew to 73%. That makes Democrats see parallels with Trump's last midterms back in 2018 when Republicans lost the House.
If they vote on the wrong way, I hope that the American people hold them accountable, just like they did in 2018.
So look for the president to frame this bill as a big win for him and for voters who will benefit from extending his 2017 tax cuts.
It's too big to fail, not the bill itself, but the stakes for the presidency. Get ready for the brave, hard speech the president saying to the Senate and then the House, we must all hang together, or we will certainly hang separately in the midterms.
And beyond the big, beautiful bill, Republicans are also hoping to buck a trend that the party that controls the White House generally loses seats in Congress during midterm elections. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, Doug, thank you so much for joining us on this 4th of July with the very latest developments. Again, looking at Congress as members of Congress this 4th of July are looking ahead to their next big challenge. I'm Jeanne Francine. Good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, we are going to step aside for our first 2-minute commercial break. More top stories and headlines when we return. .614 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we continue with your top stories and headlines on this 4th of July. We do want to transition to some 4th of July content as we give you a live look in the Peach State of Georgia this 4th of July. A beautiful skyline there in the distance. This is one of my favorite shots on any holiday because the building is always illuminated at the top in honor of the holiday that's presented. So, of course, you see Happy 4th there atop the building. We do want to check in with our content partners over at Fox 5 Atlanta. As we know, underway is the Peachtree Road Race. Let's check in with them now.
They're doing at the start of the Peachtree Road Race. Of course, this is known as the world's largest 10K. We're already seeing the crowds gather in Buckhead this morning, and this year's race continues to live up to that title with more than 51,000 racers registered.
Yeah, so the first group is already about to kick things off at Lenox Square. That's where Good Day's Mark Teichner is live with more. Mark, you're all there with the excitement behind you.
From the start of the wheelchair races.
Yeah, guys, I'm going to step out. It's kind of hard to hear because obviously we're right in front of a speaker. They are announcing the wheelchair participants who will be getting ready to go at any second now. They are the
Brandon Clifton and Jamie Shepard are official starters from the Shepard Center.
Women, they come from a number of different locations all over the country and the world. And here they go.
Be up with Brandon,
just a few seconds, the wheelchair division will begin. This is the first of many, many different waves that are going to take place.
You know what I mean.
These folks go really fast. Won't take them long to complete that 6.2 kilometers.
20 seconds. Come on, come on, come on.
Miles. Here we go as they are getting ready to finally get this thing going. Again, these folks have been taking this extremely serious, working hard, and the wheelchair folks have been participating in this for some 40 years. This, of course, sponsored by
Go.
are the first of a number of different groups that will be going off. Now you're going to see another wave of those are the elite ones, and these are another groups that are getting ready. And then there'll be a group that are actually being pushed by able-bodied people. They will also be going. So you got different waves of wheelchairs that are heading out, as this is again the first of 51,000 different folks who are going to be participating.
First up, we have Susanna Scaroni
and of course, we're going to stay on top of this
four-time champion and holds the course record with a time of 21:11. Let's give it up for
now.
Susanna
That is the latest from a very loud Lenox Square. Back to you guys in the studio.
The party is underway there.
The party's underway. The music is bumping, Mark. I know you did your best, but a lot of people, we were hearing the music and everything behind you. We'll check back in with you in just a little bit. All right, still to come, your time is 6:13. A local driver says she had to go to the hospital.
All right, so that's the very latest from Fox 5 Atlanta. Fox 5's Mark Teichner there as the Peachtree Roadways has gotten underway, and kind of a tongue twister, say that 3 times fast. Peachtree Road Race. There we go. So again, giving you that beautiful skyline shot on this 4th of July there in the Peach State of Georgia, as we are following all things on this 4th of July. And if you're just now tuning in, again, a quick content reminder for you as we're following the very latest of all things 4th of July. I want to transition the screen if you're just now tuning in. Don't forget 4th of July fireworks on this Friday beginning at 8 p.m. Eastern time. But again, several celebrations will start before then. And of course, once those get underway, we'll share them with you. Make sure you are planning your 4th of July with us here on Live Now from Fox. Stepping aside for a quick 2-minute commercial break, more top stories and headlines when we return. .20 is the time. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Gina Francine. On this 4th of July, we are following some breaking news as it relates to the latest with Russia and Ukraine. Take a look. This is the latest video we're getting from our content partners this Friday morning. The information obtained from the Associated Press as they report waves of drone and missile attacks targeted Kyiv overnight into Friday in the largest aerial assault since Russia's invasion of Ukraine began more than 3 years ago. Officials confirming this information to the Associated Press amid a renewed Russian push to capture more of its neighbors' land. The barrage injuring at least 23 people and inflicted severe damage across multiple districts of the capital in a 7-hour onslaught. We're told blasts lit up the night sky and echoed across the city as air raid sirens wailed. The blue lights of emergency vehicles reflecting off high-rise buildings and debris blocked city streets. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky providing a quote saying it was a harsh, sleepless night. Russia has been stepping up its long-range attacks on Ukrainian cities. Less than a week ago, Russia launched what was then the largest aerial assault of the war. The strategy has coincided with a concerted Russian effort to break through parts of the roughly 620-mile front line where Ukrainian troops are under severe pressure this morning. Russia launched 550 drones and missiles across Ukraine during the night, the country's Air Force confirming that information with AP. We're also learning the majority were Shahed drones, but Russia also launched 11 missiles in the attack. We're getting a quote provided by the Associated Press from a wedding photographer who lives in Kyiv who says her home was destroyed. She says, quote, "We were all in the basement shelter because it was so loud. Staying home would have been suicidal. We went down 10 minutes before and then there was a loud explosion and the lights went out in the shelter. People were panicking," end quote. The attack on Kyiv began the same day a phone call took place between U.S. President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin. Zelensky calling the timing of the strikes a deliberate signal that Moscow has no intention of ending the war. President Donald Trump said he would call Zelensky this Friday. U.S.-led international peace efforts have been fruitless so far. Recent direct peace talks have led only to sporadic exchanges of prisoners of war and even fallen soldiers. When asked if he made any progress with Putin on a deal to end the fighting in Ukraine, he said, quote, "No, I didn't make any progress with him today at all," end quote. As we continue to follow this news, the Russian leader emphasizing to the Associated Press that Moscow will seek to achieve its goals in Ukraine and remove, quote, "the root causes of the conflict." Russia's army crossed the border back on February 24th of 2022 in an all-out invasion that Putin sought to justify by falsely saying it was needed to protect Russian-speaking civilians in eastern Ukraine and prevent the country from joining NATO. Zelensky has repeatedly called out Russian disinformation efforts. So again, we follow this breaking news this 4th of July. If you're just now tuning in, the latest from the Associated Press as they report Russia hammers Kyiv in largest missile and drone barrage since the war in Ukraine began. We'll continue to follow this breaking news headline right here on Live Now from Fox. Stepping aside for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We continue to follow breaking news with your international headlines this 4th of July. Take a look at your screen. A gas station exploding early this Friday in southeastern Rome, injuring at least 20 people, including 8 police officers and a firefighter. Local authorities confirming that information with the Associated Press this Friday. We're told the explosion was heard across the Italian capital shortly after 8 a.m., sending up a huge cloud of dark smoke and fire visible from several areas of the city. The Rome mayor said around 20 people suffered slight injuries. The mayor also saying to AP that local police and firefighters rushed to the area after they were alerted about a gas leak. 2 explosions followed after they arrived. And you can see on your screen the latest video provided by our content partners over at AP and Fox News Edge, how officials are still there at the scene early on this Friday. As we continue to learn more, a fire department spokesperson in the area saying 1 firefighter was also injured in the explosion, but not seriously. 10 teams were at work on the site. They also add that police say they were checking the whole surrounding area for people who were injured or trapped in nearby buildings. Rome prosecutors have started a probe into what actually caused this explosion. A sports center located near the gas station was evacuated swiftly by police following the first explosion, with several children brought to safety. Residents interviewed by local media saying the explosion was so loud and violent that it hit nearby buildings like an earthquake would. The prime minister saying that she is closely following developments. Pope Leo saying he's praying for those affected by the explosion, which happened, quote, in the heart of my diocese. So again, we're following this breaking news headline on this 4th of July. As we get more information in, you'll be the first to know, of course, right here on Live Now from Fox. Here at 6:28 on the East Coast, we do want to transition to a live event underway. It takes us out to Brussels, Belgium. On this 4th of July, the European Commission holding a daily briefing. Let's listen in.
Olaf. Frédéric. Simon.
Yes, it's not for Olaf. It's on climate.
Okay, you can go on because I think we have exhausted the questions for Olaf today. Thank you, Olaf. Go ahead. On climate. No longer keen on asking the question on climate?
Sorry, I didn't realize my mic had been turned off. So, yes, it's about the European climate law and the proposal that was made on Wednesday. There was a list of 18 enabling conditions that was put into Article 4 of the European climate law. And I was wondering, what is the legal status of that? What obligations does this create for the European Commission? Does it mean that if one of the conditions isn't met, then the EU or its member states may have grounds to miss the 90% emissions reduction target for 2040? Or maybe is it something that can be used by the member states later on to invalidate a future Commission proposal? Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And we move to the extended technical briefing in nerdy mode for the benefit of all the millions of spectators watching this. So I will reply to you that no, it does not mean that they would give member states any legal grounds to not meet the 90% reduction target. What it means is that these 18 enabling conditions are it's the criteria that the Commission has duty to include in the package to implement the 2040 target. And the paragraph before these enabling conditions, and I'm sure you're looking at the climate law at the moment, so you will immediately be able to spot what I'm talking about. It explains that the enabling conditions are what we will do to ensure and reflect appropriately in the legislative proposals that are coming still to implement the target. But if you allow, if you want to continue on the technical aspects of this, we can also move that outside the on-the-record part with your agreement. But this is the short response to your question.
Anna Kaiser, other questions to Anna Kaiser? Yes, please.
Tatiana Vysotska, European Pravda, Ukraine. My question is about yesterday's visit of delegation of the Commission to Slovakia, to Bratislava, to discuss the claims of Slovakia that the end of supply of Russian gas to Europe in 2028 will harm Slovakia's economy, will raise prices, so on, so on. And that's why Slovakia is blocking 18th package of sanctions against Russia. So what are the results of the discussion? What did the Commission promise to Slovakia? Because Robert Fico, the Prime Minister, said that they will have harm on 16-20 billion of euros. So did you promise them to compensate 20 billion of euros? And maybe you know if Slovakia changed its mind on 18th package of sanctions. Thank you.
What I can say about the meeting yesterday, it takes place in the context of our ongoing discussion and dialogue with Slovakia, as well as with some other member states as well. So there was a high-level visit from the Commission, DG Ener, to Slovakia yesterday, to Bratislava. And the purpose of the meeting was to prepare ground for Slovakia's diversification plans that are envisaged in the Repower EU roadmap, as well as to discuss technical and regulatory obstacles. And the delegation was led by Director General Dieter Juul Jørgensen, and they met with the Slovak Deputy Prime Minister, Denisa Sakova, as well, in addition to industry representatives, transmission system operators, and market players. So what they were discussing and exchanging on were the key challenges to Slovakia, which we know very well. We have had a dialogue with our counterparts for months now, and these included energy prices, further outlook on energy market, diversification efforts, including alternative suppliers, which we have also been discussing, and these suppliers as regards gas, oil, and nuclear. And then, of course, infrastructure questions, which has been our priority always as regards our member states on their connectedness and how we can ensure that, because we are one of the main organizations to fund infrastructure as well in energy in the European Union. And then, of course, regulatory aspects, and this is where the transmission system operators were a key participant to these discussions as well. The meeting, the reports that I got from Bratislava was that the meeting was held in a very good atmosphere, constructive atmosphere, and the parties are looking forward to continue their discussions.
Yes. You have a follow-up.
But was there the sign from Slovak side that they are completely satisfied or they are not satisfied? So good atmosphere, it's good, but is it the end of the claims or just the middle?
We need to ask our Slovak colleagues and counterparts how they saw the meeting, of course, and they are best placed to reply to that. Any other question to Anna-Kaisa? Yes, go ahead.
Petr Obrovský from Czech Television. I've got a question on the climate law, concretely on a letter sent by Commissioner Sikela to the President von der Leyen, which was first reported by the German daily Der Spiegel. In the letter, Commissioner raises his objections to the climate target approved on Wednesday. He says there is lack of consensus among member states, and he considers the new climate target dangerous for political reasons. So if you could tell us what the reaction is, what the reaction of the President von der Leyen is, and if there would be any further implications concerning their work or future relations. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. We will not comment on what are internal discussions, that, as you know, every time we put forward a proposal, it's based on discussions and eventually a collegial decision. And so the exchange of opinions and the expression of opinions is part of the process. Further questions to Anna-Kaisa? I see online still some hands. Are these on climate or energy? Tommaso?
or transport, indeed. Anna Kaiser.
Yeah, question on transport. This is about the air traffic control strike, which is ongoing in France. It's causing a lot of disruption in transport, both in France and beyond. Airlines say that over 1,500 flights have been cancelled. There are hundreds of thousands of passengers affected. And among the angry reactions by airlines, there is one of Ryanair, which said, and I quote, is calling on Ursula von der Leyen to quit if she's not willing to reform Europe's failed air traffic control service. So first, I want a reaction to this. And more in general, the problem seems to be the one of overflying countries during such air traffic control strikes. Is the Commission willing to, is planning to intervene on this sector to basically guarantee the right of airlines to overfly countries even during air traffic control strikes?
Thank you very much. First of all, on the contacts by Ryanair and their press releases, we do not have any particular comment to make to those beyond what we have said in earlier instances, notably by Commissioner for Transport, Commissioner Tsitsikostas, who already in April sent a letter to Member States. And this was then discussed further in the Transport Council. This is very much on his radar, on the Commission's radar. We have to, at the same time, remember the division of labour in this exercise. Air traffic controlling is the responsibility, per international and EU legislation, it's the responsibility of Member States and countries generally. And the Commissioner approached the Member States already in April with view of the foreseen congestion this summer, because obviously it's a high season for travellers, it's the holiday period, and that's when we usually see the main congestion in European airspace, airports, long waiting hours, queues, etc. So the Commissioner in April called on his counterparts, the ministers in Member States, to already start preparing and already start ensuring, for example, that the staffing at airports is adequate to handle these congestions. So we are fully aware of these concerns. For air traffic and air travelling always before summer. We are expecting air traffic growth of 5% during the summer, close to 37,000 flights on peak days this summer. So we are fully aware that this is an issue, and we have it very much on our radar. And we do what we can within the framework of legislation and the powers and responsibilities that we have in the Commission. So we closely continue to monitor this together with Eurocontrol, and on the strikes, obviously, we fully acknowledge the legitimate right of strikes in Member States, for sure, but it is an issue that needs to be addressed more broadly, and for this, Commissioner Tsitsikostas took kind of preemptive action already in April by getting in touch with Member States.
Anna Kaiser, any other question for Anna Kaiser? No, and we can change topic. Yes, Jan.
Hi, Gian Botticelli, Bloomberg News. I have a question about the AI Act, so that Thomas doesn't feel underutilized now that Olaf is back. So I was just wondering whether there's any update on the Commission's timeline for the implementation of the AI Act amid multiple calls for stopping the clock, so to speak, from businesses, but also from a few member countries. And I'm also wondering, when is the Commission going to say yes or no, we're stopping the clock? When should I expect this statement, the definitive statement on that?
Make sure Thomas is never underutilized, Jan. And we count on you. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Paula. Thank you, Jan. I've seen indeed a lot of reporting, a lot of letters, and a lot of things being said on the AI Act. Let me be as clear as possible. there is no stop the clock, there is no grace period, there is no pause. Why? We have legal deadlines established in a legal text. The prohibitions kicked in February, general purpose AI model obligations will kick in August, and next year we have the obligations for high-risk models that will kick in August 2026. These are legal deadlines. We have a legal text that was adopted by our co-legislators, and it's the Commission's obligation to, of course, then enforce the legislation and make sure that companies comply with the AI Act. Now, that being said, we take, of course, the concerns by the industry extremely seriously. We take the concerns of our member states very seriously. And in this context, there are a lot of things that beyond the existing legal text that we can do. For example, we have been very clear on the general purpose AI code of practice. Executive Vice President has said it, will present it in the coming days. We can discuss when this will be implemented. The end of the year being considered. Too many administrative burdens for companies. We can discuss about this. We have a simplification omnibus coming later this year. For example, we have also established an AI service desk to help companies to comply with our legislation. So the legal text and the legal deadlines is a legal text, and these are legal deadlines. There is very little we can do about it. Now, within this limit, as I've just told you, we will see whatever we can do, we will do it to, of course, take the concerns of our industry extremely seriously. Now, one last point on this, in a more broader sense, we, of course, want to make Europe an AI continent. The President was extremely clear about this when she was in Paris at the AI Summit. We are advancing extremely quickly on these promises that we made on the AI gigafactories with the 76 applications that we already received from 16 member states. So let's all pull into the same direction. We want Europe to be a true AI continent. We take concerns very seriously. We will address them where we can. But indeed, let's all pull into the same direction.
You have a follow-up, Chen.
Sorry, very quickly. I'm a bit challenged, so I just would like to understand. When you talk about implementation of the code of practice, what do you mean? Like from when it starts applying, from when it's adopted? What do you mean with implementation of the code of practice practically?
So you have a code of practice that will be presented to you. It was drafted, again, by more than 1,000 stakeholders. It was a very inclusive, I should have mentioned this in my previous reply, very inclusive process where we really want to be in touch and rely on the concerns and build on the work done by the AI community itself. This will be presented. Signatories will then be able to sign the code, and when it will be officially implemented, I recall that it is a voluntary code, but by when the signatories want to commit to that, this can be discussed. So this is a possibility, again, where we are open to discuss and to listen to the industry.
Other questions to John? Yes?
Hi, Luca Bertuzzi, MLEX. Just to follow up on this topic, I would kindly ask you to comment on Virkunen's interview earlier this week on Politico, where she said three things, essentially: that the AI Act standards will be ready next month, that the Commission will take a decision on the stop the clock next month, based on where the standards land, and that companies should have 1 year after the standards are finalized to comply with the AI Act. Now, I understand the first statement is incorrect. The standards are not expected to be finalized until summer next year. So do you wish to confirm also the other two statements?
Thank you, Luca. I will, of course, confirm what EVP says, in the sense that, of course, she is in touch with the industry, she is in touch with stakeholders, she is the first one listening to these concerns, and she will make sure that we can address them. Now, you know very well that the standards is not us developing the standards. They will be ready when they will be ready. Again, they help especially and essentially when it comes to the upcoming high-risk provisions. So again, the standards will be ready when they will be ready. I don't have an exact timeline here on this.
Good. Other questions to Thomas? No. Yes, there. Follow up, Luca?
Yes, please. So, I mean, I understand the standards will be ready when they're ready, but Virkkunen said a decision will be taken next month. Is that what is going to happen or not? And on a separate note, asking for a colleague of mine, sorry, does the Commission have any comment on Meta's push for an EU-wide digital majority age? And are there any initiatives in the work on this? Thank you.
Well, on the interview and the comments of Executive Vice President Virkkunen, we take it from there, obviously, if she says that they will be ready next month, we'll take it from there. On the other question, Thomas.
Thank you, Paula. On the other question, yes, I indeed saw also Sarah's question. Now, we have no particular comments to make on Meta's decision to impose a so-called EU-wide social media ban. This is not Meta's competence. What we request from Meta and what we ask from Meta is to comply with the digital legislation. And this, of course, includes strong safeguards when it comes to the protection of minors. Now, you're talking about initiatives that are coming up in the next month. Yes, we have one, and we have a very big one, is the presentation of the pilot project on age verification. We have announced this for July, and we will deliver it in July. There again, we work very closely with our member states, and we'll present this indeed in the course of July together with the guidelines.
Good. Other questions to Thomas? No, then we can change the topic there in the back.
All right, so as you heard, the topic being changed there, a live look out in Brussels, Belgium on the left side of your screen as the European Commission holds a briefing on the 4th of July. They discuss several things ranging from the airspace being impacted by the 4th of July holiday. That top right box, a live look there at the nation's capital outside of the White House. On this 4th of July, we know America's National Independence Day won't leave some countries feeling freedom as new tariff rates are underway. President Donald Trump saying 10 to 12 countries will get letters on a tariff rate this Friday. And then right below, as we know, it's the 4th of July, a beautiful skyline shot there in the Peach State of Georgia, downtown Atlanta, and you see atop of that building there, it says Happy 4th. Stepping away for our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. .51 is the time, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We continue to listen in to the European Commission briefing on this 4th of July, keeping atop of mind those boxes on the right side of your screen.
The source to do more. Thank you.
Thank you. So you asked two in one. So what we've seen yesterday is that Russia has launched one of the largest attacks since the start of its war of aggression with 530 missiles and drones. This massive attack shows once more that Russia is not interested in ceasefire or in ending its war of aggression. And when it comes to our support, we continue to stand with Ukraine and its people, and we will increase our support.
Yeah, and maybe allow me to recall also in regard to the question you just asked, Vitaly, in light of the indications that there could be some backtracking on supplies by the US to Ukraine. President von der Leyen yesterday on a similar question said precisely in Denmark that this is a clear signal and a clear message for us in Europe to step up our own support, to ramp up our European defence capacities, not just at the European Union level, but at continental level. Other questions on foreign affairs? Yes.
Thank you. Kamal Mustafaeva, Report News Agency. My question concerns Azerbaijan and Russia recent tension. I believe there are a lot of coverage in major media outlets about after killing and injured some Azerbaijani nationals in Yekaterinburg town in Russia. And after that, there is a heated relationship, heated tension between two countries. And my question is, some Russian experts suggest that it's Azerbaijan use it as excuse to distance itself from Russia and get close to the West. I don't know. And my question is, what does the EU think about it? It's the overall situation, and is there any official reaction or any discussion with Azerbaijan, which is part of Eastern Partnership, and have a trade relationship with EU? Thank you.
Thank you. On this, we have had a reaction by our ambassador, which I would invite you to see. But what we see throughout is that the repression by the Russian authorities is visible to all, and this is being manifested externally, internally, but also against minorities. So the result is violence, torture, and inhumane treatment leading to deaths.
Other questions to Anita? Yeah.
Archel, for foreign policy, I wanted to ask you about High Representative's tweet on Iran, saying Iran should end its nuclear program. And then Iranian foreign minister responded saying that Iran is still a signatory of NPT, which allows it to develop, and as does JCPOA. So is there a shift in EU's Iran policy? Is the High Representative saying Iran cannot develop, cannot enrich uranium for civilian purposes?
So this is a question that Anwar will take. From what you recall from the geographical coverage of Anita, any other questions for Anita? Yes, Valentina. Then we'll come back on your question that will be replied by Anwar.
Valentina Vassilieva, TVP Вот Так. Yesterday, 11 Russian political prisoners wrote a letter to political leaders in different countries, and they called for negotiations between Russia and Ukraine to immediately conduct an exchange of prisoners of war and civilians. And also they asked politicians from different countries to create conditions for the release of all those persecuted in Russia for political reasons. Do you think that the European Union can do something about that, create these conditions to push Russia to release political prisoners, since they already writing a letter from a jail to all world society to do something about it? Maybe it's not just for Anita, maybe Paula also can comment on it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So
It's what I have said also before when it comes to Russia's repression. It's not happening only externally, but also internally against all those that have the incredible courage to speak up for democracy, for a regime that against a regime that is choosing oppression and persecution. So, of course, we call on the Russian authorities to immediately release all political prisoners, and we stand by Ukraine in all the support Ukraine also needs in this regard.
Thank you, Anita. Other questions to Anita? Stefan, welcome to the press room.
Good afternoon. Stefan Grober, Euronews. So, in May, President von der Leyen launched the Choose Europe initiative to attract highly skilled professionals to Europe. Now that US President Trump has said he's considering deporting Elon Musk, would the Commission welcome Elon Musk choosing Europe if he needed asylum? Thank you.
Last time I had a question on this personality, it made it into the headlines. So I have to watch my words, as we always do. So Choose Europe is a program which is aimed precisely at attracting talents, at attracting students, at attracting all those who want to develop their skills. So it's up to the different talents in the world and up to you, Stefan, to judge whether that personality is also a talent who would be eligible to our Choose Europe program. But as said, we are looking indeed to capture the best talent in the world through the Choose Europe program, and we're welcoming those. Good. Other questions? Other questions, I'd say to Anita, I'm sorry, let me make it clear. No, not for, then I think we still have on foreign affairs, probably not for Anita, but for Anwar, as we had one on Iran. So let's move on to Anwar to reply to the earlier question. Do you want to repeat it, just that we all remember what your question was about?
Sure. The High Representative tweeted that Iran must end its nuclear program, to which the Iranian foreign minister responded saying, you know, it's a member of NPT, which allows it to develop uranium for civilian purposes, and as does the JCPOA, so which the EU is a signatory to. So is there a shift in EU policy? Is the EU now saying that Iran cannot enrich any uranium for even civilian purposes?
Thank you for the question. The position of the European Union is clear, and so is the position of the High Representative. Iran must never be allowed to acquire a nuclear weapon. We will continue to contribute to all diplomatic efforts to reduce tensions and to bring about a lasting solution to the Iranian nuclear issue, which can only be achieved through negotiations. I will here again recall the latest statement from the EU High Representative together with the foreign ministers of France, the UK and Germany, where they have all reiterated our long-standing concerns about Iran's expansion of its nuclear program, which has no credible civilian purpose. So I think this is clear enough.
Thank you, Anwar. Other questions to Anwar? Yes.
Thank you, Magnus with Euractiv. Anwar, Germany's Interior Minister yesterday pushed to engage with Taliban directly in Afghanistan to deport convicts of Austria sent back. Austria sent back the first Syrian convicts to Syria yesterday. Russia acknowledged also the Taliban government yesterday, and so my question is, would that be an option for the EU as well to normalize relations? What's the general political guidelines on deporting convicts to Syria, Afghanistan for the EU also? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will let my colleague Marcus comment on the migration issue, but I can comment here on the diplomatic angle. And let's start first with the Russian angle that you have raised. We have taken note of Russia's decision to accept the credentials of a new Afghan ambassador to Moscow, appointed by the Taliban de facto authorities in Kabul, and with it to announce their official recognition of the Taliban as the legitimate government in Afghanistan. Let me say that recognizing the Taliban as the legitimate government of Afghanistan undermines ongoing international efforts to find solutions for long-lasting peace in Afghanistan and stability in the region. I will also here recall the EU's approach. Our approach is based on the EU Council conclusions from September 2021 and March 2023, together with the UN Security Council Resolution 2593. What does it mean? It means that the EU's operational engagement with the Taliban is and will be carefully calibrated to the policy and actions of the Taliban de facto authorities. And for us, the EU, the domestic legitimacy of the authorities should actually precede any international legitimacy questions.
Thank you, Anwar. Now, I know, Mose, you've been patiently waiting for the possibility to ask Anwar a question online.
Yes, thank you, Paula. Musa, Broadcasters Times. I would like to ask Anwar if you know if there is a new date has been set for the high-level political conference on the implementation of the two-state solution in the Middle East, and also if in the meantime there have been working parties going on to discuss any specific issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mose. So far, no news on any potential date for the two-state solution conference that you have mentioned, but we are eagerly looking forward to a new date. In the meantime, our position does not change. The direction of travel remains unchanged. There is no other solution than the two-state solution, and the European Union remains firmly committed to a lasting, sustainable peace based on this two-state solution.
Thank you. Odile.
Oui, merci Paola. Oui, comme pour ne pas faire entendre sa voix concernant ça va? Ça va mieux.
Ça marche. Vas-y, Odile.
Ok.
Non, ça ne marche plus.
Ça marche plus?
Oui, ça marche.
Ça marche, d'accord. Comme vous le savez, l'Union européenne est fortement critiquée pour ne pas faire entendre suffisamment.
All right, so we continue to listen into this live event. The European Commission holding a briefing in Brussels on this 4th of July. That top right box, a live look outside of the White House as we're following the very latest of the Trump administration. President Donald Trump saying 10 to 12 countries will get letters on a tariff rate on this Friday. Also right below, in case you didn't know, today is the 4th of July, giving you a live look there. Downtown Atlanta, and you see atop that building, it says Happy 4th. We'll continue with your top stories and headlines. I'm Jeanne Francine, stepping aside for our first 2-minute commercial break of the 7 o'clock hour. We'll be right back. 7:07 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Right now, we do want to transition to your top political headlines following the very latest of the Trump presidency. I do want to take you out to the White House again, giving you that beautiful shot. As we know today, America's National Independence Day won't leave some countries feeling freedom from new tariff rates. President Donald Trump says that the U.S. will be sending out letters to various countries starting today on what their new tariff charges will be. The president making those remarks at Joint Base Andrews after returning from an Iowa rally. President Trump says the rates will vary. He termed his new rates as, quote, a bargain, depending on how he could measure tariff deficits sustained by the U.S. at the hands of other countries. Take a listen.
People, I think they enjoyed it, but it's been a great state for me. We won it all 3 times. And very special. Tomorrow's going to be great. We're going to have the B-2s flying, and we have Christie, the whole group, including a lot of great congressmen. We have everybody. And we have Doug Burgum. If you have any questions, Brooke Rollins, agriculture, if you have any questions, let us know. But we all had a great time in Iowa.
Mr. President, has Hamas agreed to the latest framework for a ceasefire and hostage deal?
We'll see what happens. We're going to know over the next 24 hours.
Mr. President, you had the best border numbers in the month of June in the country's history. Now with the One Big Beautiful Bill being signed by you, you've set the bar so high when it comes to border security. What is the expectation moving forward, sir?
I love this guy. No, I love him. He's like my favorite person. We just want to see if we can keep going up. We had great numbers. I appreciate you saying it. We have had, but we just want to keep them going up, right?
That's right.
That's all we can do.
Mr. President, you talked about farmers and trying to give them some relief. Can you talk a little bit more specifically about, you mentioned legislation tonight at the rally?
Yeah, I'll let my agricultural genius talk about it.
Thank you, sir. Yes, we have been hard at work. The president gave a directive that the farmers needed to make sure they could farm and do their harvest and milk their cows. So Stephen Miller, myself, the top team in the White House has been working on, including Secretary Noem, including Secretary Chavez-Sherrimer, on the H-2A streamline, the current visa system that allows seasonal workers in. So we are hard at work. We've already made some changes. We're going to make it cheaper, more efficient, and more effective for those farmers. We will have a 100% legal workforce very, very soon, thanks to President Trump's leadership.
Mr. President.
Good answer, right?
Mr. President,
yes.
We're 10 days away from the anniversary of your assassination attempt. Do you know any more now about the assassination attempt than you knew then?
Well, the FBI was in the other day with a lot of people, including the Attorney General, who's doing a great job, Pam Bondi, and I'm very satisfied. They gave me a complete presentation. I was very satisfied.
There's a report that you held a secret meeting today with a Saudi official. Are you any closer on expanding the Abraham Accords? Any news from that?
Yeah, we are. It's one of the things we talked about, the Abraham Accords. Now that Iran has been taken out in terms of a nuclear threat, and they have been completely taken out, at least for a very long time, I think a lot of people are going to be joining the Abraham Accords. We have 4 great countries already, but we're going to have a lot of people, I think, joining the Abraham Accords. Yeah.
Some polls have shown the Big Beautiful Bill to not be very popular. I'm wondering, how confident are you in being able to sell it to the American people?
Yeah, I think it's very popular. It does many things, but one of them is the biggest tax cuts in our country's history. And that alone makes it very popular. The only poll that was done was a Democrat poll, and they'll ask 2 of the little bit controversial things, but good things for the country. The tax cuts alone. So it's the largest tax cut in the history of our country, and that alone makes it very, very popular.
Mr. President, can you talk a little bit about your expectations for the celebration next year? Obviously, a bit of a preview tonight. You talked about the Patriot Games. You highlighted a possible UFC title fight at the White House. What are your expectations for the celebration next year, sir?
Well, I think it's going to be a great celebration. It's going to be as big a celebration as we've ever had. And remember, we have the World Cup and we have the Olympics also. So we have that, plus we have 250. I think it's going to be a wild time. It's going to be a great time for this country. It's going to be the golden age. Thank you.
What's next for Russia and Ukraine? Are you speaking to Zelensky tomorrow? And what do you
I'm speaking to President Zelensky tomorrow, early in the morning, and yeah, I'm very disappointed with the conversation I had today with President Putin, because I don't think he's there. I don't think he's there, and I'm very disappointed. Well, it's not, I'm just saying, I don't think he's looking to stop, and that's too bad. This is Biden. This isn't me. This is Biden's war. It wouldn't have happened if I were president. It wouldn't have happened. So, you know, in one way I had to get too involved because it's Biden's war. And I got stuck in the middle of it, just like I did with immigration and a lot of other things that they screwed up. But I was not happy with the conversation, no.
Mr. President, a couple weeks ago, you said that you were on the cusp of a historic settlement with Harvard University. What's changed since then? Do you think you're closer to an agreement, or do you think Columbia could go first?
I think we're going to probably settle with Harvard. We're going to probably settle with Columbia. They want to settle very badly.
How much?
There's no rush. A lot of money.
Mr. President, I wanted to ask you about one of the words you used during your speech, Shylocks. That's widely viewed as an anti-Semitic phrase. Do you intend for that word to be used that way?
I've never heard it that way. To me, a Shylock is somebody that's a money lender at high rates. I've never heard it that way. You view it differently than me. I've never heard that. Go ahead. Anything else?
President, what do you make of the deal that your lawyer struck with CBS's parent company? Can you talk about that? And have you had any conversations with Larry Ellison about expectations you might have for Skydance and PSAs that they would run should they take over Paramount?
Well, Larry Ellison's a friend of mine. He's a great guy. I think he's the buyer. But we did a deal for about $16 million plus $16 million or maybe more than that in advertising. So it's a combination of 16 plus, 16 plus. So it's like 32 to maybe $35 million. I think that what they did, and this has nothing to do with Larry Ellison. I think he's going to run CBS really well. And I think he's making a good deal to buy it. I think he's great. He's got a son who's a fantastic young man, too. But what they did was incredible. They took an answer from Kamala just before, the day before the election, and it was a horrible answer. And they took the answer out in its entirety, and they put another answer in, a different answer. That was a different part of the interview, because the answer she gave was so bad, it was like election threatening. And I've seen it all, but I've never seen that. Nobody has. And we understand that was done in other locations also with respect to answers. But think of it. One of the most important questions, maybe the most important question, she gave a horrible answer to it. So they took an answer from another part of the interview and they inserted it. Nobody's ever seen that before. So I think they made a wise decision to settle.
And is that $16 million for the ads, is that part of contingency for your administration to approve the merger or the sale of the company?
It has nothing to do with that. This is totally separate. This was when I was running. This had nothing to do with what was taking place in government. This is when I was running. This was essentially the night before the election. And they did this, and we thought it was despicable, actually. We're going to start sending letters out to various countries starting tomorrow. We'll probably have 10 or 12 go out tomorrow. And over the next few days, I think by the 9th, they'll be fully covered. And they'll range in value from maybe 60 or 70% tariffs to 10 and 20% tariffs. But they're going to be starting to go out sometime tomorrow. We've done the final form, and it's basically going to explain what the countries are going to be paying in tariffs. And it's very important. It's a lot of money for the country, but we're giving them a bargain. Because if I went by the true deficits or by other ways of measuring, it could be a lot more. We don't want to. I don't want to stretch it too much. We want to keep it pretty reasonable. And I think it's very reasonable.
Mr. President, what countries will you be sending those letters to first?
We're going to be sending to. Well, you're going to see tomorrow. I'd rather give it tomorrow. But we have probably 10 to 12 tomorrow, and then after that, we'll be sending 10 or 12 a day. And as we get along, as we get to the smaller countries, we're pretty much going to keep the tariffs the same.
Are there any countries that will have a little flexibility with that deadline?
Not really. I mean, they'll start to pay on August 1st. The money will start to come into the United States on August 1st, okay, in pretty much all cases. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. People.
All right, so that was the very latest from President Donald Trump overnight as he arrived at Joint Base Andrews in Maryland. And again, if you're just now tuning in, President Donald Trump making the announcement today that 10 to 12 countries will get letters on a new tariff rate. We'll continue to follow the very latest as it relates to that right here on Live Now from Fox. 7:18 here on the East Coast, stepping aside for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. $7:20 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Continuing with your July 4th headlines, we do in a transition and take you out to the Middle East, giving you a live look at the Israel-Gaza border on this 4th of July. We are learning this morning there's some movement on efforts to reach a peace deal between Israel and Hamas. Hamas is reviewing what President Donald Trump calls a final ceasefire proposal. All of this ahead of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's visit to the White House slated for Monday. But there could be a major sticking point. We want to check in now with Fox News Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yingst, who has the very latest from Tel Aviv, Israel.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu arrives at the southern community of Nir Oz, along the Gaza border where 25% of residents were killed or kidnapped on October 7th. There are reminders of the remaining 50 hostages in Hamas captivity, 20 of whom are believed to be alive.
I feel a deep commitment, first and foremost, to ensure the return of all our hostages, all of them.
Earlier in the week, the Israeli leader vowed to destroy what he calls Hamastan, despite calls to end the war. With negotiations now at a final stage, the region waits to see how Hamas will respond to a ceasefire proposal put forward by President Trump that would see a 60-day pause in the fighting and up to 10 living hostages released. Regional reports indicate that the bodies of 18 other hostages will be returned as part of the deal that is meant to lay the groundwork for broader peace discussions and an end to the war. Any deal is expected to be coupled with significant aid for the Palestinian people, who are currently dealing with fuel shortages and food distribution issues inside Gaza in the heat of summer.
Before October the 7th, we were living. Today we're not. Today we're living in humiliation, war, hunger, a lack of water. There's nothing.
Amid talk of a larger peace deal in the Middle East, reports indicate that Iran and the United States are set to resume nuclear talks next week. After the 12-day war last month, there is still concern in Israel that Iran's nuclear program could be salvaged and the regime in Tehran could work toward a nuclear weapon. Iranian officials spoke this week to Western media, indicating that attacks against U.S. interests in the region are over. As for Israel, the country remains on high alert. In Tel Aviv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
All right, Trey, thank you so much for that detailed report. Again, keeping a close eye on Monday, and that's when Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is set to visit the White House to have talks with U.S. President Donald Trump, also keeping a close eye at movement there at the Israel-Gaza border. At this hour, we know several hostages are still in Hamas captivity. We're also getting this live look, which takes us out to Jerusalem, Israel. We want to check in with the Israeli government as they are providing the latest updates ahead of Netanyahu's visit.
David Mensah, spokesman for the National Public Diplomacy Directorate in the Prime Minister's office. It's Thursday, July 3rd, day 636 since the October 7th atrocities. Please put your questions in the chat of this Zoom with your name and outlet, and we'll take your questions just after a very few points to share with you. If there are problems with putting the questions in the Zoom, please let us know somehow, but there shouldn't be a problem. As there has been in the past, I understand. Okay, firstly, we open today with deep sorrow bearing the weight of the most painful news, the loss of a courageous soldier. Since the war began, 881 IDF heroes have fallen. These aren't just statistics, they're not just faceless names. Each one was a life filled with promise, a future stolen, a world unto themselves. Sergeant Yaniv Mikhailovich was 19 years old and from Rehovot. He fell in battle in northern Gaza. There are no words of mine that can assuage the grief of his parents or the heartbreak felt by his family, his friends and his community. The pain of losing a child is beyond comprehension, and tragically it is one too many Israeli families have now endured. We may not have the words to ease their pain, but we offer the full support and solidarity of the State of Israel, and a nation mourns with them. This war was not of our choice, but defending our homeland has come at a heartbreaking cost. The lives of our bravest sons and daughters, each fallen soldier leaves a silence in their home and a scar on our national soul. May the memory of Sergeant Mikhailovich and of all of our fallen heroes be a source of strength, pride, and eternal blessing. Okay, I'm just reading here regarding the questions that the main chat is disabled. So I think it's being sorted out, right? It's being sorted out. Okay, good. Next, the Prime Minister will leave next week for meetings in the US with President Donald Trump. This visit comes in the wake of the significant victory Israel and the US have achieved in Operation Rising Lion. Capitalizing on that success is no less significant than securing it in the first place. I can share with you that the Prime Minister is due to meet alongside the President, Vice President Vance, Secretary of State and National Security Advisor Marco Rubio, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, and the President's envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, and the Commerce Secretary regarding a trade agreement. There will also be meetings with leaders in Congress and with leaders in the Senate, in addition to security meetings. Now, this will be an unprecedented third prime ministerial visit that Prime Minister Netanyahu has made to Washington to meet President Trump. I can tell you this is more than any other world leader since Trump's return to office. That fact alone speaks volumes, and it underscores the strategic depth of the US-Israel alliance, the personal rapport between the two leaders, between the two administrations, and no less the urgency of the shared agenda that they're driving forward. So whether it's confronting Iran or freeing hostages or reshaping Gaza or expanding the Abraham Accords, this is not just diplomacy as usual. This is leadership in real time. In just 6 months, 3 White House meetings, that is not business as usual. That's two nations aligned, acting decisively, and building a new regional order together. Next, allow me to update you on the humanitarian aid situation in Gaza. This week, the IDF reorganized access routes to humanitarian aid distribution centers in Gaza. Why? To ensure safe civilian movement, orderly aid delivery, and uninterrupted operational activity. Now, this adjustment has followed an internal review, which has been aimed at reducing friction with the local population and also improving aid flow. Hamas, as we know, continues to obstruct direct humanitarian assistance. They continue to attempt to loot aid, loot trucks, and put Gazans' lives at risk in a deliberate effort to starve their own people. In contrast, Israel, via the IDF, is facilitating the operation of aid distribution through aid distribution points and enables the entry of trucks through international partners. That means that food, medicine, essential goods, and medical teams continue to enter Gaza under Israeli coordination. Now, the IDF takes extensive measures to avoid civilian harm. Of course we do. And we also try to ensure that aid reaches Gazans themselves that need it and is not diverted to Hamas, who sell the aid, enrich themselves, and then extort money from not only traders, but also from Gazans themselves. This aid is supposed to be given to Gazans that need it for free. It is an outrage that Hamas have been charging their own people for this aid, but we are getting them out of the equation. So there is certainly no direct, no deliberate targeting of civilians, and these claims are categorically false, and any exceptional incidents where they have happened are investigated thoroughly and then addressed. Okay, that's our last part of my briefing today. Now I will take your questions. Okay, first question here I can see is from Maria Finoshina from Russia Today. You're the Middle East Bureau Chief. Good afternoon, David. Could you please clarify what exactly Israel has said yes to regarding the reported 60-day ceasefire deal? President Trump stated that Israel accepted the necessary conditions, and Foreign Minister Saar said that Israel said yes to Special Envoy Witkoff's proposal. Has Israel officially approved the current draft agreement, or is the deal still pending cabinet approval and not yet formally endorsed by the Israeli government? Thank you for your question, Maria. Maria, I can tell you that, if I may say, Maria, your question is really back to front, because at every single stage of this conflict, it has always been Israel that has been agreeing to these Witkoff proposals in particular. And before that, during the Biden administration, Israel was always trying our hardest, even when it was painful, to get our hostages out. And more often than not, it was Hamas that were always walking away. So it is Hamas that have been constantly walking away. Now, these negotiations are ongoing, but what I can share with you is that Prime Minister Netanyahu is working to end the campaign in Gaza through the release of the hostages and the defeat of the Hamas terrorist organization as soon as possible. As soon as possible. The obstacle, as ever, lies with Hamas, but we are working through various means to overcome that. Okay? Okay, so that's your question. Next question here from David Clement from the News Forum in Canada. The government has said that since the start of the war, the future of Gaza cannot include Hamas, but reports on the ceasefire framework give the impression that Hamas can remain in Gaza. Can you address this discrepancy? Thank you for that question, David. I don't believe that there is a discrepancy there. Let me share with you what, as I said to you, the Prime Minister has said, and I've shared this with you, that we're working to end the campaign in Gaza through the release of hostages and the defeat of Hamas as soon as possible. The obstacle lies with Hamas, but we are working through that as ever. But what I can share, also in addition, share with you, is that Hamas is a terrorist organization, and the Prime Minister said there will be no more Hamas. He said this very clearly just yesterday, I believe. There'll be no Hamas-stan. There'll be no more going back to what we've done before. That every 2-year conflict, it's over. The Prime Minister said very clearly, we will free all of our hostages. And just as your question put to me just now, question whether these objectives are in some way contradictory, the Prime Minister said very, very clearly that we will complete this together. Contrary to what is being said, Hamas will be eliminated down to its very foundations, the Prime Minister said. Now, we here in Israel, led by the Prime Minister, believe there is a huge opportunity here, both in our defeat of our enemies and also with the to ensure that with nations now coming to us to try and initiate peace agreements, peace through strength. First comes the strength, as the Prime Minister said, then comes the peace. We're going to ensure our economic, national and international security for our combined future, for the betterment of this country and all the people that live in this region. So I don't believe that there is a discrepancy, David. Thank you. Okay, next question, please, is from Lior Soroka from the Washington Post. This looks like being the last question until anyone else asks a question. And your question from the Washington Post, Lior Soroka, can you comment on reports that fuel is running out in Gaza, whether Israel has, if you can just go back to that question, sorry, I didn't finish it, there we go. Fuel is running out in Gaza, and whether Israel has not allowed fuel in recently. Thank you for that question, Lior. I haven't got anything to add on that. I would recommend that you would go through to Kogat, who will be able to answer that particular question. I mean, what I can say to you is that there is a concerted effort to frustrate aid going to ordinary Gazans. I'm not mentioning fuel in particular. I would encourage all of the journalists on this call to just take a look at what the Gaza Health Humanitarian Foundation have been putting out recently, especially their leader, Reverend Johnny Moore Jr. Just look at the things which they are saying, that they have supplied 54 million meals to Gazan civilians. 54 million meals. I would encourage you to look at some of the posts they're putting on Twitter about how Hamas has tried everything they can to frustrate them, to threaten Gazans that try to get food from GHF, to put obstacles in their way, to shoot them. For Hamas to physically shoot Gazans to stop them getting food. Reverend Johnny Moore, he lamented that he's in Europe right now. He now needs a bodyguard, even while in Europe, because Hamas are obviously trying their hardest to frustrate the efforts of GHF getting food to ordinary Gazans, and they know that this is the last crutch which they have to stand up on. That they use the money from the aid that they extort from Gaza's people to pay for more terrorism. And that is why Israel, together with our allies, has instituted the efforts to create the Gaza Health Foundation to get food and supplies and medical supplies and everything needed to Gazan civilians and not to the Hamas terrorist organization. Okay, next question, please. Mimi Sawabi. Mimi, if you could just share with me your news outlet, and then we'll be happy to take your question. Next question, Howard Goller from Reuters. What are Israel's expectations for Prime Minister's meetings at the White House? Do they include a deal for a ceasefire and the release of hostages? Thank you for that question, Howard. In this briefing, I think I was pretty clear on the purpose of our visit. The Prime Minister is leaving for Washington, D.C. next week. This is in the wake, of course, of our significant victory that the US and Israel achieved in Operation Rising Lion, and we're capitalizing on that success, and we believe that that success is no less significant than securing that success, but also capitalizing on that success. I've told you already that the Prime Minister Netanyahu will be meeting with Vice President Vance, together with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, together with Pete Hegseth, the Defense Secretary, together with Steve Witkoff, the President's envoy to the Middle East, and the Commerce Secretary, and congressional leaders and Senate leaders, and also security meetings as well. The Prime Minister has made clear that we wish to bring the war in Gaza to an end as soon as possible to get back our hostages. It is Hamas, as ever, who is continuing to drag their feet. Now, that has been said by every single one of the negotiators, every single time. So, you don't have to take my word for it. You can just talk to the negotiators themselves, be they American or whoever. It is always Hamas, the terrorist organization, because they are jihadis that don't want the best for their people, hold on to our hostages. 20 of them are still alive. They need to release them right now, and lay down their arms, and there will be immediate cessation of all fighting in Gaza. Next question, please. You're from BBC News, Mimi Sawabi. You're asking me about someone called Dr. Marwan Sultan, and you're saying he was a target of a strike in the Al-Baka Cafe. Thank you, Mimi. I don't have any information on that at all. You can always, before these briefings, pass on information, pass on questions like that, and I can research, but I haven't got any information to share with you on that. I will say, seeing as it's a question from the BBC, who unfortunately have a rotten record when it comes to Gaza, The BBC refuses to call Hamas a terrorist organisation. That is an international outrage. The BBC have paid for a documentary to produce featuring Hamas family members and then try to pass it off as some sort of impartial documentary. The BBC have unfortunately lied when it comes to reporting from Gaza, because they said that there was 500 people killed very early on in this war at the Ali hospital, when in fact it was in single digits or very low numbers, and it was a Islamic Jihad rocket that did the damage. So look, the BBC unfortunately have a very, very bad record. You take Hamas's word for it. Hamas is a terrorist organisation. The BBC does not call Hamas a terrorist organisation. We are only left here in Israel with the only conclusion that you do not believe it is a terrorist organisation. But we know exactly what it is. There are jihadis, and that is why we have spent the last 20 months putting pressure on Hamas to free Gazans from the terrorist organisation and get our hostages home. Now, I don't know about this incident that you're sharing with me. Let me just see that was not the question. It was whether he was a target or not, and who was the target at the Al-Baka Cafe. Again, if you want that information, then I encourage you to call the IDF, and they can share that information with you if it has been declassified. I will say to you that Israel never targets civilians, while Hamas, on the other hand, rely and actually want civilian casualties. That is their aim in this war, to get more civilian casualties. But they have failed. As our Prime Minister has said, there will be no more Hamas. There will be no more Hamas-Stan. We're not going back to that. It's over. We will free all of our hostages. And we believe that we are very close to getting to that objective. Okay. Next question from Melanie Lidman at AP. What is the government's response to AP's report that indicates that GHF contractors guarding aid sites are shooting live ammo and stun grenades on the sites? And can he confirm that GHF and IDF work together and share intelligence? Thank you for that question, Melanie. I haven't got anything further to add. I have seen those reports, but I haven't got anything further to add. Obviously, Israel does not want any harm to Gazan civilians. They are victims of the Hamas terrorist organization as well. So that's certainly our objective. That is why Israel is facilitating. That's what we are doing. We are facilitating aid to go into Gaza. And I've shared with you some of the new ways we are doing that to decrease friction with Gazans and to get aid directly to people without it being diverted by the Hamas terrorist organization. Okay, next question here is from Belle Drew from The Independent. There's been a lot of messaging from the Israeli government. This is what you're saying, that you're expecting or want Palestinians to leave Gaza and aim to facilitate that. Is the plan to encourage, coerce Palestinians to leave Gaza or to move population south? Is the plan to maintain a long-term, if not permanent, Israeli presence in the north of Gaza? Thank you for that question, Belle. Look, let me answer you this way. In the last visit the Prime Minister made to Washington, D.C., where he met with President Trump in February, President Trump shared with the world his plan for the future of Gaza. President Trump has made clear that that plan is most definitely still active. He made those reports, he made those comments in the last day or so. And we here in Israel believe that allowing Gazans to voluntarily leave Gaza for safer countries is Gazans' rights. And we don't understand here in Israel why the war between Israel and Hamas is the only war in the world where it is, we are getting pressure from the outside world to keep innocent Gazans in place. No, the international community. As your question intimates, Belle, you say that the Gazans must stay in this war zone. They must not leave. They must stay there. Why should they stay there? Why is this conflict the only conflict in the world where civilians are not allowed to escape? Why can't they go to Egypt, a fellow Muslim country? Why is that not allowed to happen? Why don't you ask me a question about pressure on Egypt to allow Gazans to go there to seek freedom and safety from this war? We have talked about voluntary Gazans leaving of their own volition, and we believe that there are hundreds and thousands of Gazans that wish to leave. Why do you ask me a question that seeks to demonize Israel about whether that Gazans should stay in this war zone? Now, President Trump and Steve Witkoff, they are both in their former lives property developers, and the international experts have said that to rebuild Gaza from the mess which Hamas created this war, because they hid themselves underneath civilian infrastructure. Rebuilding Gaza will take 15 to 20 years. That is the experts' view. Why on earth should Gazans continue to live in those conditions if there is an opportunity for them to seek sanctuary elsewhere? We think it's a good idea. The Prime Minister has praised the idea. It's certainly out-of-the-box thinking. And you know what, Belle? Einstein was the person that said that repeating the same thing again and again and expecting a different outcome is the first sign of insanity. We believe that withdrawing from Gaza and then just allowing Hamas to regroup, to rebuild themselves and attack us again, as they say they wish to do, is simply not an option. After October the 7th, Israel has a different attitude, and we will not allow this country to be sitting right meters away from a jihadi terrorist organization that says at every opportunity that they wish to destroy this country and try their hardest to do it.
And that's the very latest from the Israeli government ahead of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's visit to the White House slated for Monday. And on this 4th of July, take a look at your screen. The Israeli Prime Minister providing this on X. He says, quote, "To POTUS at real Donald Trump and the American people, happy 4th of July." We're going to step away for a brief 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Continuing with your top stories and headlines, we now head out to the Big Apple. If you plan on catching the New York 4th of July fireworks show tonight, be prepared for security to be tight. City officials say thousands of personnel will be deployed to viewing sites, making sure everyone is safe. We want to check in now with Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti. She joins us live in the financial district with more on what revelers need to know. Happy 4th of July to you, Briella. Good morning.
Good morning, Jeanne, and happy 4th of July to you. Really a spectacular day for this show. You could not get any better weather. There's no humidity in the air. The sun is shining. I mean, really just picture perfect. What a day to spend the 4th of July, and at one of these locations right here on the water. So what you need to know is that the 49th installment of the Macy's annual fireworks show will start at 9:25 tonight, and it will fire off from 4 barges behind me here on the East River. We've been watching the river all morning. We haven't seen them put in place yet, but we have seen a lot of barricades being put in place by the NYPD. Their vehicles are here on site. They're beginning to monitor and block off this whole area. The best places to see the fireworks are right here near the South Street Seaport and at Brooklyn Bridge Park, but you've got to be lucky enough first to access one of those places.
80,000 shells and effects will be going off from 4 barges, plus, of course, the iconic Brooklyn Bridge this year. So if you've got a clear shot of the sky over Lower Manhattan, you'll have an opportunity to experience 25 minutes of the nation's best pyrotechnic show.
All right, so there are a variety of public viewing locations on both the Manhattan and Brooklyn sides of this year's fireworks display. This week, Mayor Adams announced that the city was giving away 100,000 free tickets on a first-come, first-served basis, granting access to 2 key locations, Brooklyn Bridge Park and South Street Seaport's Pier 16 and 17. This is the second year the city has offered free tickets after past criticism that major areas of the waterfront were blocked off for private events and law enforcement. They were all taken, those tickets, almost just as quickly as they were posted online. And for those who couldn't snag free tickets, you can catch the show at elevated areas along the FDR Drive with entry points at Montgomery and Madison Streets, Broad and Water Streets, plus Wagner Place and the Brooklyn Bridge ramp. With every major event in New York City, there's always the important discussion of public safety. The NYPD says there are currently no credible threats. Its harbor unit will be out patrolling the waters with scores of uniformed officers on the streets. And throughout the event, a temporary flight restriction will be in place. Officials will be on the lookout for any suspicious drone activity. Spectators, meanwhile, are being told not to bring large backpacks, coolers, alcohol, umbrellas, or lawn chairs. Chief of Department John Schell and Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch break down all the details.
We'll be out here with thousands of cops. Our Special Operations Division, our helicopters, our boats, our drone team will all be out in full force. And then when you overlay that with our Counterterrorism Intelligence Bureau, heavy weapons will be out here.
New York City is the best prepared city in the world when it comes to securing events of this size and scale. But as always, our most valuable partners are the people of New York.
New Yorkers, the eyes and ears of the police. So if you see something again suspicious, say something, call 911, grab an officer, and tell them what's going on. But of course, the Brooklyn Bridge, when it comes to street closures, will be closed starting at 9 o'clock this morning. Parts of the FDR Drive also slated to close later this afternoon. The best way to get to this area is to walk or to take mass transit, which is running on a holiday schedule. But when it comes to the event itself, there is a list of star-studded performers. We've got Ava Max, Eric Church, the Jonas Brothers, and Lenny Kravitz, all performing for the Macy's 4th of July fireworks spectacular. And again, with beautiful weather, Gina, it is set to be a fabulous and crowded night. But for now, we're live in the Financial District. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti. Briella, you had me at Lenny Kravitz. So, yes, I'm excited to watch that event as well. Always a pleasure to speak with you. Thank you so much for joining us on this 4th of July. You and your team have a great and safe rest of your day.
Thank you. Happy 4th of July again.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Same to you and your team. And don't forget, right here on Live Now from Fox, we have you covered with 4th of July fireworks. Of course, we just shared the very latest out in the Big Apple. Live events starting at 8 p.m. Eastern time. And of course, some events, maybe parades, events, ceremonies, they'll be happening before that 8 p.m. Eastern time slot. So, of course, make sure you're planning your day with us here at Live Now from Fox for all of those 4th of July festivities. I'm Jeanne Francine. We're going to step away for our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. Don't go anywhere. More top stories and headlines when we return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine. Continuing with your 4th of July festivities, we do want to transition and head out to the nation's capital, giving you a live look at the White House as we're about 3 minutes shy from the top of the 8 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. We also have this live look at the U.S. Capitol. As we continue to follow Independence Day, a quick reminder for you that Independence Day fireworks can be a bright and festive way of ringing in the 4th of July, but these explosions of light and sound can cause a variety of issues, including triggering mental health conditions for people with post-traumatic stress disorder, including veterans. We want to check in now with Fox News' Gary Baumgarten as he gives us a closer look at how service dogs are playing a vital role as former service members recover. Take a listen.
While fireworks can dazzle, they can also pose hazards for people and the environment. Their explosions can especially be troubling for people with post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD. It's a condition brought on after someone experiences or witnesses a traumatic event.
Things like sexual assault, combat, severe motor vehicle accident, natural disaster.
Symptoms vary, but can include
hypervigilance, nightmares, alterations to cognition and mood.
Psychology experts say roughly 6% of adults in the United States have experienced PTSD at some point in their life, but it can be more common in veterans.
Everyone's experience of PTSD is a little bit different, but these triggers often include things like people, places, objects, sounds, sights.
And this time of year, the flashes and bangs from fireworks could trigger negative responses. Besides going to therapy, animal experts say service dogs can help provide comfort and relief.
Assistance dogs help veterans that are struggling with PTSD with their task training. These tasks may include things like blocking, so creating some space between veterans and other people in crowded spaces, interrupting to nightmares, so waking veterans up when they experience nightmares, or alerting to anxiety.
Meanwhile, when compared to veterans without service dogs, previous studies show
veterans with service dogs experience lower anxiety, lower PTSD symptomology, lower depression, greater participation in activities, and overall greater family and relational functioning.
Gary Baumgarten, Fox News.
All right, Gary, thank you so much for that advice, giving you another live look at the U.S. Capitol. As we are in the nation's capital right now, we want to check in with D.C. officials as they provided the latest update with a firework and 4th of July safety presser.
Decaloris. Hi, I'm Muriel Bowser. I'm the mayor of Washington, D.C. I am joined by members of the D.C. Public Safety Team, along with federal and regional partners today to brief on our preparations and tips for the 4th of July weekend. I am joined by Deputy Mayor Lindsay Appiah and the Chief of Police, Pamela Smith, who you will hear from, and then we will hear from our federal partners. So this is shaping up to be a very busy weekend in Washington, D.C., which we like. It's an exciting time. On the 4th of July, you can expect major events in the district, including our local neighborhood 4th of July festivities on Capitol Hill, for the traditional Barracks Row 4th of July parade, as well as in the Palisades for All-American 4th of July parade that so many of us enjoy. The 4th of July district concert will also be held on Pennsylvania Avenue. The National Park Service fireworks show, the National Fireworks, will kick off on the National Mall. The Nationals will be playing a game at Nats Park. So there's a lot going on. We are proud, of course, to be the nation's capital and host to the federal government. And a highlight of that pride is the national fireworks. This is obviously the year before the semi-quincentennial, so we know that there is going to be an eye from all planners about how next year's event will go as well. So our goal continues to be that everybody has fun, stays safe, and enjoys the holiday, whether they are coming downtown to the mall, one of the neighborhood activities, or whether they're enjoying each other in their backyards or other community events. You will hear shortly from the U.S. Park Police about the lead safety operations that are in place. So please keep in mind that there will be numerous closures around the district. So we strongly encourage everyone to use Metro or other public transportation where possible. And Randy will say more about Metro operations, including the free Metro operations. So with that, I want to thank you for being here and for helping us make the 4th of July a safe and enjoyable celebration in the district. So now I want to turn to Chief Smith, who will be followed by Chief Taylor from the United States Park Police, Assistant Chief Kelleher from DC Fire and EMS, Director Osborne from DCH SEMA, and to close with Randy Clark from Metro. Chief.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser, and good morning, everyone. As we know, the 4th of July is a joyous time when our city pulls out all the stops to celebrate the birth of our nation. And I am here to say today that we are ready. We want our residents, our neighbors from across the region, and visitors from across the country to come out and enjoy one of the biggest celebrations of the year right here in Washington, D.C. As is the case every year, Independence Day is a full activation for the Metropolitan Police Department. It's an activation where we will have additional officers around all of our major events, while also ensuring our ability to respond to calls for police service across our city. Of course, the largest event will be on the National Mall. Our members will work closely with our partners at the U.S. Park Police, who have the lead on securing National Park Service lands, and we will handle screening for those hoping to get closer to the fireworks. Parking restrictions and street closures will go into effect in and around the area of the National Mall beginning at 4 a.m. on Friday morning. These closures will include the footprint of the National Independence Day Parade, which travels down Constitution Avenue from 7th to 17th Street Northwest beginning at 11:45 a.m. There will also be parking restrictions and closures around Barracks Row and Palisades Independence Day parade routes beginning at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. What I will lead you to is a full list of closures and no parking zones. We have it posted in our news release section of our website on mpddc.dc.gov. We want anyone planning to travel around the city on Friday to use Metro Rail and Metro Bus services as much as possible. Metro is always the best way to get to the National Mall fireworks show, and this year will be no different. For those of you planning to spend time on 4th of July on the water, our Harbor Patrol unit will be enforcing a no boating zone in the D.C. shoreline of the Potomac River from 14th Street Bridge to just north of the Arlington Memorial Bridge near the back of the Lincoln Memorial. We will have an anchoring zone that will be available immediately adjacent to the closure area. And we've also heard the concerns of our community regarding illegal fireworks. In addition to DC Fire and EMS conducting their investigations regarding illegal fireworks, this year we will assign 2 patrol officers to each district to solely respond to fireworks calls or responses. Beginning tomorrow, you can visit DC 311 and use the illegal fireworks request, or you can call 311 for any fireworks-related information or activity. Whether you are traveling downtown, stopping by a parade, or just celebrating at your home, your safety is our top priority. Currently, there are no known credible threats or specific threats to the July 4th celebrations, but we always encourage you to remain vigilant. And as we do before all major events, we remind you that if you see something, say something. Call 911 in an emergency or reach out to our tip line at 202-727-9099, or you may text us at 50411. Please have a safe 4th of July, and I'll now turn it over to U.S. Park Police Chief Jessica Taylor.
Good morning. The United States Park Police is committed to ensuring a safe and fun day for everyone that visits the National Mall for Independence Day tomorrow. Whether this is your first time visiting or you come every year, we are excited to welcome you to America's front yard. We'll have a full force commitment. You'll see a strong, visible presence of Park Police officers in and around the National Mall. Specifically, nothing happens in this city without partnerships. So I want to thank a couple of our partners that are adding some extra officers to help us out. Obviously, DC's MPD, the FBI, Montgomery County Police Department, Arlington County Police, Prince George's County Sheriff's Office, Virginia State Police, MWA, Metro Transit Police, and the Bureau of Engraving and Printing. We couldn't do this event without them, and we appreciate their support. So look, importantly, I need you to plan ahead, right? We anticipate many families coming out of the mall, small children. Make sure your kids know your phone number, right? Or put it in their pocket. We'll have a family reunification area if you get separated from your kids. As you heard from Chief Smith, road closures will go into effect around 4 a.m. tomorrow and will impact most roads surrounding the National Mall. This includes part of Constitution Avenue, Independence Avenue, and the Memorial Bridge. Now remember, you'll need to pass through security access areas to secure certain points to view the 4th of July celebration. So these are the items I need you to leave at home, right? So alcohol, weapons, fireworks, drones, and coolers larger than 36 quarts. There's a full list of road closures, further prohibited items, and more details. Please visit www.nps.gov/FOJU. We also thank our National Park Service counterparts who's here today with us as well. And we're all excited for an enjoyable Independence Day tomorrow. Next, I'd like to introduce the Assistant Chief for DC Fire, Kelleher.
Thank you, Chief. Independence Day is a time for gathering, reflection, and celebration, but it's also a time when safety must be on top of our mind, especially when it comes to fireworks and heat-related emergencies in the District of Columbia. This July the 4th, the District of Columbia Fire and EMS Department will be staffing an additional 71 units and an additional 246 personnel above our normal daily roster. So let's talk about fireworks safety. The safest way to enjoy fireworks is simple. Leave them to the professionals. Every year, we see the consequences of unsafe use. The most common injuries and the most common areas we see injuries are to hands and fingers that rate a 36%. Head, face, and ears rate a 22%. And never be fooled by the so-called harmless fireworks. Even sparklers have caused 1,700 emergency room visits, many involving burns. In fact, burns make up 37% of fireworks-related ER visits. Fireworks also start fires, thousands every year across the nation. Here in Washington, D.C., we have already received 23 fireworks-related reports in June, and an additional 4 since July the 1st through our arson tip line. If you see illegal fireworks being used in the District of Columbia, here's how you can report them. Year-round, you can call our arson hotline at 202-673-2776, or you can visit fems.dc.gov. And starting tomorrow, July the 4th through July the 6th, you can use the DC 311 app and select illegal fireworks request, or call 311 and choose option number 1 for fireworks. Our Office of Unified Communications is also dedicated 2 dedicated call takers for these reports and will coordinate them through the fireworks units in each MPD district. In case of an injury or property damage, always call 911 immediately. Now let's turn to another hidden danger of July 4th, heat-related illnesses. With large crowds and high temperatures, the risk of heat stroke becomes very real. Watch for signs of serious heat illness, body temperatures over 104 degrees Fahrenheit, disorientation, seizures, and unconsciousness. If you suspect someone is suffering from heat stroke, call 911 without delay. Move the person to a shaded or cool area, remove excess clothing, and use cool water or ice packs to lower their temperature while waiting for help. So as we gather with our families and communities to celebrate this nation, stay safe, stay aware, and please share these tips with family, friends, and neighbors of the District of Columbia. Together, we can ensure this 4th of July is remembered for celebration and not tragedy. Thank you, and have a safe holiday. I would now like to introduce Homeland Security and Emergency Management Agency Director Clint Osborne.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here. As we prepare to celebrate Independence Day in the district, we want to ensure that everyone can enjoy the festivities safely while staying informed about any potential impacts to your plans. Our public safety teams across the district, including DC Homeland Security and Emergency Management, the Metropolitan Police Department, DC Fire and EMS, all of our federal partners, we've been working closely together to ensure a safe and secure environment for all residents and visitors. We encourage everyone, as the chief said, to stay hydrated, wear sunscreen, and take breaks in the shade as you enjoy outdoor events, especially given the warm temperatures forecasted this weekend. Our temperatures are going to be in the high 80s. Our humidity should be relatively low, so it should be a great day to be out on the mall, but a little bit of prevention in terms of preparing yourself and your family can go a long way. We also want to remind everyone to sign up for our Alert DC messaging at alertdc.dc.gov. Alert DC is the district's official emergency notification system, providing real-time updates on severe weather, traffic disruptions, public safety incidents, and event-related updates you may need during the 4th of July celebrations. By signing up for Alert DC, you'll receive timely information directly to your phone or email, helping you make informed decisions and stay aware as you move throughout the city. Speaking of moving throughout the city, I know General Manager Clark's going to talk about it, but we want everybody to remember the closures downtown are going to make transportation through and around the city challenging. Pack your patience in addition to your water and your sunscreen, and when you can, use Metro. And always report suspicious activity. If you see something, say something. Together.
So we wanted to play out some of those remarks from D.C. officials. They held this press conference late on the eve of July 4th to discuss safety plans on this 4th of July. Many of you all will be in the nation's capital for the 4th, so I wanted to play that out for you. That top right box, a live look at the White House as President Donald Trump says 10 to 12 countries on this Friday will get new tariff letters. And then that bottom box, a live look at the peach state of Georgia, downtown Atlanta on the screen to mark the 4th of July. 8:14 is the time. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, heading out to the Lone Star State, giving you a live look there downtown Houston. We'll be checking in with Fox 26 Houston's Nate Griffin as a lot of eyes are on this year's Freedom Over Texas. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. On this 4th of July, we head out to the Lone Star State, giving you a live look there. Downtown Houston, Texas. This year's Freedom Over Texas is an event filled with 6 hours of festivities, tradition, and live concert stages along Allen Parkway. We don't want to waste any time. Let's check in now with Fox 26 Houston's Nate Griffin. Nate, good morning to you. A lot of excitement around this yearly event, and based on the decoration behind you, everything is getting finalized.
Usually is, because people want to come out, they want to celebrate, and of course get together, and that's what you have here. I think the weather might hold up for us. Rustin Rawlings, I know you're not a meteorologist, but in terms of understanding what may happen today, you have a pretty clear idea?
So they say it's going to be overcast for most of the day, but that doesn't mean that it's not still going to be hot. It's 7-something in the morning already, and I'm already sweating. So if you're planning on coming out today, make sure you're still hydrating, and make sure you start now. So even if you're not coming out to 4 or 5 o'clock, you want to start hydrating now. Even though it is overcast, it's still going to be warm.
Yeah, lots of humidity out here right now. Okay, let's talk about that safety. The main thing that you have to look forward to in terms of 50,000 people being out here, you want to be safe. Talk about that.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to make sure everyone has a good time. We want to make sure everyone does it safely. And so, as I said, one of the first things that's going to be really important is to make sure that you are hydrated. Typically at events like that, that's the biggest thing that we see is people suffering from symptoms from just not hydrating enough, being dizzy, nauseous, headaches, and oftentimes it's just because people didn't hydrate appropriately. So that's going to be the most important thing.
Freedom Over Texas, for those not familiar, it's a July 4th celebration. Fireworks, everything out here. You have performers performing, and really it's going to be a great time out here. But the Houston Fire Department, you guys have to be within shouting distance of people who might seem to be in trouble.
Absolutely. So the Houston Fire Department, we've got this event fully staffed. We've got personnel that'll be on bikes, on foot. We've got a medical cart, medical tents to serve Houstonians in the event that there is a need. And we've also got inspectors out here to make sure that traffic is moving, foot traffic is moving effectively. The fireworks are executed without issue. So we will definitely be out here making sure that Houstonians are safe and have a good time.
24/7?
Absolutely. All day, every day. Yeah. Never stops.
There you go. 24/7, guys. So we're near downtown Houston. This is where Freedom Over Texas, the events will take place tonight. So many on-stage presences will be out here. And, of course, you'll be able to see a whole lot of exhibits as well. It's going to be hot. So if you plan on coming to this, make sure you know, bring
lots of water, and bring a cup. There's water stations apparently throughout the event, so bring your own cup, plenty of water all throughout the event to make sure you stay hydrated.
All right, guys, there you have it. Back to you.
All right, Fox 26 Houston's Nate Griffin. Always a great time and always learning something. Hydration is key. You heard it there from the experts. You and Mr. Rawlings, you all have a safe and great 4th of July.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. And again, transitioning as we are in the Lone Star State to this beautiful skyline shot there, downtown Houston, Texas. We'll continue with your 4th of July celebrations right after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. As we continue with your 4th of July events, we now want to transition to a military event took place early this Friday morning out in Belgium. The NATO Secretary General attending the change of command ceremony for NATO's Supreme Allied Commander at the Supreme Headquarters there in Belgium. Let's watch and listen in. I'll pop up a box on the left side of your screen. My producers, Markima and Ryan, working tirelessly to prepare you for 4th of July festivities.
At last week's BSG change of command ceremony, we heard the words of the poet Maya Angelou, who wrote that people will forget what you say, people will forget what you do, but people will never forget how you made them feel. General Cavoli has helped make all of us here today, our families and loved ones, indeed the entire continent, feel safe and secure, protected, trained, ready, and free. And for that, Almighty God, we cannot be more grateful. We give thanks for General Cavoli. For 4 decades, he has stood watch in defense of liberty. From the villages of Bosnia to the mountains of Afghanistan to the halls of the Pentagon, across continents, in war and in peace, in diplomacy and in battle. For General Cavoli and his family, we ask your blessing in this next chapter. Grant him rest from the weight of command and joy in the fruits of his service. Today we also lift up in prayer General Grinkovich and his family. Guide his hand and his heart, and may he be strengthened daily by your presence as he takes over this vital command in pursuit of enduring peace and mutual security. Bless this noble alliance, dear God, and all who serve within it. Bless this group of your children gathered here today and bring us into the shelter of your wings. We offer this prayer in your name, and let us say amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez vous rasseoir.
We will now proceed with the transfer of the shape colors.
Nous allons maintenant procéder au transfert des couleurs du shape.
Ladies and gentlemen, the military change of command ceremony formalizes the transfer of responsibility and authority between one military commander and another. Throughout military history, the colors have marked the location of the commander and have served as a source of great pride for those in the headquarters. This tradition continues today.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie de passation de commandement militaire officialise le transfert de responsabilité et d'autorité d'un commandant militaire à un autre. Depuis le début de l'histoire militaire, les couleurs ont marqué l'emplacement du commandant et elles ont toujours été une source de grande fierté pour les occupants du quartier général. Cette tradition se poursuit encore aujourd'hui.
Airman Iselin Svensson, Norwegian Air Force, the youngest member of the SHAPE team, will pass the flag first to the ACO Command Senior Enlisted Leader, Chief Warrant Officer Kevin Mathers. As the colors are then passed from the Senior Enlisted Leader to General Cavoli, and then to the Secretary General and to General Grinkovich, the symbol of military command for Allied Command Operations is exchanged between the departing and the incoming Supreme Allied Commander, Europe.
La caporal-chef Iselin Svensson de l'armée de l'air norvégienne et la plus jeune membre du SHAPE va remettre les couleurs au sous-officier d'état-major en chef de l'ACO, l'adjudant-chef Kevin Mathers. Le passage des couleurs du SHAPE des mains du sous-officier d'état-major au général Cavoli, puis au secrétaire général et ensuite au général Grinkovich symbolise le transfert du commandement militaire de l'ACO de l'ancien au nouveau SACEUR.
Dear Generals, Mr. Rutte, could I please ask you to step to center stage? Pursuant to the authority invested in him by the North Atlantic Council, General Alexis Grinkovich assumes command of Allied Command Operations effective 4th of July 2025.
En vertu des pouvoirs qui lui sont conférés par le Conseil de l'Atlantique Nord, le général Alexis Grinkovich assume le commandement du commandement allié Opération à compter du 4 juillet 2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, flowers will be presented to Ms. Cavoli and Ms. Grinkovich. Red roses will be presented to Mrs. Cavoli as a token of appreciation for the care and support she has given to the organisation. Yellow roses will be presented to Mrs. Grinkovich as a symbol of welcome and anticipation of what is to come.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous avons maintenant le plaisir d'offrir quelques fleurs à Madame Cavoli et à Madame Grinkovich. Des roses rouges sont offertes à Madame Cavoli en signe de reconnaissance pour la sollicitude et le soutien qu'elle a témoigné à l'organisation. Les roses jaunes offertes à Madame Grinkovich sont offertes en guise de bienvenue et pour symboliser l'attente de ce qui est à venir.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we also celebrate the retirement of General Christopher Cavoli, who concludes an extraordinary 38-year career in the United States Army. From platoon leader to Supreme Allied Commander Europe, General Cavoli has served with unmatched distinction, intellect and vision, leading soldiers, sailors, airmen, marines and guardians, shaping strategy and strengthening our alliances across the globe. His leadership has left a lasting impact, not only on this headquarters, but across the entire joint force and our NATO allies and partners. We express our gratitude to him, his family, and to all who supported his journey for their unwavering commitment and service. Please remain seated as we publish General Cavoli's retirement orders. Attention to orders. By order of the Secretary of Defense, General Christopher G. Cavoli, having served faithfully and honorably, is retired from active duty in the United States Army, effective 31st of August 2025. Sir, on behalf of a grateful Army, nation, alliance and partners, thank you for your leadership, your sacrifice, and your legacy of excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in honoring General Christopher Cavoli, a soldier, statesman, and leader of great consequence. Congratulations, sir. Please resume your seats.
Veuillez reprendre vos places.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Secretary General of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, His Excellency Mr. Mark Rutte.
Mesdames et messieurs, le secrétaire général de l'Organisation du Traité de l'Atlantique Nord, Son Excellence Mark Rutte.
Good morning on a glorious 4th of July. And it is a privilege to be at SHAPE for this change of command ceremony for NATO's Supreme Allied Commander Europe. Today, we bid a fond farewell to General Christopher Cavoli and give a warm welcome to General Alexis Grinkovich. We are honored to have such exceptional military leaders. America continues to put forward its best and brightest in the service of this alliance. To be secure is to be part of that unbroken chain of commanders that began with General Eisenhower. After leading Allied forces to liberate Europe in the Second World War, he led NATO's Forces of Freedom as our first SACEUR. As Eisenhower explained, when SHAPE opened in 1951, in all history, this is the first time that an Allied headquarters has been set up in peace to preserve the peace and not to wage war. To be SACEUR is to stand in Eisenhower's shoes, to stand for freedom, to stand against aggression, and to stand with all allies. To be SACEUR today is to lead in a volatile and dangerous world. War is back in Europe, and global competition is fierce. General Cavoli, dear Chris, on behalf of the Alliance, thank you for your leadership, drive, and determination, always with good grace and good humor. You are a remarkable man and a remarkable soldier. From when you were a young lieutenant to having 4 stars on your shoulder, when you are in command, people can sleep easy. You are a proud American with a proud European heritage. Your family comes from the Dolomites in northern Italy, and you were born on a US base in Germany. Following your father into the army, you quickly earned respect for your leadership, commitment, and quick mind. In fact, you have 2 Ivy League degrees. You studied biology at Princeton, and your thesis was on, Chris, and sorry, you know I have to mention this again, earthworms and slime mold. And I don't know whether this particular topic has come up very often here in Mons. But perhaps more relevant to your career, you also have a master's degree from Yale in Russian studies, adding fluency in that language to your Italian and French. Rising through the ranks, you have been in command during peace, crisis, and conflict. You have served in the most isolated and dangerous places on earth with courage and conviction. When you became commander of US Army Europe, you made sure the United States had the strongest possible force, one that operates seamlessly with other NATO allies. And when Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022 and escalated its nuclear rhetoric, you kept allies reassured not just through enhanced posture and activities, but through your absolute confidence at the helm. And when challenged, you acted with speed and precision. Last December, when critical underwater infrastructure was targeted, you quickly strengthened NATO's presence in the Baltic Sea to deter and defend. And as SACEUR, you have been vital in bolstering NATO's support to Ukraine by standing up our new command in Germany, which you conceived and established. You and I traveled there soon after I became Secretary General to see how NATO's security assistance and training for Ukraine is helping Ukraine defend itself today, so there can be a just and lasting peace for the future. While keeping Russia and other threats at bay and supporting Ukraine, you also maintain focus on modernizing and strengthening NATO's collective defense, with regional plans to defend every inch of NATO territory, our militaries at higher readiness, a new force model, and enhanced command and control. Chris, I know you are a modest man, always putting service over self and always putting your soldiers first. I know you would prefer all the recognition to go to our brave men and women in uniform, and we pay tribute to all of them today. But Chris, you cannot escape the attention, because you have been an outstanding SACEUR, leading with honor and integrity. You are a powerful advocate for the enduring strength of the transatlantic bond and a true defender of freedom and liberty. Thank you for your service. As one leader steps back, another leader steps forward. From Army to Air Force, but from the same great nation. General Grinkovich, Alexis, a sincere welcome to NATO. As a former fighter pilot, I understand you prefer to be called by your call sign. So welcome, Grinch. From defending the skies to defining military strategy, from operational command to the corridors of the Pentagon. You bring a wealth of experience as our next SACEUR. As an airman, you have a deep understanding of the threats we face from the skies and across other domains. And as Director of Operations on the Joint Staff, you bring a global focus with deep experience in the execution of US military and national security priorities. As Europe takes on greater responsibility for collective defense, while maintaining our strong deterrence and defense, your leadership and guidance will be vital. I know you are also a champion of innovation, creating a task force to develop new capabilities. And this is extremely important, as NATO embraces and adopts cutting-edge technology to indeed deter and defend. General Grinkovich, dear Grinch, I know NATO can count on you to serve with the same steadfast resolve as your predecessors. The calling and duty of this post is to protect 1 billion people across our alliance. That responsibility is the true burden of the Supreme Allied Commander Europe. I know you will carry it with confidence and courage, knowing that in NATO, no one stands alone. You have 32 nations behind you, and NATO's awesome military power to deliver peace through strength. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the outgoing SACEUR, General Christopher Cavoli.
Mesdames et messieurs, le SACEUR sortant, le général Christopher Cavoli.
Thank you, Secretary General Ruta. Welcome back to SHAPE. Thank you for your kind words. Ministers, ambassadors, excellencies, chiefs of defense, military representatives, flag officers, sergeants major, distinguished guests from across the alliance and from our partner nations, thank you. Thank you for coming here today. You do us honor. To our civilian leaders of Belgium and this wonderful community of Mons, thank you for being here. Thank you for your gracious hospitality. We love to live here in this county of Hainaut. I would especially like to call attention to just a couple of people. First, General Mick Nicholson and his lovely wife Noreen are in here someplace. Mick led our alliance in Afghanistan for longer than any other general. He was my boss, he is my mentor, and more important, he is my friend. So welcome, Mick and Noreen. Greetings also to a couple of other very special people. Herr Bürgermeister Edgar Knobloch and his lovely wife Gabi are here. Edgar is the mayor of a small town in the north of Bavaria, in a county called the Oberpfalz, but that town hosts the largest contingent of American soldiers in Europe. Edgar, your cooperation, your support, your love, it exemplifies for us the transatlantic alliance. Thank you for being here, my friends. Of course, we also have the Rhodes family here someplace. Bridget and Matt, I believe, will win the prize for who traveled the farthest. They came here from Alaska to be here today. Matt and Bridget, however, spent years at the Marshall Center in Garmisch-Partenkirchen, where they focused on the integration of Europe, especially the Balkans. We're lucky to have them here today. And our dear friends, the McAloons, Brendan and Michelle, have come here from Wiesbaden, where Brendan does important work focusing on Russia. We thank you for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, thank everybody for being here today. Your presence sheds honor on a simple ceremony. It's a ceremony in which one officer passes a flag to another officer, creating both continuity and change in that one moment. Today is that day for the Supreme Headquarters, Allied Powers Europe. SecGen, thank you for presiding over this ceremony, for your kind comments. You have just presided over a triumphal summit, a summit that will be remembered in history because it represents our alliance's return to collective defense, to committing to collective defense. Your sensibility in marshaling the forces of this alliance was spectacular. We salute you, and we move confidently forward into the future that you describe. And today we pass that future into the able hands of General Alexis Grinkovich. I think the SecGen's right. Let's just call him Grinch. That's what everybody's done since he became a fighter pilot so many years ago. His illustrious career as a pilot, as a war fighter, as a commander, all of that pales beside his reputation as a keen advisor to civilian leaders at the highest level. General Grinkovich is exactly the officer we need here now. He will lead our alliance into its future, a future that we know is going to be in dangerous time. We know that future will be about collective defense. And it's a future that is going to challenge us to rise to the heights that we can achieve together. But he will do it. General Grinkovich is the right officer. He has been sent here precisely to do all of that. Grinch, our warmest welcome to you. We look forward to your leadership. We know that you and your lovely wife, Shannon, will take this community and this command into a very bright future. So as I look out over this crowd, I see so many faces, so many friends. I get a little choked up, a little emotional, because I'm not only leaving SHAPE today, I'm also leaving the United States Army, where I have served for almost 38 years. This has been the only thing I have done in my entire adult life. So I guess I'm not really good at anything, but this is what I've done. And as I see the faces in the crowd, I realize that you make me. Your history with me is me. Together, what we have done, that is me. I am a product of you. Many people have said many nice things about me in the past days and even today, but believe me, it is not me, it is you. It is you. You are the people who make up this alliance. You are the people who bond together. You are the people who have decided that here, this is where we will defend. This is what we will defend. We know our adversaries. We can see their future. We know what we must do, and do it we will, because we are not simply a group of nations. We are not simply some armies that work together. We are not just a bunch of nations discussing the future. We are an alliance. We are a free grouping of nations that see the same future, see the same hopes, the same beautiful possibilities, and want to preserve all of that for our sons and our daughters. We here commit not just to preserve all of this, but to defend it. This is not about us. It's not about you and me. It's about them, our children, our grandchildren, our future. So with these words, I leave you today. We all serve this alliance, but first and foremost, we serve our nations. I have proudly worn the cloth of my nation for 38 years. I have worn it in the heat and in the cold. I've worn it in deserts and on mountains. I've shed blood for it. I have mourned our losses over it. I lost my closest friend for it. And I have seen my sons shocked by some of this. This has brought them sadness, but it has also brought them pride, fierce pride. and convictions, fierce convictions. For my entire life, all I have done is try to serve my nation and to serve its allies, and I hope that I have done that. In my army, we say, and I think probably in all armies, that the true definition of success is when you leave the military with just two things: your integrity and your wife. I dearly hope that I leave with the former, and I am happy that I will leave with the latter. My wife, my lovely Christina, my lovely bride, you have walked every mile with me. You've paid every price with me. You've given me the gift of the two most wonderful sons. We will head to New York, where we'll begin anew, because that is what we do. We always begin again. We always build. We always go forward into a bright future together. So God bless you all. You are remarkable. There is nothing in the world like this alliance. It has been the privilege of my lifetime to serve in it and to command in it. Keep it, preserve it, perpetuate it. It is the greatest gift we can give to our children. Thank you for letting me and Christina be a part of this. Thank you for letting me command this brilliant organization. God bless you all. God bless this command. May God bless my nation on this 4th of July, the United States of America. And may God always bless this wonderful, wonderful experiment in the better parts of mankind. May God bless this transatlantic alliance.
So you're watching in as the NATO Secretary General attends the change of command ceremony at NATO headquarters on this 4th of July. You just heard there as the NATO Supreme Allied Commander at the Supreme Headquarters Allied Powers in Europe is happening in Belgium. So a lot going on. We're going to step aside for a brief break. We'll be right back. $8:52 here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. That box giving you a live look on this 4th of July out in Mount Vernon, Virginia, as I want to share with you the upcoming July 4th celebration so you can plan your day with us here on Live Now from Fox. On the left side of your screen, you see the detailed breakdown. 10 o'clock a.m., a live event out in Marietta, Georgia. Also a live event ceremony out in PA. 11:30 a.m., the U.S. Navy Brass Quintet performance in Illinois. 11:45, Capitol 4th of July parade out in Washington, D.C. Later in the evening, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, the New York 4th of July fireworks ceremony, 9 p.m. D.C. Independence Day fireworks, 12:30 in the morning. If you are still up and not here on the East Coast, the San Francisco fireworks show, and then 1 a.m. Seattle annual fireworks show. So a lot to expect right here on Live Now from Fox, and you know we've got you covered. I'm Jeanne Francine. I've been with you the past few hours, giving you all of your top stories and headlines this 4th of July. We're going to step aside for our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, my colleague Christy Matino will soon be taking over. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. $8:55 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Taking you out to the Big Apple, a beautiful shot out in New York City, right outside of our Fox television studios on this 4th of July. Fox News, Fox and Friends, speaking with the ICE director. Take a listen.
The criminal, migrant, illegal aliens into the interior of the country. They'll have a place to put them as they make their way out of the country. You've got nearly $30 billion for hiring, training, and retention of ICE officers, technology, and transport. They are at a level now where if they get this resources, they can really move and ultimately get the more than 400,000 criminal illegal aliens we know are in our country. Finally, just over $4 billion for the hiring and training for Border Patrol agents and others. While numbers are down on that southern border, we still need people to walk the line there. $100 billion total. So to discuss it, nobody better than the acting ICE director, Todd Lyons. Mr. Director, happy 4th of July. Thank you for taking time. And I will just start, Todd, with getting your perspective on how significant this bill is and these resources will be for ICE.
Hey, Griff, thanks for having me. Yeah, and happy 4th of July to you and everybody on the staff. No, it's going to be great. I mean, when you think about how depleted ICE has been over the past 4 years, last administration totally minimized the work the men and women of ICE do every day. It really cut our resources. So you're seeing now, under this administration, President Trump has made a promise to the American people to make America safe again. And a key part of that is his immigration strategy. And what Secretary Noem has done with helping craft this bill, it's been amazing. Just like you said, the detention space alone is going to be huge for us. We saw so many individuals let into the country last time without due proper vetting. We know we have so many known gotaways, known suspected terrorists. This is going to give us the tools and resources now to have the infrastructure in place to go ahead and ensure that ICE is going out and being that viable law enforcement partner we are and going after all these public safety threats. And the one main thing, Griff, that you pointed out is the manpower and hiring. We've lost so many good men and women because they just didn't feel like they were law enforcement officers anymore. When you're just not allowed to do your job, it's very heartbreaking. So now we're going to have the opportunity to get men and women of ICE the backup they need. We're going to be able to retain these great individuals. So it's going to be a great win for the Department of Homeland Security.
Well, Mr. Director, it seems that morale is up. Our friend and my colleague in common, Bill Malugin, getting some reaction from some of your ICE officers saying things like this: let's go. This is long overdue and will give us the resources to ramp it up and give the American people what they voted for. This ensures that ICE is the tip of the spear to make America safe again. You know, you really, and of course the smiley face emoji, and then the last one there, this administration has been fighting nonstop to give the law enforcement agents in these dangerous sanctuary communities the tools we need to complete the mission. As you talk about giving your men and women what they need, Todd, you're facing a backlash the likes of which ICE has never seen, from agents being doxxed and assaults now on your ICE officers up nearly 700%, as you already have some California cities canceling their 4th of July events today to literally have a response to protect migrants from ICE raids. You see them here, LA County, Whittier, Bell Gardens, and Cudahy as well, just out of control. What are you saying to your rank and file? What are you saying to your team?
Well, you know, like you said, assaults are up almost 700%, and that's totally unreal, and it's unacceptable. The men and women of ICE are out there doing a law enforcement mission. Never in my career or my lifetime would I think that we'd see people attacking law enforcement officers for arresting the worst of the worst. With that, what I have to say about these events being canceled, it's ludicrous. ICE isn't going out to events and arresting and rounding people up, right? What ICE is doing, and the men and women of the Department of Homeland Security, is keeping America safe this 4th of July. So what I can tell you is not only my agency, but all department agency components have been out there working with state and local officials to ensure that things like the sleeper cell threats, these known or suspected terrorists that came in, aren't going to affect our 4th of July weekend, and that Americans can go out and celebrate. So what we should be focused on is what the good work that the men and women of ICE are doing to protect this nation. You know, you guys have highlighted, Griff, what we've done with some of the high-threat countries. We arrested a former sniper from one of these high-risk countries. We arrested an Iranian that was tied to Hezbollah. We are out there ensuring that these people that were let in under the last administration aren't going to do us harm on a great day like July 4th.
You know, just in the last few seconds I've got, Todd, we're doing Proud American shout-outs all day. How proud are you of your men and women of ICE?
You know, it's such an honor of a lifetime to be able to lead the men and women of ICE. They are the bravest law enforcement officers out there today. They do great work, and I'm so proud to be on here every day to explain the great work that they do for this country.
Well, you're doing a great job. Acting ICE Director Todd Lyons, thank you for taking time and giving us your insight today. Have a happy 4th of July.
Thanks, Griff. Happy 4th of July.
All right. The criminal...
All right. So that was Fox News there, as we were just listening into the acting ICE director. And we also did hear from President Trump last night on the tarmac there, as he is set to sign into law the big, beautiful bill. That's going to happen at 4 p.m. Eastern time. We're going to bring that to you uninterrupted on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Christy Matino, and happy 4th of July to you. In just a short amount of time, we are going to be giving you live streams across the country of parades and fireworks. This is going to go all day and all night. I did want to give you a live look right now at Mount Vernon. This is near the Washington, D.C. area, and this is the home of the first president, George Washington. And you can see they do take this very seriously there at Mount Vernon. They do host these big events. They're going to have fireworks. There's going to be a drums performance as well. They're going to have a lot of people walking around in character there. You can actually see on your screen as they are recreating Washington's world. And they are having a live performance that is going on right now. I did want to head over there and listen into it. Let's see if we can hear anything.
I did not come here today to celebrate. I came here today to dedicate. In a few moments, you will hear read the Declaration that was adopted on this day in 1776. There are those that say we should pay no mind to this document. It is, they say, irrelevant. A document meant to enumerate grievances against the Kingdom of England. That purpose long accomplished. There are others that have condemned this document as false, with some of its loftiest ideals not yet realized. Our declaration did not signal an arrival at an end. It placed a destination on a map unexplored, and it announced to the world our intention to depart for that destination. Did we accomplish independence merely by announcing it? Were that the case, all we would have need do was send a copy to the King of England, and he would have obligingly had his troops sail away from our shores. Instead, we endured near 8 years of war, deprivation, and loss just to acquire the simplest of our goals in independence. We did not declare self-evident truths because that is what we saw before us. We declared these truths to be self-evident because that described the nation we wish to become. This declaration is a statement of mission. And the Constitution, that course by which we must navigate if we hope to achieve it. That promised land, it still awaits us. My love and care of you demands that I use every power I possess to implore you, do not now abandon our destination. Though as a nation we may sometimes wander in the wilderness, the ideals, the destination is still worthy. It is proper that we should gather today to celebrate, as this is the day that began our national journey. But I ask you to do more. As you listen to these words read today, I ask you to do more than celebrate what was. I ask you to dedicate yourselves to what should be, what must be. It is this, finally, your dedication, that will decide our national destiny. Sir, I believe.
Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot begin to tell you the amount of change that this simple document wrought upon the 13 colonies and our whole world. I'm delighted to read it for you today, and so a grateful nation says thank you for all of your assistance. If you have a question or would like to see it yourself, I shall be around after the reading. For those of you who don't read, please listen carefully. In Congress, July 4, 1776, a declaration by the representatives of the United States of America in General Congress assembled. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth a separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these rights are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to initiate new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes. And accordingly, all experience hath shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But in a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism. It is their
All right, so we were just listening in there to this coverage from George Washington's Mount Vernon. Again, that's right across the Potomac River from Washington, D.C. That coverage was actually from previous years. We just wanted to give you a little taste of what to expect coming in the 10 a.m. Eastern Time hour as this is officially set to kick off here. As you can see, people are starting to make their way into Mount Vernon. They do have tents set up. It's going to be a day of several festivities. If you are in the area and you'd like to attend, you can meet Martha Washington. There's going to be a national concert band, and there's going to be fireworks, of course. They typically do this over the Potomac River. So it really is a special time there at George Washington's Mount Vernon, as you can imagine, as that was the home of the first president of the United States. We're going to go away for a break here on Live Now from Fox. Don't go anywhere. We have so many more celebrations to bring you today on 4th of July. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we continue our 4th of July coverage. I did want to share this live look again with you outside of George Washington's Mount Vernon. As again, we've been saying here, this is all going to kick off around 10 a.m. Eastern Time as we can see people starting to make their way into Mount Vernon there. And again, this was the home of George Washington. So Of course, they do it big there for 4th of July. And as I've been sharing here, there's going to be fireworks over the Potomac River at several points throughout the day. They're going to have reenactments. There's going to be performances from bands. We're also going to be hearing from former California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's going to be delivering a keynote address at a ceremony at the historic Bowling Green, where people from across the globe take the oath to become United States citizens. That's all going to happen here around 10 a.m. in about 45 minutes. You won't want to miss it. And that's just a taste of all the events we're going to have here today for you on Live Now from Fox. As, of course, celebrations kicking off across the country. We're going to have parades, we're going to have fireworks, and this is going to go all day and all night for you here as you celebrate. So across the Potomac River, I did want to give you this live look out of Washington, D.C. We do know President Trump will be signing the big, beautiful bill tonight at 4 p.m. Eastern time. We're also going to have that coverage here for you as well. Now, safety is a big topic on the 4th of July, and we did hear from D.C. officials, specifically Mayor Muriel Bowser, yesterday about what Washington, D.C. is doing to keep you safe on the 4th of July. Let's listen in.
Decaloris. Hi, I'm Muriel Bowser. I'm the mayor of Washington, D.C. I am joined by members of the D.C. Public Safety team, along with federal and regional partners today to brief on our preparations and tips for the 4th of July weekend. I am joined by Deputy Mayor Lindsay Appiah and the Chief of Police, Pamela Smith, who you will hear from, and then we will hear from our federal partners. So this is shaping up to be a very busy weekend in Washington, D.C., which we like. It's an exciting time. On the 4th of July, you can expect major events in the district, including our local neighborhood 4th of July festivities on Capitol Hill for the traditional Barracks Row 4th of July parade, as well as in the Palisades for All-American 4th of July parade that so many of us enjoy. The 4th of July district concert will also be held on Pennsylvania Avenue. The National Park Service fireworks show, the National Fireworks, will kick off on the National Mall. The Nationals will be playing a game at Nats Park. So there's a lot going on. We are proud, of course, to be the nation's capital and host to the federal government. And a highlight of that pride is the national fireworks. This is obviously the year before the semi-quincentennial, so we know that there is going to be an eye from all planners about how next year's event will go as well. So our goal continues to be that everybody has fun, stays safe, and enjoys the holiday, whether they are coming downtown to the mall, one of the neighborhood activities, or whether they're enjoying each other in their backyards or other community events. You will hear shortly from the U.S. Park Police about the lead safety operations that are in place. So please keep in mind that there will be numerous closures around the district. So we strongly encourage everyone to use Metro or other public transportation celebration where possible. And Randy will say more about Metro operations, including the free Metro operations. So with that, I want to thank you for being here and for helping us make the 4th of July a safe and enjoyable celebration in the district. So now I want to turn to Chief Smith, who will be followed by Chief Taylor from the United States Park Police, Assistant Chief Kelleher from DC Fire and EMS, Director Osborne from DCH SEMA, and to close with Randy Clark from Metro. Chief.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser, and good morning, everyone. As we know, the 4th of July is a joyous time when our city pulls out all the stops to celebrate the birth of our nation. And I am here to say today that we are ready. We want our residents, our neighbors from across the region, and visitors from across the country to come out and enjoy one of the biggest celebrations of the year right here in Washington, D.C. As is the case every year, Independence Day is a full activation for the Metropolitan Police Department. It's an activation where we will have additional officers around all of our major events, while also ensuring our ability to respond to calls for police service across our city. Of course, the largest event will be on the National Mall. Our members will work closely with our partners at the U.S. Park Police, who have the lead on securing National Park Service lands, and we will handle screening for those hoping to get closer to the fireworks. Parking restrictions and street closures will go into effect in and around the area of the National Mall beginning at 4 a.m. on Friday morning. These closures will include the footprint of the National Independence Day Parade, which travels down Constitution Avenue from 7th to 17th Street Northwest beginning at 11:45 a.m. There will also be parking restrictions and closures around Barracks Row and Palisades Independence Day Parade routes beginning at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. What I will lead you to is a full list of closures and no parking zones. We have it posted in our news release section of our website on mpddc.dc.gov. We want anyone planning to travel around the city on Friday to use Metro Rail and Metro Bus services as much as possible. Metro is always the best way to get to the National Mall fireworks show, and this year will be no different. For those of you planning to spend time on 4th of July on the water, our Harbor Patrol unit will be enforcing a no boating zone in the D.C. shoreline of the Potomac River from 14th Street Bridge to just north of the Arlington Memorial Bridge near the back of the Lincoln Memorial. We will have an anchoring zone that will be available immediately adjacent to the closure area. And we've also heard the concerns of our community regarding illegal fireworks. In addition to DC Fire and EMS conducting their investigations regarding illegal fireworks, this year we will assign 2 patrol officers to each district to solely respond to fireworks calls or responses. Beginning tomorrow, you can visit DC 311 and use the illegal fireworks request, or you can call 311 for any fireworks-related information or activity. Whether you are traveling downtown, stopping by a parade, or just celebrating at your home, your safety is our top priority. Currently, there are no known credible threats or specific threats to the July 4th celebrations, but we always encourage you to remain vigilant. And as we do before all major events, we remind you that if you see something, say something. Call 911 in an emergency or reach out to our tip line at 202-727-9099, or you may text us at 50411. Please have a safe 4th of July, and I'll now turn it over to U.S. Park Police Chief Jessica Taylor.
Good morning. The United States Park Police is committed to ensuring a safe and fun day for everyone that visits the National Mall for Independence Day tomorrow. Whether this is your first time visiting or you come every year, we are excited to welcome you to America's front yard. We'll have a full force commitment. You'll see a strong, visible presence of Park Police officers in and around the National Mall. Specifically, nothing happens in this city without partnerships. So I want to thank a couple of our partners that are adding some extra officers to help us out. Obviously, DC's MPD, the FBI, Montgomery County Police Department, Arlington County Police, Prince George's County Sheriff's Office, Virginia State Police, MWA, Metro Transit Police, and the Bureau of Engraving and Printing. We couldn't do this event without them, and we appreciate their support. So look, importantly, I need you to plan ahead, right? We anticipate many families coming out of the mall, small children. Make sure your kids know your phone number, right? Or put it in their pocket. We'll have a family reunification area if you get separated from your kids. As you heard from Chief Smith, road closures will go into effect around 4 a.m. tomorrow and will impact most roads surrounding the National Mall. This includes part of Constitution Avenue, Independence Avenue, and the Memorial Bridge. Now remember, you'll need to pass through security access areas to secure certain points to view the 4th of July celebration. So these are the items I need you to leave at home, right? So alcohol, weapons, fireworks, drones, and coolers larger than 36 quarts. There's a full list of road closures, further prohibited items, and more details. Please visit www.nps.gov/FOJU. We also thank our National Park Service counterparts who's here today with us as well. And we're all excited for an enjoyable Independence Day tomorrow. Next, I'd like to introduce the Assistant Chief for DC Fire, Kelleher.
Thank you, Chief. Independence Day is a time for gathering, reflection, and celebration, but it's also a time when safety must be on top of our mind, especially when it comes to fireworks and heat-related emergencies in the District of Columbia. This July the 4th, the District of Columbia Fire and EMS Department will be staffing an additional 71 units and an additional 246 personnel above our normal daily roster. So let's talk about fireworks safety. The safest way to enjoy fireworks is simple. Leave them to the professionals. Every year, we see the consequences of unsafe use. The most common injuries and the most common areas we see injuries are to hands and fingers that rate a 36%. Head, face, and ears rate a 22%. And never be fooled by the so-called harmless fireworks. Even sparklers have caused 1,700 emergency room visits, many involving burns. In fact, burns make up 37% of fireworks-related ER visits. Fireworks also start fires, thousands every year across the nation. Here in Washington, D.C., we have already received 23 fireworks-related reports in June and an additional 4 since July the 1st through our arson tip line. If you see illegal fireworks being used in the District of Columbia, here's how you can report them. Year-round, you can call our arson hotline at 202-673-2776, or you can visit fems.dc.gov. And starting tomorrow, July the 4th through July the 6th, you can use the DC 311 app and select a legal fireworks request, or call 311 and choose option number 1 for fireworks. Our Office of Unified Communications is also dedicated 2 dedicated call takers for these reports and will coordinate them through the fireworks units in each MPD district. In case of an injury or property damage, always call 911 immediately. Now let's turn to another hidden danger of July 4th, heat-related illnesses. With large crowds and high temperatures, the risk of heat stroke becomes very real. Watch for signs of serious heat illness, body temperatures over 104 degrees Fahrenheit, disorientation, seizures, and unconsciousness. If you suspect someone is suffering from heat stroke, call 911 without delay. Move the person to a shaded or cool area, remove excess clothing, and use cool water or ice packs to lower their temperature while waiting for help. So as we gather with our families and communities to celebrate this nation, stay safe, stay aware, and please share these tips with family, friends, and neighbors of the District of Columbia. Together, we can ensure this 4th of July is remembered for celebration and not tragedy. Thank you, and have a safe holiday. I would now like to introduce Homeland Security and Emergency Management Agents.
And we listen in there to officials from Washington, D.C. This was a press conference last night, but a lot of what they're saying is applying to today because they are discussing 4th of July safety. And if you are visiting the nation's capital, what to expect. Now, just across the Potomac River there's that live look again of George Washington's Mount Vernon, where in about 30 minutes or so, we are going to see some festivities kicking off. Also in the 10 a.m. hour, that's when we expect a lot of these parades to get underway across the country as well. We'll bring you that continuous coverage when it does begin. We're going to step away for a break. We'll be right back as we continue to listen in there in Washington, D.C. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I did want to head back out to this press conference from officials in Washington, D.C., as they are letting you know what you can expect if you are in the nation's capital today. Let's listen in.
To your plans. Our public safety teams across the district, including D.C. Homeland Security and Emergency Management, the Metropolitan Police Department, D.C. Fire and EMS, all of our federal partners, we've been working closely together to ensure a safe and secure environment for all residents and visitors. We encourage everyone, as the chief said, to stay hydrated, wear sunscreen, and take breaks in the shade as you enjoy outdoor events, especially given the warm temperatures forecasted this weekend. Our temperatures are going to be in the high 80s. Our humidity should be relatively low, so it should be a great day to be out on the mall, but a little bit of prevention in terms of preparing yourself and your family can go a long way. We also want to remind everyone to sign up for our Alert DC messaging at alertdc.dc.gov. Alert DC is the district's official emergency notification system, providing real-time updates on severe weather, traffic disruptions, public safety incidents, and event-related updates you may need during the 4th of July celebrations. By signing up for Alert DC, you'll receive timely information directly to your phone or email, helping you make informed decisions and stay aware as you move throughout the city. Speaking of moving throughout the city, I know General Manager Clark's going to talk about it, but we want everybody to remember the closures downtown are going to make transportation through and around the city challenging. Pack your patience in addition to your water and your sunscreen, and when you can, use Metro. And always report suspicious activity. If you see something, say something. Together, we can ensure this Independence Day remains safe, joyful, and memorable for everyone. And we thank you and wish you a very safe and happy 4th of July. I'd like to introduce General Manager Randy Clark from Metro.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Well, first off, thank the mayor for having us here today. As always, just such a great partnership between Metro and the district, and of course, all of our federal partners who we work with on a daily basis. And I'm joined with Chief Anzalo. A couple things to point out. I think it's been clear by everyone that has spoken, from the mayor all the way through, the best way to enjoy the July 4th festivities is to take Metro. And, so to celebrate America's birthday, travel on America's Metro system is what we're really saying. We are going to have a lot of extra service. As the chief said, all hands on deck for MPD. For us, it's all hands on deck for the whole organization. This is our kind of annual Super Bowl here for Metro. It's one of our busiest days of the year, and it's a very significant event that we're really proud to deliver for our community. So a lot of extra service, especially after 5 p.m. We'll be ramping up significantly. Also after 5 p.m. we are going fare free. The board announced that. So our goal here is to get everyone around and enjoy this fantastic celebration. Before that, you can also use what we call tap, ride, and go. So credit and debit card is another option, especially for maybe some infrequent travelers on Metro to use to get around the system. We encourage you to download and use Metro Pulse. It's our app for all of our real-time information. You can do live chat with anything that you might have on the system. A couple other things to mention. We are now open until 2 a.m. on weekends. We just started that 2 weeks ago. So Friday and Saturday night are open until 2. We open now earlier on the weekends as well at 6 a.m. So while July 4th is the big celebration on the mall, we also have Beyonce concert later. So we are prepared for a lot of crowding related to that. It's at Morgan Boulevard, but we expect to be okay for the 2 a.m. close. We'll be watching her concert on Monday on the 7th, and if we have to stay open later, we will do that to make sure everyone can get home safely as well. You'll also notice we have Metro wrapped vehicles that we always do for 4th of July, so both rail, bus, and our Metro Access vehicle wrapped out there, and you can track those on our live tracker. And obviously, the safety part is our core value here at Metro, and that's the thing we're most concentrated on. So while Metro is a 7-year low for crime, and actually currently this year is on track for the lowest crime year in the history of Metro, we are going to be out with full force. We ask people to text MTPD with any information, which is 696873. We'll also have an enormous amount of uniformed staff. As the chief said, if you see something, say something. We are very prepared, but we need everyone in the community to be vigilant, and we are here to deliver a fantastic 4th for everybody. So again, thanks, Mayor, for having us. Look forward to any further information anyone needs.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I wanted to make sure I got to introduce everyone and Heather McGaffin, our director of OUC. So she is representative of a lot of people that are going to be answering 911 and 311 calls throughout the weekend. So thank you, Heather, for being here. And I want to introduce to some the new chief of the United States Capitol Police, Michael Sullivan. So please welcome Michael to our public safety team in the National Capital Region. So with that, we'll take a few questions. Yes, please introduce yourself.
Oh, thanks. Hi, my name is Juan. I'm from the Washington Post. I have two questions, one directed to Mayor Bowser and another to Chief Pamela Smith. My first question is, to Mayor Bowser, can you say any more about the shooting of the congressional intern on Monday night? And are you worried about any political fallout from Congress members who are talking about using this incident and crime in the city as a way of retracting the district's?
Well, let's stay on July 4th. Yep.
Questions about the checkpoints.
Yep.
Can somebody just tell us where they are, what time they'll open?
Sure. So we're going to have 6 different checkpoints. Their locations, because I'll muddle it up here in front of everybody, but the locations are on the website I gave, right? nps.gov/FOJU, right? 4th of July, first 2 letters of each.
Open?
I'm not sure what time they open. 2 p.m. I just found out from a secret viewer in the back. Yes, 2 p.m.
Thank you. And I just had a quick question about Metro. Are Metro buses free as well after 5 p.m.?
Yeah, Mark, all services, so Metro Rail, Metro Bus, and Metro Access after 5 p.m. will be free fare.
Raphael with Channel 9. Are there any changes this time around, especially, I did notice, and forgive me if I'm wrong, but extra fencing going up around the National Mall area that I'm not used to seeing, but perhaps, it's been a lot of 4th of July.
Right. I don't know that it's related to the 4th of July. I'm told by the chief that United States Secret Service requested that it go up around the White House, and it may be related to foreign visits. Yeah.
Mayor, are you planning to go to the Beyonce concert?
No. I'll be right here in the best city in the world. I was going to make a joke when Randy said it was Beyonce was coming, and I was going to say, where? RFK? So, soon.
Can I,
yes.
I want to ask, I don't know if, I guess the chief can answer this. Having the 2 officers patrol for illegal fireworks, is that new for the district this year, or is that something done before?
It is new. We started it, we kind of did it last year over in our 7th district, and we thought it was a useful tool. We know we get a lot of calls for fireworks, and to ensure that we're also providing support to the residents, but also to fire and EMS, we thought it would be appropriate to have 2 police patrol officers respond solely to firework calls. We know we get a lot of those.
Was there like an impetus for us? I know there's an apartment building last year, wasn't there?
Up in the 4th district, yeah, and I think Councilmember Louis George and I talked about that last night, but this decision was made earlier during the week as we were planning for our July 4th activities.
And then also wanted to ask, with regard to what to look for, obviously we're in a heightened threat environment. I know you said specifically no threat to 4th of July celebrations in D.C., but what can you tell people? We're in the city where we still don't know who left the pipe bombs outside of the Capitol, or the DNC, I should say, and the RNC. What do you tell people to look out for? What is suspicious activity?
I think you have to use your moral compass, right, and your own values. As if you feel uncomfortable about something or anything, just pick up the phone and call 911. That's what we're there for. Again, there are no credible threats, but I mean anything that's unusual for you, anything that you might see that shouldn't be in a particular place, whether it's a bag, any of those things, you should pick up the phone and contact us and allow the law enforcement personnel to determine what that, what indication that might be or what that situation might be. So we're asking, again, everyone to be vigilant, hyper vigilant, if you will. If you see something, say something.
And we continue to listen in there in Washington, D.C. to officials last night as they were sharing some safety tips if you are visiting Washington, D.C. today for America's birthday. But I did want to share with you our coverage of the July 4th fireworks. That's beginning tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. We're going to bring that to you live and uninterrupted. We do hope you will join us. I also did want to share this from Secretary of State Marco Rubio before we go away for break here. putting this out on social media. He says, today we celebrate 249 years of freedom and independence. Happy birthday to the greatest country in the history of the world. We're going to go away for another break here because we are anticipating a lot of parades to begin here in the 10 a.m. Eastern Time hour, and we do want to bring that to you uninterrupted. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and happy 4th of July to you if you are just tuning in. I did want to share some of the live looks we do have here across the country, as again, I've been saying this here, but in the 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we're going to be getting a good amount of parades and other events. So here's what we're seeing right now. I did want to share this with you. This is at George Washington's Mount Vernon. Those festivities are set to start here shortly, and we can see the crowd walking in there again. And this was the home of George Washington, and they have a number of events set to happen there today. Fireworks over the Potomac River, as well as performances and demonstrations. That's set to start here shortly. We'll bring that to you once it does. I also did want to share this with you as well. This is a live look in Tampa, Florida, a parade set to get underway. And if we do get any more images into our newsroom here, we'll bring them to you. We do like to show you these live looks across the country. In the meantime, I do want to head back to this press conference we've been listening into out of Washington, D.C. Just about 10 minutes left there as we were listening to officials as they are explaining the safety precautions today in the nation's capital. Let's continue to listen in.
Where that can pinpoint people calling 911 from cell phones. How critical is that now in this day and age where you have huge crowds down on the mall and people need help right away? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. So thank you. We have software that can pinpoint some callers, not all callers, and it's required that it be a 50-yard radius. So when you think about hundreds of callers or, thousands of people down on the mall, it's going to be really hard. So what we're going to do tomorrow is we're going to ask folks to, find locations, look for landmarks, and that's going to be really critical. It's not just going to be about the location. It's going to be an interactive conversation with our call takers about things that they're seeing and going to a landmark where, if they can, where they can meet the responders.
The Washington Times. Piggybacking off the threats question from earlier, maybe this is better for the chiefs, but the FBI and the DHS put out a bulletin this week warning about potential lone wolf attacks in the same vein as the New Orleans New Year's Day attack. Just wondering, I think they they specified New York City and San Francisco in that bulletin, but wondering how applicable it is to the district and what you guys can do to account for that.
And so, as you know, we work very closely with all of our federal partners and local and state partners when we're planning any large-scale event such as July 4th. We are very well aware of some of the activities that obviously happened at the early part of this year in New Orleans as well as in out west in California. And we plan for this. This is not new for us. I think we have a very good public safety team that comes together, if not on a weekly basis, a bi-weekly basis, as a weekly basis as we are leading up to this event to ensure that we have the appropriate resources allocated across the city. In particular, when we think about our parade, the parade route, we use dump trucks. We have officers that are also lining the street to ensure that the parade route and the crowd has the necessary public safety apparatus around those particular events. And so this year is no different than how we have positioned ourselves in prior years. And I'll say the bulletins do come out. We pay very close attention to those bulletins, but we're also in conversations daily. I mean, even this morning I was in conversation with FBI, WFO, ADIC, Steve Jensen, again, having conversations about what they may be seeing and what our other partners might be seeing at this time.
And just like the dump trucks are used for what?
They're used just to ensure that we don't have any vehicles or large vehicles or anything coming through the parade route. We do that every year. It's nothing new this year. Yep.
Ashley, ABC 7. Would you guys mind just reiterating what's available for teens this weekend? Obviously, back in our day, we were all outside July 4th weekend.
What's available for?
For teens this weekend and juveniles. I know we have the JAM, the DPR events, and then also if there's anything in addition to just specifically for this weekend of July 4th.
I would ask everybody to look at summer.dc.gov for all of the events. I actually don't have a list of them in front of me that are specifically for young people, but at summer.dc.gov you will be able to find all of the events. We also host a family-friendly concert on Pennsylvania Avenue, so it's slightly removed from the crush on the mall, but we will have a number of artists that people enjoy and kids can enjoy as well. All right, I'm going to be able to just take a couple more. Yep.
Thank you. Yes, Catalina with Telemundo 44. I'm wondering, there's a lot of people buying fireworks now that want to celebrate. What is the advice or what is allowed for people that want to purchase these fireworks and use them? Where should they head if they want to?
Well, I'm going to ask the chief to come back up. Is it Chief Kelleher to come back up? But I do want to reiterate what he said. There's no better display than right on the National Mall. It's free. You can even ride down for free. You can enjoy a lot of festivities. There will be concerts. There will be, some restaurants will be open. So you can just have a good time downtown. Most everything is illegal in the district that you hear. Boom, boom, all that's illegal. If it shoots, it's also illegal. So there's no fun legal fireworks. Okay, but I will allow the chief to be more technical.
That was very technical. That was great. As the mayor said, anything that explodes, anything that's a projectile, basically anything you can hear is illegal. So same type of reporting mechanism. You can call the arson tip line, 202-673-2776, or again, starting tomorrow through the 6th, calling 311 to report those illegal fireworks. And that's going to be the best case. And obviously, go to the public displays that are professional. So.
All right. Yep.
Peace and blessings. Sam P.K. Collins with the Washington Informer. Two questions. First for Mr. Clark. We're about in the first week of the new Metro bus changes. What feedback are you getting from residents, especially with this weekend coming up and you encouraging us to take the Metro out and about?
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Great question. So, this is the Better Bus Network is what obviously you're referring to. First time in 50 years we've changed the entire bus network. Overall, we're feeling pretty good about as a macro level, how the entire process went. A good example of that, I think on Monday we had 5 buses that were off route and 4 of the 5 were in non-revenue. So only 1 operator was off route and with thousands of people trained and all those changes. There are minor issues and we're collecting and analyzing those. I can't say enough about our partners at DDOT and some of our other regional partners like DDOT's around the region, working super collaboratively. You know, sometimes there's some missing signs, or we had signs and now they're not there, a couple little tweaks here and there. So overall going well. You know, like any change like this, you generally hear more from people that are not as happy as people that are happy, but we are monitoring that very closely. Our call center activity is up significantly. Mostly it's just kind of clarity of questions. You know, most people that take the bus are residents of our region, and once they learn the new, the new trick, if you will, they're good to go. So we're going to be doing a lot of engagement again in August, when just before school happens, because we want to really make sure parents and kids know about those changes as well.
My last question for Mayor Bowser, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So we're this weekend, 249 years. You look in the history books, of course, during American independence, our situation as a people was just abysmal. Now, this weekend, you as a mayor who has cemented her legacy, what's on your mind given the time period that we're in, with what they call fascism and with the rollback of many of the liberties that our people have fought for in the 60s and beyond?
What's on my mind, very practically speaking, I think that I'll start there, is that we have a bill that's likely going to pass. If it hasn't passed while we're sitting here, we expect it to be signed, and we would immediately have to understand the impacts on the district's budget and DC residents. So that's like top of mind. I'm also want all of our festivities to go off well, but I start thinking about family gatherings, neighborhood gatherings. We want people to have fun. We don't want them to drink too much. We don't want them to get in fights with their relatives. We don't want them to use guns. So we want people to have a good time and be safe. Then I think beyond the practical, we will stay focused just as a city on making sure that we're getting through this period in our nation's history. We're going to get on the other side of it, and we have to be stronger. And so I think about that each and every day. So this will be a good time for me to address the first question about a violent act in our city. Be a person, an uninvolved person who lost his life in DC. And so no mayor, no police chief, no mother, father, community member ever wants to hear that. I know that the chief and her team are engaged in an investigation, and it's our pledge to bring whoever is responsible to justice. Okay, I can take a couple more. You haven't asked? Yes.
All right, so we were just listening in there to officials in Washington, D.C. on what to expect today in the nation's capital if you are celebrating the 4th of July there. We wanted to ask a question. How are you celebrating the 4th of July holiday? Some of you have already voted. Fireworks, cooking out, pool or the beach, or traveling. If you'd like to vote, you can head to livenowfox.com/connect or scan that QR code in the top right-hand corner of your screen. For me personally, I'll be working, but I hope you will all be able to go out and see fireworks, cook out, pool or the beach, or travel. Let us know. We'd love to hear what your plans are as we do share these live looks across the country with you. I'll leave this up for one more moment here. Weigh in. This will change in real time, and we will share this throughout the show. I'll leave you with this shot out of Houston, Texas, as they are awaiting a parade right now. We're going to bring all of these events to you shortly. Don't go anywhere. welcome in here to Live Now from Fox. Happy 4th of July to you. If you are just joining us, my name is Christy Matino. Before the break, I wanted to know what you guys are doing for the 4th of July, and a lot of you did weigh in. Thank you so much. 51% of you're going to be cooking out. That sounds really good. Would love to know if you prefer hot dogs or hamburgers. Maybe that's the next question we'll ask all of you. A lot of you going to watch some fireworks. And if you are interested, you can watch them from home. We're going to be bringing those to you on Live Now from Fox a little bit later tonight. Fireworks displays from across the country and pool/beach. Yep, that's a good way to spend the day. And some of you are traveling as well. Thank you so much for weighing in. If you'd like to weigh in, you can scan that QR code in the top right-hand corner of your screen. We'll check in here throughout the hours. All right, in the meantime, I did want to share with you that we are awaiting another speaker here. Just a moment ago, we were hearing from someone at George Washington's Mount Vernon. They're going to have a number of activities here today, all set to kick off in just about 4 minutes or so. One of those is going to be celebrating new citizens. Head former California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger, he's going to be delivering a keynote address at a ceremony on the historic Bowling Green. You can see that how many people are there right now, actually, where people from across the globe, they're going to take the oath to become U.S. citizens. Now, on top of all of that, Mount Vernon is going to have a full day of festivities going all the way till tonight. They're going to have some fireworks over the Potomac River. You'll be able to meet Martha Washington. There's going to be performances as well, as that camera is panning in on the audience there. So again, we just did see a speaker here. Once we do see someone step back up, we will bring you back over here, but this is set to start here shortly. In the meantime, I did want to head over to Boston, Massachusetts, because right now we are also hearing from someone there as they're set to have a parade kickoff. So let's head over and listen in there. We'll head back to Mount Vernon in just a moment.
With the spirit of those who believe in something bigger than themselves, a future built on freedom and a shared purpose. As we look ahead to the 250th anniversary of this great nation, the pledge reminds us of our story that is still being written. Today, as Americans, let us recite the pledge not out of routine, but with gratitude, with reflection, and with resolve. Let it remind us of the generations who sacrificed for all the freedoms that we enjoy today. So please, at this time, remove any headdress with your right hand and hold it while resting your right hand over your heart. And for those veterans and those in uniform, hand salute. And join me in reciting our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. now my distinct pleasure and honor to introduce the Mayor of Boston. Ladies and gentlemen, Mayor Michelle Wu.
Independence Day, and welcome to Boston. This is the birthplace of American democracy, and we hold that charge, that responsibility very seriously. 249 years ago today, from this very spot, we declared our independence. We declared that Boston would not back down in the face of tyranny, in the face of bullying, not to kings, and not to the greatest army in the world at that time. We declared that Boston would not tolerate someone else telling us how to take care of our own, would not stand for the threats to our lives and our livelihoods, and that we will fight for our families, for our future, and for our freedom.
All right, so that's Boston Mayor Michelle Wu. Apologies, the audio's not the best there. What I did want to do is transition to another event. We'll work on getting that back for you. But this is out of George Washington's Mount Vernon. Right now, underway, they are kicking off all of their festivities. They're starting with the celebration of new citizens with former California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's delivering a keynote address at a naturalization ceremony. People from across the globe are going to take the oath to become United States citizens. Let's listen in together.
Idea that people can govern themselves, that they are all equal, that the people have rights which government exists to protect, and our principles are embedded in the documents that were written and won by the founding generation and improved in each generation. General George Washington helped establish those principles, serving in the three most important roles in the founding of our great republic: Commander-in-Chief during the Army, who fought with valor, vigilance, courage during the dark times of an 8 long years war and affirmed the truth of the Declaration of Independence by winning. He was also the president of the Constitutional Convention, who shepherded the extraordinary compromise which saved the Union after the war, creating the fundamental basis of our law, the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, which still govern us today. And he was the first president of the United States whose character and judgment created a powerful office to establish law and order, but whose humility allowed the United States to survive beyond his time, free from the abuses of arbitrary power. There would be no generalissimo to take the reins in the United States of America, in large part because of the character of George Washington. For Washington, the founding of the United States was always considered a great experiment in human happiness under civil society. Today, you're all going to become part of that ongoing effort, that experiment to see if we can govern ourselves with justice and fairness for all, and if we can work together to form a more perfect union that we can hand off to our children and their children. You've earned that place because of your hard work and your extraordinary efforts. George Washington often noted that the decisions of his generation would affect unborn millions. That if Americans were not entirely free and happy, the fault would be their own. That's the whole point of having a free nation. You get to choose your future. And if we aren't free and happy, it is going to be all of our failure. We all have to make those choices to try to make this the best place it can be. And that is our gift, and that's the burden of self-governance. And I'm very excited that you're going to be sharing in this with us all. Today's ceremony is very important to you. It's very important to our national story. Welcoming new citizens from distant and foreign lands was an ideal born at the American founding itself. In fact, today you're going to recreate the revolutionary action of America's founding generation to freely choose to become part of a new nation, the United States of America. It was the choice that George Washington made. He wasn't born an American citizen. And there could be no more appropriate place for a ceremony such as this than at the home of our country's most famous founding father, and no more appropriate day than Independence Day. I envy you this exciting moment in your lives. You were born again in liberty on the birthday of America, and we are thrilled that you are here. Cheering. Applause. Tough crowd. Tough crowd. I want to thank the United States Citizenship and Immigration Service and our distinguished guests who join us today in celebration. Deputy Secretary Edgar, Mr. Calkins, Ms. Kristoff, Ms. Heaton, thank you so much for your partnership. I would also like to thank the Mount Vernon chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution, as well as the George Washington chapter of the Sons of the American Revolution for their dedication and support of Mount Vernon and all our programs today. And on behalf, let's hear it for the DAR and the SAR. Okay. And on behalf of the Mount Vernon Ladies Association, let me extend a warm welcome and a thank you to Governor Schwarzenegger. We're honored to have you with us today. Now it is my pleasure to introduce Madeline Kristoff. Ms. Kristoff serves as the Washington District Deputy Director for United States Citizen and Immigration Services and has served in various roles within USCIS for 13 years. Let's thank her for her incredible service for our nation and welcome her to the lectern. Mrs. Kristoff. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you, Dr. Bradburn, for welcoming us all here today. I am thrilled to welcome you, your family, friends, and guests to today's special naturalization ceremony here at George and Martha Washington's Mount Vernon. I also want to thank the wonderful team here at Mount Vernon for hosting us on this really special day. I'm honored to also introduce to you the distinguished guests who have joined me here today to celebrate your citizenship. You've already met Dr. Douglas Bradburn, President and CEO of George Washington's Mount Vernon. We also have Arnold Schwarzenegger, the 38th Governor of California. Troy Edgar, Deputy Secretary for the Department of Homeland Security. Aaron Calkins, the Chief of Staff for U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. And also Hillary West, Vice Regent for the District of Columbia. And also not on stage, I would like to mention Ms. Amherst Heaton, the Washington Field Office Director for U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. And Jessica Lynn, the vocalist who covers D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. And lastly, for the staff of U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services Washington Field Office who are here, who checked you in, who brought your certificates, and will hand all of that out to you at the end of the ceremony. Thank you for all of your hard work. To officially begin our ceremony, everyone please rise and place your right hand over your heart for the national anthem as Jessica Lynn comes to the stage to perform.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Please be seated. Thank you, Ms. Lynch, for that lovely rendition of the national anthem. Next, I'd like to welcome USCIS Chief of Staff Aaron Calkins to the stage. Mr. Calkins was appointed as the USCIS Chief of Staff on January 20, 2025. He previously served as Deputy Assistant Secretary, Office of Legislative Affairs for the Department of Homeland Security and Chief of Staff for the Office of Legislative and Intergovernmental Affairs at USCIS. He also previously served as Chief of Staff for Congressman Eric Burleson, as well as Legislative Director and Counsel for Congressman Andy Biggs and Raul Labrador. Thank you, Chief of Staff Calkins.
Thank you, Madeline. Good morning. It is a great honor to be part of this exciting and important day in your lives. In just a few moments, Deputy Secretary of Homeland Security Troy Edgar will administer the oath of allegiance. Deputy Secretary Edgar is the 9th Deputy Secretary of Homeland Security, and he previously served as the department's Chief Financial Officer. He supports Secretary Noem as the Chief Operating Officer of the department, supporting the department's 260,000 employees worldwide. He's a veteran of the United States Navy, and he has more than 35 years of experience in consulting and as a senior executive and entrepreneur. He also served as the mayor and city council member of Los Alamitos, California. We are honored to have him here with us today. And now I will call out every country that is represented here today. When I call your country, please stand up and remain standing. You come from many backgrounds, but soon you will all stand as one. Afghanistan. Algeria. Argentina, Australia, Azerbaijan, Bangladesh, Barbados, Benin, Bolivia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Brazil, Bulgaria, Burkina Faso, Burma, Cambodia, Cameroon, Canada, Chile, China, Colombia, Congo Kinshasa, Costa Rica, Cote d'Ivoire, Cuba, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, El Salvador, Eritrea.
All right, so we're listening in live there. This is happening at George Washington's Mount Vernon. That's across the Potomac River from Washington, D.C. Soon we're going to be hearing from former California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger as he's delivering the keynote address. This is a naturalization ceremony where people from across the globe are taking the oath to become U.S. citizens. We're hearing right now all those countries that do make up this ceremony. But I did want to share this poll with you again. We're going to go wait for another break here in just a moment. I just wanted to ask you again, how are you celebrating the 4th of July? And many of you have weighed in. A lot of you are going to be cooking out. That's what's winning right now. If you'd like to still weigh in, head to livenowfox.com/connect or scan that QR code in the top right-hand corner of your screen. Again, how are you celebrating the 4th of July? We'd love to hear from you. And if you do want to watch some fireworks, but you don't want to head out for them, you can watch them tonight here on Live Now from Fox, all starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. We're going to be bringing that to you. Here's that programming note. Again, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. If you would like to watch the fireworks across the country, we'll be bringing that to you uninterrupted here tonight. And if you are just joining us, thank you so much. My name is Christy Matino. Happy 4th of July. We'll be right back with more coverage. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's take you back out to Mount Vernon in Virginia right now as we are listening in here to this naturalization ceremony. Again, we're going to hear from former California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger shortly here. Let's listen in.
Potentate or state or sovereignty, of which I would hereto been a subject or a citizen. I will support and defend the Constitution of the laws of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. That I will bear arms on behalf of the United States when required by law. That I will perform non-combatant services in the armed services of the United States when required by law. And that I will perform the work of the national importance under civilian direction when required by law. And that I take this obligation freely or purpose of evasion, so help me God. Congratulations. Woo! All right, may I go ahead and be seated, please? On behalf of President Trump, Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, and the men and women of the Department of Homeland Security, it's my honor to be the first to address you as my fellow citizens. Woo! It's a distinct privilege for me to join in this event with you today, and an important milestone in your lives, and as you officially become a citizen of this great nation. I want to thank a few people here today, starting with the President Washington for opening his home up to us today. How awesome is this? I can't think of any more appropriate time or place to have an event like this. I also want to thank Ann Neal Petrie and the Mount Vernon Ladies Association for helping us arrange this special ceremony, and the staff of USCIS, or United States Citizenship and Immigration Services, and the Washington Field Office for all their work supporting and interviewing everybody for this event. Thank you guys, really appreciate it. What a perfect day to become an American citizen as we start your journey on the 249th anniversary of our country and the Declaration of Independence. The one thing that has not changed in this country is the commitment and our courage and the vision for the 4th of July. This year, we're marking the occasion by welcoming the new citizens at over 300 ceremonies across the United States. And like this, these new U.S. citizens have chosen to make the United States of America their home. You have all chosen this to have a common home, but a common future with your fellow citizens. I also want to recognize a couple key people here today that have already started to serve in our nation's armed services. I'd like to recognize these few courageous new Americans, and if you wouldn't mind when I mention your name, if you'd please rise. Specialist Francisco Ismael Sandoval Azcorbing. God bless you. And stay standing, Lance Corporal Luis Andres Vesquez Lasso. Thank you for everything you've done for this country, and having served in the U.S. Navy myself, I just wanted to tell you thank you, and I understand your dedication to the country, and everybody here appreciates your service. Thank you so much. Go ahead and have a seat. Thank you. Today, we're going to have Arnold Schwarzenegger coming up here. But for me personally, this is a very special ceremony. My wife she sat in the same seat you guys did 40 years ago. She's from Iran. My wife, Betty Sarkis, is she here? Betty? Yeah. So that's my wife. So just kind of an idea. This is one of the most special things that I get to do as the deputy secretary. Is my wife came here, didn't speak English, left Iran during the persecution of Christians 40 years ago, came here, got 2 degrees, a school teacher, and serves in Little Saigon in Orange County, California as a teacher for almost 30 years. This is her American dream, and for all of you, this is the beginning of your American dream. I'm just so excited for you. Thank you, Betty. So now the real fun part. It's my pleasure to introduce someone that demonstrates just how much a naturalized citizen can accomplish in the United States. Since he's become an American citizen more than 40 years ago, he has unparalleled success in the motion picture industry. More importantly, he's worked tirelessly to give back to this country. He's helped provide for after-school and summer athletic programs for our children. Thank you, Arnold. He's also founded the USC Schwarzenegger Institute for State and Global Policy. For USC, thank you. And as many of you guys know, he served as the 38th governor of the state of California, and he was my governor for all that time. Thank you. Please join me in welcoming Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Well, thank you very much for this wonderful introduction. It's exactly the way I wrote it. But anyway, I just had, first of all, good morning and happy 4th of July. I just had the great pleasure of laying a wreath at George Washington's tomb. And I have to tell you something, that I was really touched by this whole idea. Because when I came to this country 57 years ago, not in my wildest dreams, and I had wild dreams about becoming a most muscular man in the world, becoming a movie star, making a lot of money, becoming rich and famous and all that kind of stuff. But not exactly. That's why I said most muscular man. You got to learn how to listen. Remember, God gave you 2 ears and only 1 mouth. But in any case, what I'm saying is, I was saying to myself, 57 years ago when I came to this country, not in my wildest dreams did I think about that one day this immigrant will be asked to lay a wreath at George Washington's tomb, and to be asked to give the keynote speech at this spectacular event here today. So I feel absolutely delighted to be here. Absolutely, thank you. Thank you. And of course, after being here at Mount Vernon, I've decided that in my next movie I'm going to play George Washington. And Danny DeVito will play Jefferson. Oh no, maybe actually a better idea. Maybe Mrs. Washington. How about that, huh? Wouldn't that be cool? Actually, talking about making movies, I just finished a movie called The Man with the Bag. It's a Christmas movie where I play Santa Claus. And Santa Claus is, of course, all about giving. But today, however, you've given me a great gift. And that gift is to be part of this very meaningful ceremony. You know, I was told that there are thousands of spectators out there. And I have to say, you're a really good-looking crowd. Man, look at them all, smiling and everything. Well, I'm very excited that you're here, and I want to thank you all for coming. Big, big hand to all of you. But actually, I came to talk to these 100 people that are sitting right here in front, to these 100 people that have just become American citizens. To these new Americans, I say thank you for sharing this wonderful day with me. And also your journey, which we also share since I'm an immigrant too. If a U.S. ambassador or historian were here in my place this morning, he or she would probably start out with some relevant quote by Washington, right? It will be about democracy and citizenship and probably make reference to the tensions in our country. But I want to start differently, with a story. Dr. Bradburn can vouch that this is true. Washington and John Marshall, who later became Chief Justice, were once riding on horseback to visit some friends. And on the way, Marshall ripped his pants, but he had no choice but to keep going on. The rip must have been in a strategic area, if you know what I mean. Because when they arrived, the only thing that Marshall could think of doing was to hold a handkerchief in front of him like a bullfighter. I have to demonstrate this. It was like this. Well, on seeing this, Washington laughed so hard that it is said that it took a time for him to recover. Now today, we call upon that joyous, happy Washington, because this is a very joyous, happy day. We are here to celebrate you that were just sworn in. We're here to recognize what you have overcome, what you have achieved, and to recognize the responsibilities that are still in front of you. I remember how happy I was when I became an American citizen. I tell you, it felt so great. It was September 17th, 1983. I was all dressed up, just like today, with the blue blazer, white shirt, and red tie, and I raised my right hand, stood straight, and I proudly said the oath. And after that, I celebrated. I celebrated at lunchtime, I celebrated at dinner time, I celebrated all night, and I had the American flag draped around my shoulders. I couldn't believe it. I kept saying to myself, Arnold, you have a new home. And I did. And so do you. And so do you. I have no doubt that similar lunches and dinners and parties will take place here today, because there's so much to celebrate. You have endured the stress of filling out the forms and the paperwork. You've waited and you've worried. You've wondered, what is taking so long? Right? Did the paperwork get lost? Did it get lost in the mail? Did it go through? What is happening here? I know those feelings. I know the relief that you must feel today. Some of you have escaped from very harsh circumstances in your previous life. I've always loved what Harriet Tubman said about escaping from slavery into freedom. She said, when I found that I had crossed that line, I looked at my hands to see if I was the same person. There was such a glory over everything. The sun came like gold through trees and over the fields, and I felt like I was in heaven. Today, at least for a few hours, I hope that you feel a glory over everything. I hope that you feel that glory over everything. Now, I know that each of you has your own reason for wanting to be an American citizen. Some of you came to America to escape fear of persecution and political oppression. That gnawing fear that tells you not to look at the soldier in the eye. Others of you came to America because of economic desperation in your home country. That gnawing in your stomach that comes from unrelenting poverty or famine. Or maybe what drew you here was the longing to be reunited with your family. That gnawing
All right, so we're listening in there to this naturalization ceremony happening at George Washington's Mount Vernon. You're hearing from Arnold Schwarzenegger, former California governor. However, we did want to go away for a break because on the other side, we do want to take you out to some parades. Here's a live look right now out of Tampa, Florida. We're going to head over there in just a matter of moments. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. As we are seeing celebrations underway across the country, let's take you out to a parade in Tampa, Florida right now.
beach back in the church. Oh, they're doing something. Terrence, Happy 4th of July! No, you can't eat that.
And we're listening in live there in Safety Harbor, Florida, as we are watching this parade, one of many here today. And we're going to be bringing those to you throughout the day here on LiveNOW from Fox, as we do like to bring you those live events for our 4th of July coverage. More on this in a moment.
Happy 4th!
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and happy 4th of July to you. We're going to head back to that parade in Safety Harbor, Florida, live.
Happy 4th of July! Happy
to bring you some breakfast.
Oh, yeah.
You gotta put it on there?
For who? Who you with?
For mobile, Safety Harbor Mobile.
Sure. Yeah, I'll show you. Very nice.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
That's for you.
I'd like some.
Let's go. Here you go, buddy.
Cool, man. Appreciate you.
And you're listening in live right now to one of many July 4th parades that are occurring across the country. This one's happening in Safety Harbor, Florida. And we do have a lot more live events here going on today. I did want to share this programming note with you. If you'd like to watch those fireworks live, that's beginning at 8 p.m. Eastern time tonight. We bring that to you uninterrupted here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for being with us. We're going to head to our final break of this hour. Much more coverage to come. It is 10:55 on the East Coast and 7:55 on the West Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I did want to share the results of this poll. We've been asking you guys, how are you celebrating the 4th of July? 43% of you say you're cooking out. That is the winner here. I'm sure many of you are doing more than just cooking out here. You're probably also going to see some of those fireworks. You might even be going to the beach, and some of you are traveling. Thank you for weighing in. We do like to hear how our viewers are spending their 4th of July, and we do thank you for being here with us. Let's head back to Safety Harbor, Florida right now as we continue to watch this live parade.
died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land.
It does appear that shot has frozen on us. We do apologize for that. In the meantime, while we work to get that back for you here, I did want to share our poll again. How are you celebrating the 4th of July holiday? If you'd like to still weigh in, you can scan that QR code in the top right-hand corner of your screen. A lot of you have weighed in already. Thank you so much for doing so. Again, a lot of you are cooking out today. You're also going to see some fireworks. You're also going to be able to go to the pool, the beach, and some of you are traveling today on the 4th of July. It does appear we have another live parade happening right now. This is out of Dallas, Texas. Let's listen in. right, so we're listening in there live to this 4th of July parade in Dallas, Texas. You can see the cameraman just showing you the scene there as he works to get a better angle of everything that is going on. What we're going to do here is go away for our first break of this hour. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Christy Mattina. We'll head back to this coverage in just a moment. Welcome in here to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for being here with us, and happy 4th of July. Let's head back to Dallas, Texas. We do bring you these live parades here throughout the day, and this one is still underway. Let's continue to listen in. right, so we were listening in there in Texas, as this is just one of the many parades we've been bringing you here on Live Now from Fox throughout the day. We're going to go away for another break. We have more coverage in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we continue our July 4th coverage. I did want to take you back out to Mount Vernon right now. This is in Virginia, just across the Potomac River from Washington, D.C., where celebrations are underway there at the home of George Washington. And we did hear a little bit earlier this morning from former California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger as he spoke at a naturalization ceremony. So we are going to head over there and listen into that.
Well, thank you very much for this wonderful introduction. That's exactly the way I wrote it. But anyway, I just had, first of all, good morning and happy 4th of July. I just had the great pleasure of laying a wreath at George Washington's tomb. And I have to tell you something, that I was really touched by this whole idea. Because when I came to this country 57 years ago, not in my wildest dreams, and I had wild dreams about becoming a most muscular man in the world, becoming a movie star, making a lot of money, becoming rich and famous and all that kind of stuff. But not exactly. That's why I said most muscular man. You got to learn how to listen. Remember, God gave you 2 ears and only 1 mouth. But in any case, what I'm saying is, I was saying to myself, 57 years ago when I came to this country, not in my wildest dreams did I think about that one day this immigrant will be asked to lay a wreath at George Washington's tomb, and to be asked to give the keynote speech at this spectacular event here today. So I feel absolutely delighted to be here. Absolutely, thank you. Thank you. And of course, after being here at Mount Vernon, I've decided that in my next movie I'm going to play George Washington. And Danny DeVito will play Jefferson. Oh no, maybe actually I have a better idea. Maybe Mrs. Washington. How about that, huh? Wouldn't that be cool? Now, actually, talking about making movies, I just finished a movie called The Man with the Bag. It's a Christmas movie where I play Santa Claus. And Santa Claus is, of course, all about giving. But today, however, you've given me a great gift. And that gift is to be part of this very meaningful ceremony. You know, I was told that there are thousands of spectators out there. And I have to say, you're a really good-looking crowd. Man, look at them all, smiling and everything. Well, I'm very excited that you're here, and I want to thank you all for coming. Big, big hand to all of you. But actually, I came to talk to these 100 people that are sitting right here in front. To these 100 people that have just become American citizens. To these new Americans, I say thank you for sharing this wonderful day with me. And also your journey, which we also share since I'm an immigrant too. If a U.S. ambassador or historian were here in my place this morning, he or she would probably start out with some relevant quote by Washington, right? It will be about democracy and citizenship and probably make reference to the tensions in our country. But I want to start differently, with a story. Dr. Bradburn can vouch that this is true. Washington and John Marshall, who later became Chief Justice, were once riding on horseback to visit some friends. And on the way, Marshall ripped his pants, but he had no choice but to keep going on. The rip must have been in a strategic area, if you know what I mean. Because when they arrived, the only thing that Marshall could think of doing was to hold a handkerchief in front of him like a bullfighter. I have to demonstrate this. It was like this. Well, on seeing this, Washington laughed so hard that it is said that it took a time for him to recover. Now today, we call upon that joyous, happy Washington, because this is a very joyous, happy day. We are here to celebrate you that were just sworn in. We're here to recognize what you have overcome, what you have achieved, and to recognize the responsibilities that are still in front of you. I remember how happy I was when I became an American citizen. I tell you, it felt so great. It was September 17th, 1983. I was all dressed up, just like today, with the blue blazer, white shirt, and red tie, and I raised my right hand, stood straight, and I proudly said the oath. And after that, I celebrated. I celebrated at lunchtime, I celebrated at dinner time, I celebrated all night, and I had the American flag draped around my shoulders. I couldn't believe it. I kept saying to myself, Arnold, you have a new home. And I did. And so do you. And so do you. I have no doubt that similar lunches and dinners and parties will take place here today, because there's so much to celebrate. You have endured the stress of filling out the forms and the paperwork. You've waited and you've worried. You've wondered, what is taking so long? Right? Did the paperwork get lost? Did it get lost in the mail? Did it go through? What is happening here? I know those feelings. I know the relief that you must feel today. Some of you have escaped from very harsh circumstances in your previous life. I've always loved what Harriet Tubman said about escaping from slavery into freedom. She said, when I found that I'd crossed that line, I looked at my hands to see if I was the same person. There was such a glory over everything. The sun came like gold through trees and over the fields, and I felt like I was in heaven. Today, at least for a few hours, I hope that you feel a glory over everything. I hope that you feel that glory over everything. Now, I know that each of you has your own reason for wanting to be an American citizen. Some of you came to America to escape fear of persecution and political oppression. That gnawing fear that tells you not to look at the soldier in the eye. Others of you came to America because of economic desperation in your home country. That gnawing in your stomach that comes from unrelenting poverty or famine. Or maybe what drew you here was the longing to be reunited with your family. That gnawing in your heart for the people that you love, that you miss, and that you want to care for and protect. But whatever motivated you to make your way here to say, I want to be a citizen of the United States, let me explain what it tells me about you. Because of all the roles that I have played in my movies, I know something about action heroes. Right? You don't need a cartridge belt across your chest or a bazooka against your shoulder to be an action hero. And you don't need the stunts and the special effects and the Hollywood magic to be an action hero. No. Immigrants are action heroes. To tell you why I say that, because it took action to get here. Laziness did not get you here. Apathy did not get you here. A belief in the status quo did not get you here. No, action is what got you here. You wanted something more, so you went after it. You worked hard, you struggled, and you persevered. I know what you say to yourself, because this is what I said to myself. If only I can get to America. If only I can prove what I can do. If only I can be the person that I know I can be. Right? Today, all of your action over the years were rewarded. No longer are you hanging on that cliff by one hand. You have pulled yourself up. Yes, you have pulled yourself up. And the day your feet are firmly planted in America. Isn't that wonderful? So, what now? What now? In return for all that America is doing for you, in giving you your freedom, peace, and opportunity, I ask you to think about, what will you do for America? What will you do for America? When you took that oath, you were not putting your hand out for what you could get. No, you put your hand up in a promise of what you would do for America. When you took that oath and received America's many blessings, I hope that you also accepted the responsibility to give something back. Giving back does not just mean to give money. It means giving of yourself to something beyond yourself. I remember that I first arrived in America a week before Thanksgiving. And the guy in the gym reached out to me and he said, "You're here by yourself. You're a foreigner. I barely can understand you." I can't blame him for that. He said, "Why don't you spend Thanksgiving with us, with my family?" His name was Bill Drake. And I met his father and his mother, and it was the most wonderful turkey dinner with all its trimmings. And as if that was not enough generosity, that same weekend after that fantastic meal, there was a knock on my door of my empty apartment across the street from the gym. I opened it, and a parade of bodybuilders walked in, all pumped up, one after the other, carrying things in their hands. One was carrying bed sheets, the other one pillowcases, the other one utensils. One was even carrying in a black and white TV. I was, I tell you, so impressed. It was a parade of generosity, turning my bare immigrant apartment into a home. That is a generosity that I will never forget. I will never forget that. That kindness left a lasting impression on me. And for the last 30 years now, I have been buying and handing out turkeys at the youth center in East Los Angeles. And I tell you something, that handing out those thousands of turkeys year after year is 100 times more rewarding than standing at the red carpet of a movie premiere. I've tried to be a good citizen and to give back. That's why I got involved in Special Olympics and became the national and international strength coach for the Special Olympians worldwide to promote Special Olympics worldwide. That's why I was so honored also to be asked by President Bush to be the chairman of the President's Council on Physical Fitness and Sports and travel through all 50 states and go into public schools and to promote exercising and fitness amongst the youngsters and to tell them no to drugs, no to gang, and no to violence. I helped our veterans getting homes, helped the homeless. I'm involved in combating climate change and promoting healthy living, advocating civil responsibility. I started after-school programs, and the list goes on and on and on. Now, one thing I have to tell you, you don't have to run for governor as I did. Start by running to the grocery store for a homebound neighbor, or run the bake sale table at a PTA meeting. So the question is, what will you become involved in? I guarantee you that it will begin to change your life. Now, here's another thing that I've learned. You do not have to give up who you are in order to succeed as an American. When I wanted to get into the movies, I remember an agent and the studio executives would say to me, he says, Arnold, that accent, that ridiculous accent. No one has ever become a movie star or a leading man with an accent like that. And then you name Schwarzen Schnitzel or whatever. It wouldn't even fit on a movie poster or on a billboard. Why don't you forget the movies altogether? Why don't you open up a health food store or a gymnasium? I was convinced that I could do it. I was in the land of opportunities. I knew that if I worked my butt off, that I could do it. I could make my vision become a reality. So I took acting classes, English classes, speech classes, dialogue classes. I even took accent removal classes. I walked around the whole day saying, a fine wine grows on a vine. And 3,333 and 1/3. Because those are all the things that German-speaking people have difficulty pronouncing. So I worked on it, and this is why today I have absolutely no accent at all. You're laughing, but I mean, it's not funny. I'm still looking for that coach to get my money back. But anyway, the bottom line is that an accent is nothing to be ashamed of. It is a memory of your past. It is telling a story. It tells a story, and it's part of what makes your voice distinct. America needs your story. What I'm saying is that to be an American, you do not have to fit into a box. Trust who you are. Trust your vision of your future, and trust your vision of yourself. That is what is important. Now, some will say, Arnold, you are a little bit out of touch here with what is going on in this country. Your outlook is too rosy. Yes, I'm an optimist. I admit it. But I know what's going on. I know about the division that separates us. It is true what we see, everything that we see in the news. Things might look confusing, and yes, there is heartache. But let me tell you something. No matter how difficult of a time we go through sometimes in America, we always pull out of it. We always pull out of it. And I tell you why I'm saying that, because when I came to America, I remember the confusion and the heartache when I arrived in this country in 1986. Imagine now, the year that I came, Martin Luther King and Robert Kennedy were assassinated. Think about that. There were riots on the streets outside the Democratic Convention in Chicago. There were protests about the Vietnam War all over this country. It was craziness. The Vietnam War was tearing this country apart. C-141 cargo planes holding 35 to 40 flag-draped caskets per flight were coming from Southeast Asia. Imagine how many flights, how many flags that it took for 58,000 American soldiers to be returned back home. Think about that. And we pulled out of that difficult time, and we came back bigger and stronger than ever. So that's why I'm an optimist. We're gonna always come back, and we're always gonna move forward. That is the important thing. And the reason why I'm mentioning this is because I read that some Americans are actually so discouraged today that they want to move to another country. They don't know what you and I know, right? I mean, you and I spent years working to become citizens. We are not people who give up easily, no, right? America needs your strong immigrant spirit right now. There was recently a number of environmentalists who have told me that they were losing hope about climate change and fossil fuels and the reduction in pollution and all this stuff because of various US policies and reversals. You know what I say to this kind of defeatist attitude? Stop whining and get to work. The thing that I know about immigrants is that you are not whiners. Because whining doesn't get you the green card or the citizenship. Whining does not put food on your table or pay the rent. Whining is weakness. Whining is weakness. There is a reason that you're here. You are the people that America needs right now. America needs you with your accent, with your memories of your homeland, the hope and dreams that you have, and your love and freedom for family. You do not just deserve to be in America, you are needed here. You are needed here. Let me close with this thought. Ronald Reagan once received a letter from a man who wrote that you can go to live in France, but you can't become a Frenchman. You can go to Germany or to Italy, but you can't become a German or Italian. The man said the same thing about Turkey and Japan and many other countries. But he said that anyone from any corner in the world can come to live in the United States and become an American. You are from many different places from all over the world, and today together, you become one. You became an American. Yes, today you became an American, and I congratulate you. I am so happy that you're here. I'm so happy you're here. Thank you that you took this road to America together with me. And on behalf of all the citizens of this country, I congratulate you on becoming an American, and I welcome you to this land of opportunity, to the greatest country in the world. God bless all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And those were some remarks from former California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger just about an hour or so ago, as you are taking a live look at George Washington's Mount Vernon right now. So again, that was a naturalization ceremony where he did just deliver the keynote address. People across the globe took an oath to become U.S. citizens this July 4th. And you are taking that live look once again at Mount Vernon right now as festivities there are underway. This is going to go throughout the day here, and there will be fireworks over the Potomac River a little bit later today. We are also here from the White House today. They put this out on social media. It says, on this Independence Day, we honor the courage of our founding fathers, the patriots who forged our freedom, and the heroes who've defended it for 249 years. Under President Trump, the American spirit is back, bold, proud, and free. Happy 4th of July from the White House. Now, again, we are also going to be bringing you a little bit later tonight President Trump. He's going to be signing the big, beautiful bill. That time has been fluctuating between 4 p.m. to 5 p.m., but as of right now, we are being told that is going to happen at 5 p.m. Eastern time. And again, we're going to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. One more programming note before we go away for a break. I did want to share with you our coverage continues tonight, Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern time. If you'd like to watch the fireworks, but you don't necessarily want to head out, we've got you covered here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be bringing them to you live, raw, and unfiltered celebrations across the country. Let's go away for that break. We'll be right back. Much more to come. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we are getting these parades in across the country. This one taking us out to Minneapolis right now. Let's listen in.
Flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away.
again listening in live right now here in Minneapolis. This is just one of the several parades that we are watching here. I do have to turn down the sound momentarily because we cannot air the music that is playing here on air. But I did want to let you know we're going to be bringing this to you throughout the day here. We're going to have several parades that are on the docket. And we've been getting these feeds in from our Fox affiliates throughout the morning here. And we've been trying to show you these different looks across the country. Again, this one in Minneapolis, but we've been sharing with you throughout the morning. Texas, as well as Philadelphia, all these different places right now. But let's turn up the sound here, see if the music is gone, and we can continue to listen in.
Babysitters are doing a good job so far. I asked them if the kids can go in front of them and they didn't. They were like on their toes. Yeah, oh yeah. Oh, week, yeah. Hurt down. The rest of it, so we're kind of maybe we'll get
it. All right, turning down the audio again there just for a brief moment as you continue to listen in here to this 4th of July parade underway in Minneapolis, Minnesota. But a little bit later today, if you look on the left-hand side of your screen, we do have a list of how the White House is going to be celebrating. So later today, as I mentioned here, President Trump will sign the big, beautiful bill. That's going to happen around 5 p.m. Eastern time. And then after that, President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump will attend a military picnic. At the conclusion of the day here around 9 p.m. Eastern time, the White House will have their fireworks show. Of course, we're going to bring all that to you live. Let's continue to listen in here in Minneapolis.
get outside and it's not too bad. I'm sweating a lot more than home. Once we get our lake place here, it's better.
Are you thinking like Minnetonka or Rainer?
If we did anything, it would be like, I don't know, Sugar Lake or something.
Sugar's a nice lake.
I would do any of those lakes, Cedar, out in Annandale.
It's a good lake area, actually.
And it's called Sylvia, but that's getting more expensive. So I feel like everything keeps starting out that way. I would love to do it someday, but I don't know.
How are you swinging it here?
I think I would only...
And we continue to listen in there to this 4th of July parade happening in Minneapolis right now. We'll head back to that in just a moment. Here we do have to sneak away for our final break of this hour. Thank you so much for watching Live Now from Fox, and happy 4th of July to you all. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We do have a parade that has just begun in the nation's capital of Washington, D.C. We're going to head over there. On the other side of that will be my colleague, Christina Evans. Happy 4th of July.
right, as you see there, just listening into this 4th of July parade that's happening right now in Washington, D.C. And as you can see, this is one of the many parades that we've been showcasing over the last few hours around the country. Wanted to bring this to you here on Live Now from Fox. I do also want to thank my colleague, Christy Matino. She was with you for the last few hours, taking you through some of today's top stories, and we're going to continue to do that right now. We're going to take this time to slide away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but before we do, I want to put this up on your screen just because we've been asking some of those folks out there. As you can see, if you can scan that QR code in the top right corner, the question for today: how are you celebrating the July 4th holiday? So we've been getting in some of those answers. Again, if you take out your phone, scan the QR code in the top right corner, you can participate in this poll that we have going on our website right now. So right now, leading the charge is cooking out with 47% of the vote. 17% say they're going to be going to the pool or the beach, trying to cool down from some of this hot summer weather. Others are going to be going to some of the fireworks events happening later this evening, as well as traveling. So if you aren't able to scan this QR code with your smartphone, you can always visit us at livenowfox.com/connect. Again, we are going to step away now for a 2-minute break. On the other side, we'll continue on with our live coverage of these parades celebrating the 4th of July happening around the country. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Again, we do want to continue on showcasing some of these live events that we have going on around the country. A lot of these happening right now are some of the 4th of July parades. I want to put this up on your screen just so you can see this vantage point that we have. Right now, we're seeing this happening there in Canyon, Texas. Another one of those parades happening to celebrate Independence Day. We also have a shot right now in Vegas. Want to put this up on your screen. It does seem like the camera person's moving around just a little bit here, but this is a shot that we have there out of Las Vegas. Another one of those 4th of July parades that's happening. We'll keep our eyes on it. We're getting some different vantage points in as well. All right, but like now, let's take the time to head back out to Washington, D.C. This is the one we've been in for the last few minutes, taking you through, listening into some of the sights and sounds there in our nation's capital. All right, as you see there, we're listening in and watching as this 4th of July parade is happening right now in our nation's capital. We did have to pull down the audio for just a second here during this performance. We're not able to air out any of those copyrighted songs that are playing there in the background, but we've really just been watching and seeing these parades that are happening throughout the country. This isn't the only one that's happening right now. We also have a vantage point of things that are happening in Las Vegas. I want to show you that shot quickly here on Live Now from Fox. I want to go ahead and show you what we're looking at in Vegas as those 4th of July celebrations are also underway. So in the meantime, we're going to head back out there to Washington, D.C. in just a moment, but wanted to bring you this message as well from Las Vegas, from the Sphere itself, talking about some of those 4th of July celebrations, saying happy 4th of July. The Sphere there on the Vegas Strip lit up there with the American flag. All right, in the meantime, let's head back out to Washington, D.C. to listen in and watch as the 4th of July parade continues. All right, as you see there, we're just listening in and watching the sights and sounds coming to us out of our nation's capital as we're watching this 4th of July parade happening in Washington, D.C. It's one of many parades that we're able to see all around our country at this point. But right now, we want to know how you are celebrating your July 4th holiday. I'm going to put this up on your screen as well so you can connect with us. You can just scan that QR code in the top right corner. Want to know how you're celebrating the 4th of July holiday. Send us in any of your pictures that you have, whether you're taking some time to spend it with family, cooking out. Maybe you're going on a road trip right now as well. You could possibly be going to the beach, hanging out at the pool. We would love to see it here on Live Now from Fox. So make sure you take out your smartphone, scan that QR code in the top right corner. If not, you can visit us at livenowfox.com/connect. You'll be able to also upload your photos there on a desktop computer. So we want to be able to see how you're celebrating this Independence Day. Send in any photos you have with your pets as well. We love to see your furry friends too. So wanted to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be checking in with this throughout the rest of the hour as well, and bringing any of those photos in as well that we receive on our website. In the meantime, let's take the time to step away for our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. Stay right here with us on Live Now. Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We do want to continue on showcasing some of these live events that we have coming in from all over the country. We have different vantage points of some of these 4th of July parades that are kicking off as well. I want to showcase this one that we've been watching right now in our nation's capital there in Washington, D.C. Let's listen back in. right, we're still continuing to watch live as this 4th of July parade is happening in Washington, D.C. We're going to continue on checking in with that throughout the rest of the hour. But in the meantime, we did ask for you to send in some photos to show us how you're celebrating your 4th of July holiday. And we have some of those here. I want to share them with you on our screen right now. Take a look at this. If you're able to, you can also visit us at livenowfox.com/connect or scan that QR code that's in the top right corner. But our thanks right now to Erica S. from Tampa, showcasing that her husband is making street corn on this 4th of July holiday. One of my favorite foods. So Erica, if you'd like to send some up to the station, we'll gladly accept. All right, our thanks also to Shane from Tampa, showcasing that big fish that he's able to catch on this 4th of July holiday there in Lake Magdalene in Tampa, Florida. We appreciate you, Shane, for sending that in. You can also send some fish up here as well. We're just going to be soliciting food throughout the rest of the time. All right, also showcasing this from Cape Coral, from Haley S. Beautiful picture there. She's saying, my firecrackers are ready for the Pine Island, Florida parade. And Haley, I actually used to work at Fox 4, the local affiliate there in Cape Coral. So I'm very familiar with the Pine Island, Florida parade that happens on the main street there. I'm glad that you guys are enjoying your 4th of July holiday. Also, Nadia from Sacramento sending in this photo showcasing camping, getting outside, enjoying the outdoors on this 4th of July holiday. We appreciate all of these photos that are coming into our studio. We'll continue to check in with them as well. And before we go to this 2-minute commercial break, want to showcase Cordy sitting in this photo from Alabama, saying wearing big 4th of July hats. That's going to be hard to top. I have to say it. That top hat on top of the Jeep is going to be pretty hard to top at this point. But again, if you'd like to send in your photos showcasing how you're celebrating this Independence Day, make sure you just take out your smartphone, scan the QR code that's in the top right corner of the screen. If you're not able to do that, you don't have a smartphone that's able to send in any photos, you can always visit us at livenowfox.com/connect. Once you reach that tab there, just click on Share Now on your screen. You'll be able to submit your photos to us, and maybe we'll be able to showcase them live to you here on Live Now from Fox. All right, we are going to take this time to slide away for a 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, we'll be checking back in with that 4th of July parade that's happening right now in our nation's capital. Stay with us. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We are going to continue on with our coverage today of some of these 4th of July celebrations that are happening around the country. And while we're looking at how some of these cities are celebrating, I'm going to put this up on your screen. This is a celebration that we have coming to us out of Pleasant Hill, California. You can see even the animals are getting in on the 4th of July fun at this time. So I wanted to showcase just a few of these live vantage points that we have as well. This one also coming to us out of Roseville, California as well. Yet another 4th of July parade getting ready to kick off. You can see how all of these golf carts there are decked out in their 4th of July decorations. Of course, we'll continue to bring you all of these vantage points here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, though, while we're showcasing how some of these other places around the country are celebrating 4th of July, we'd also like to know how you're celebrating. We're asking that you scan that QR code in the top right corner of your screen. Send in some of your photos so we can see how you're gathering today on Independence Day. We've already seen images of the children going out to celebrate some of those parades and participate, as well as some pretty good food as well that's being cooked up on the grill. So we'll take all of your photos here. Just scan the QR code in the top right corner. You can also visit us at livenowfox.com/connect. Once you reach that page on our website, just hit the Share Now tab and we'll be able to see and receive your photos. All right, we are going to take this time to head back out to our nation's capital where this parade is happening for the 4th of July. Let's listen in. All right, as you see there, just listening in and watching this 4th of July parade happening right now in our nation's capital. We're going to slide away for our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. Stay right here with us. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We are going to continue on taking a look at some of these parades that are happening all around the country here in honor of the July 4th holiday. I want to showcase this look that we have there in California as folks are there on some of those golf carts. They're all decked out in those decorations there for the 4th of July. People showing their national spirit there in Roseville, California. And this isn't the only place where we're receiving some of these live looks. As you know, we have been there watching as this parade is happening in Washington, D.C. as well. Let's go ahead and head back to our nation's capital and listen in. All right, as you see there, we're watching this 4th of July parade that's currently happening in our nation's capital. As you can see, so many folks are turning out to celebrate this Independence Day. So we do want to continue on here on Live Now from Fox as we are in a new hour. Thanks so much for being with us here on this 4th of July. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We are going to continue on in just a moment with some of these other live shots that we have as well. But while we're showcasing some of these looks that we have around the country of how folks are celebrating the 4th of July, we also want to know how you're doing it at home as well. So we've been asking for the last hour or so now to send in some of your photos of your 4th of July celebrations. I want to put this up on your screen. It's a QR code that you can scan in the top right corner. It's going to take you to our website where you're able to submit those photos as well. As you can see, if you take out your phone, scan the QR code in the top right corner, it'll take you to our website. If not, you can also visit us at livenowfox.com/connect. You'll hit the Share Now tab and you're also able to send in those photos. So since we've been asking for them, let's go ahead and show you what's coming into our newsroom. Our thanks right now to Nyla S. there of Maryville, sending in this adorable photo saying Happy 4th of July. From Jaylise, I apologize if I pronounced that incorrectly. Tessa and Weston. We love it. We love the hats. Such cute outfits. Thanks so much for sitting in this photo. Also, want to show you this incredible looking slab of ribs there from Aaron B. Thanks so much for sending in this photo. Aaron, you're making me hungry over here. But he says he's celebrating the 4th of July with his secret recipe for homemade ribs. Aaron, we might have to ask you what the secret recipe is. These look incredible. Thank you so much for sending in this photo. All right, also checking in now with Jeffrey J. in Oklahoma City. Adorable picture there of Remy's first 4th of July parade. She showed up in style as well, Remy did, with that head, with her adorable bows on and cute pink glasses. Thanks so much for sending in this picture. Bobby B from Summerdale is also celebrating the 4th of July. Looks like he's getting ready for this evening when those fireworks are going to be going out as they're also barbecuing with the family. Thanks so much, Bobby, for sending in this photo. And lastly, before we head to a 2-minute commercial break, I want to showcase this adorable photo. I mean, it's hard to beat the pets when they're dressed up like this. Our Linda C there from Broken Arrow, we appreciate you for sending in this photo, saying that even the dogs need to be festive. I agree with you 100%. So again, want to remind you that you can scan this QR code that's in the top right corner of your screen. If you don't have a smartphone that's able to do that, you can visit us at livenowfox.com/connect. That's where you'll hit the Share Now tab and you will be able to send in your photos. Maybe they're some of the kids and how they're celebrating, or even your family and furry friends. We certainly want to see how everyone is gathering together this Independence Day. All right, we are going to take the time to step away for our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. Stay right here with us on Live Now. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We are continuing to showcase some of these live parades that we have happening around the country in honor of Independence Day. But we also do want to continue to showcase how you're celebrating the 4th of July as well at home. So we've been asking throughout the last hour or so for you to send in some of your photos, and we have this one there on your screen now. Wanted to showcase this one. It's an adorable photo of some folks dressed up and decked out for the 4th of July holiday as well. So we do also want to thank Deborah W. They're sending in a photo. We can see that you're watching us while you're at home, staying cool in Arkansas. Deborah, you have the right idea. You just keep Live Now from Fox on. You don't have to step out in the heat. We'll bring you to all of the action as well. Want to go ahead and show you this one as well from Marka A. and Katie, and saying that you're at the Cinco Ranch Parade. This was earlier this morning with the Smith and the Fisher families. Well, we appreciate you guys for tuning in to Live Now from Fox, and we're wishing you both a very happy 4th of July. Also here, this one in from Michael A. from Weston, saying happy 4th of July from Weston, Florida. Adorable photo. I love the rose as well. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying the day. And then lastly, before we tune back into that parade that's happening there in Washington, D.C., I want to showcase this photo that we have from Harlan H. Those fireworks, man, it's going to be an exciting time. I can tell when you guys are able to go outside later this evening to shoot off some of those fireworks as well. And so, of course, we do want to remind you that you can also send in your photos here on Live Now from Fox, and we'll be able to bring them to you here as well. So again, if you're not able to scan that QR code with your smartphone, you can always visit us at livenowfox.com/connect. We might be able to put up your photo of how you're celebrating this Independence Day. In the meantime, let's go ahead and check back in with the festival and parade that's happening live there in Washington, D.C. Let's listen back in. All right, as you see there, still watching this 4th of July parade that's happening right now in our nation's capital. Of course, we know it's going to be a jam-packed day as well, as you can see on the left side of your screen. Some of these events that we're also looking ahead to. Still, later today, we're anticipating President Trump signing his big, beautiful bill. He's also going to be attending alongside the First Lady, the military picnic. We are expecting that the president will be signing the bill during this military picnic. Also teasing ahead to later this evening at 9 p.m. Eastern time, the White House is going to be holding their fireworks show. We're going to be bringing you some of those images live right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, also want to remind you that our coverage today of the different fireworks shows begins at 8 p.m. Eastern time. You can watch with us live right here on Live Now Fox. So if you're not able to do some of those own fireworks yourself or attend any of those gatherings in your city, we got you covered right here on Live Now. In the meantime, though, we've also been watching and asking for some of your photos as we're showcasing these live looks around the United States, but also want to check in with you to see how you're celebrating the 4th of July. Take a look at your screen. Here are thanks to Kathy M. from College Station saying, have a blessed Independence Day. Beautiful family photo there as well. So glad that you guys were able to send this in to us. Want to continue on here showcasing some of these other photos. This one coming from Dr. Elizabeth P. at Indian Harbor Beach. What a great group. They're excited, saying that there was a pickleball game. All right, that sounds like a lot of fun. I want to know who won this. Dr. Elizabeth P., we appreciate you for sending in this photo. Oh, look how cute. A red, white, and blue popsicle for Lux. Thanks so much to Tara A. from Los Angeles. What a good boy, and yet another good boy as well. This one from Jackson in Charlottesville, saying Jackson the golden boy. So exciting to see some of these photos coming in. And lastly, before we go to break, showcasing this one there from Troy Z. We appreciate you for sending in this photo of the family. You guys are attending this monster truck show. A great way to spend Independence Day. All right, we do want to invite you as well at home, if you're just now joining us here on Live Now from Fox, to send in any of your photos. Let us know what you're doing today to celebrate the 4th of July. Just scan that QR code that's in the top right corner with your smartphone. Or if you're unable to do that, you can also go on a desktop computer. Visit us at livenowfox.com/connect, and we might be able to showcase how you and your family are celebrating this Independence Day here on air. All right, want to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. We're now going to slide away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but our coverage continues after this. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We do want to continue on with our coverage of some of these 4th of July events that are happening all around the country. Want to showcase another look that we have, this one out of Chicago, as this parade is also getting underway there. Let's pump up the audio and listen in. All right, as you can see there, this was some of the sights and sounds that happened a bit earlier today at this 4th of July parade there in the Chicago, Illinois area. I wanted to showcase some of that for you here on Live Now from Fox. So we are going to continue on here with our coverage of some of these events that have been happening, and it's one that happens each and every year that folks look forward to. And I'm talking about the Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Competition that happens in Coney Island there in New York. We'll be taking you out to see some of the footage that we have there as well. Our thanks to our partners there at Fox 5 in New York for bringing this to us. So let's listen in and watch as this Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest happened just a bit earlier today, as they were trying to see who would take home the crown as this year's winner.
BT bot to take his place in text conversations with his girlfriend, freeing him to focus more time on competitive eating. And while she has never been happier, she doesn't understand why he ends each text exchange by saying, "I would be pleased to compile more information on this topic if you like." From Brasilia, in Brazil, ranked 29, 43 hot dogs and buns, Ricardo Corbucci. In the journey of life, you might characterize his status as middle seat, main cabin, boarding zone 7, he who may not bring his bag on board. But in the world of competitive eating, he is triple diamond, titanium select, elite plus premier platinum, executive ambassador 360 medallion. Because he ate 476 Cheetos while watching Zoolander on Netflix. Thank you for your loyalty, sir. Ranked number 8 in the world from Las Vegas, Nevada, Derek Hendrickson. We must describe the dark by what is darker still. The ink of night distilled into the oil of evil. Each drop an atrocity. darkness entombed in darkness, detectable only by scent of the carcass, of the ulcer, of the rancid flesh of damnation. He is that darkness, child of the abomination, messenger of the beast, who chews with the yellow teeth of the deceiver to establish dominion until the serpent sits on the throne of St. Peter. Ladies and gentlemen, you know him as George Chigger. I know him as the Red Horse of Death. He is a man so evil, they put him in prison in hell. Hell prison. Between weekly meal prep, sunrise yoga, and mindfulness training, he barely has time to write in his gratitude journal. But when he does, he is thankful that he was born with an abnormally large esophagus that runs from his pie hole to his gut like a sewer pipe. Ranked number 16 in the world, 19 world records, 37 hot dogs and buns. He is the top-ranked eater in England. From Brixton in London, let me hear it for Max Stanford! The banana loves the monkey, and the meatball loves the fork. And so too with humans who are eager to cede control to those of greater will. But there are still those who act, who want, who take, who keep. Behold the man who comes before you now, ranked number 3 in the world, 19 world records, 13 cans of Spam, 83 slices of pizza, 24 pounds of strawberry shortcake, 53 hot dogs and buns, a physics PhD from Oxford, Massachusetts, Jeffrey Espa! Traces his lineage back in time to the warrior kings who tamed the wilderness to facilitate the rise of civilization. And he carries on their struggle to this day. But while they prevailed over the forces of anarchy, brutality, and chaos, his victories include 50 hard-boiled eggs in 3 minutes and 4 seconds, 2 gallons of baby food, 48 hot dogs and buns, ranked number 6 in the world, from Tampa, Florida, Nick Worre. He is the number 4 ranked eater in the world and the number 1 ranked eater in the Southern Hemisphere, which is half the planet, by the way. 7 world records, 70 donuts, 13.5 pounds of fudge, 276 buffalo wings, 52 hot dogs and buns from the lovely city of Sydney, Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, James Webb. He shocked the world in 2007 by eating 21 pounds of grits in 10 minutes. And again in 2011 when he ate 275 jalapeno peppers in 8 minutes. And he learned that there is a time we must stand alone, when we must stand above. And so he does now, my friends, at the highest point of the land. For he is the 2024 undisputed Nathan's Famous 4th of July champion of the world with 58 hot dogs and buns from Chicago, Illinois, the great Patrick Bertoletti! We are humbled by age in preparation for the great insult of death. But there are those who stand immortal, not through the grace of heaven, but through their own triumphs. I speak of this man. Formed from the shards of shattered angels, wielding the white sword of righteousness, standing as quiet as truth. Ladies and gentlemen, while we must all face the dark mountain of night, forsaken and forlorn, alone in the ruins of our own minds, he will never fail or falter, for he defies the ministers of our fate and the limitations of our birth. And he will not stop until he stands side by side with the gods. His glory is strung like beads of light to adorn the arc of history itself. Joey Chestnut! Look at him, ye mighty, and despair, for he has surpassed the kings of Egypt, and the rock on which he stands is not a rock. It is the United States of America. Joey Chestnut!
All right, as you see there, wanted to bring you the announcements as this 4th of July hot dog eating contest happened just a bit earlier today there in Coney Island in New York. We're going to bring you the contest. You'll be able to watch all of the action right after this 2-minute break. In the meantime, though, we do want to continue on as we had been showcasing how folks around the country are celebrating the 4th of July, but we also want to know how you're doing it as well. Want to put this up on your screen, and we're continuing to get in some of these photos. We appreciate you all for sending them in. This one from Lori W. saying that Eula May and Molly are staying cool on the 4th of July there in Irmo, South Carolina. Thanks so much for sending in this photo. They look fantastic and patriotic. Do want to continue on as we're taking a look at some of the other photos that have been sent into our newsroom. And also want to remind you that you at home can also send these photos in. Make sure you visit livenowfox.com/connect. But as we're continuing here to take a look at some of these photos, this one from Michael in Ormond Beach saying that he's celebrating the 4th of July with the flag, dress, and baby back ribs by the pool. Sounds like the perfect day, Michael. Thanks so much for sending in that photo. We also have this one there from William L.R. saying that their patriotic, I should say, Australian Shepherd dressed up this 4th of July. Happy birthday, America. I love it. I hope that the Australian Shepherd is enjoying the outfit because we certainly enjoyed seeing it as well. Our thanks to Dally from Houston for sending in this adorable photo as well, saying that they're ready for freedom over Texas. Yeehaw! Cute photo, cuter tutu. We appreciate you for sending in these photos. So I want to remind you once again to send these photos in to us here at Live Now from Fox. You can take out your phone, scan that QR code that's in the top right corner, and send them in. If you're not able to use one of your phones or your smartphone there to send in a photo, make sure you just visit us at livenowfox.com/connect. That's where you'll find us on our website. You can click the Share Now tab and you'll be able to upload your photo. We certainly want to continue to see how all of you are celebrating Independence Day around the country. All right, let's take this time to slide away for a 2-minute commercial break. Stay right here with us. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Again, we do want to continue on with our coverage here on this Independence Day. Want to showcase one last time before we head out and continue watching that hot dog eating contest. As we're watching and showcasing how people all around the United States are celebrating this 4th of July holiday, we're also asking you to send in your photos. Make sure you scan that QR code that's in the top right corner there on your screen. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and watch as the hot dog eating contest got underway just a bit earlier today in Coney Island in New York. Let's listen in and see who takes home the crown.
From 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! They're both going for the coveted mustard yellow belt, the World Cup of Competitive Eating. 1 minute and 15 seconds in, Joey already at 12 hot dogs and buns. Patrick Bertoletti right behind Joey at 11. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to tell you, this is, and James Webb is, it's not as if he's eating, it's almost as if he's kissing the buns. It's very intimate. What God has brought together, let no man set asunder. He is eating very, very quickly. A lot coming down with James Webb. Buns are cracked and splintered and scraped like chalk on pavement, until the very dome of heaven collapses and the black avalanche of space pours down around us, until he is the last man standing. Nick Werry of Tampa, Florida, the former pistachio, the wonderful pistachio eating champion of the world, is on 19. An incredible performance for him so far. James Webb right with him. Joey Chestnut, though, is beginning to build a margin here. We're having trouble even keeping up with the numbers. James Webb at 22, and we have Jeffrey Esper of Massachusetts at 22. Jeffrey is the number 3 ranked eater in the world. 19 world records, including 83 slices of pizza. I was with him in Mattatuck when he ate 24 pounds of strawberry shortcake. We are approaching the halfway mark. Ladies and gentlemen, the pace has slowed a little, but Joey is still on pace to perform a world record here. 5 minutes and 40 seconds now. 42 hot dogs and buns. It's not possible to simply double that, but I have to tell you, Joey said it was possible. He could break 76 hot dogs, the record set in 2021, right behind us in Maimonides Park, the home of the Cyclones. 76 hot dogs and buns. Approaching now the halfway mark, ladies and gentlemen. And he will bend time itself until history unfolds to his purpose. And that is what he is doing now. 5 minutes now. 5 minutes halfway through the contest. Joey Chestnut now with 46 hot dogs and buns. It is not possible. That is not possible. 30 hot dogs and buns for Pat. And now, approaching the 4-minute mark, Joey Chestnut has slowed from that incredible start, but he is still at record pace. I know it. I can feel it in my bones. And when Joey is moving this confidently, he is here to set a record. 50 hot dogs and buns! 50 hot dogs and buns! 50 hot dogs and buns in 6 minutes. Oh my glory! His cause is the cause of victory. His cause is the cause of a nation. Ladies and gentlemen, clearly seeking to break the world record of 76 hot dogs and buns. I have to tell you, I was on the radio today and I said it never could be done. Not in this heat. 34 for Pat, 34. And remember, folks, Sports Center is going live right after this contest. If you want to hang around and be in the background shot, Joey will be interviewing there, as will Mickey Sudo. 3 minutes and 15 seconds now. 3 minutes, 15 seconds. 56 hot dogs and buns for Joey Chestnut. 36 hot dogs and buns for Patrick Bertoletti. And Patrick Bertoletti slowing after an incredibly rapid start. And we'll get a checkup on James Webb and Jeffrey Esper just to keep an eye on that. 34 hot dogs and buns for James Webb. 34 for Jeffrey Esper, and it is a dead heat over here. Jeffrey Esper of Oxford, Massachusetts, a teacher and a physics PhD, and James Webb of Sydney, Australia, 7 world records, 19 world records for Jeffrey. They are neck and neck, dog and dog, and they are going for 3rd place right now. Patrick Bertoletti seems to have 2nd place in hand, but we are not certain of that. 38 hot dogs and buns. Pat now slowing. 2 minutes and 15 seconds. 60 hot dogs and buns. 60 hot dogs and buns. He cannot break the record. He does not have time. An incredible performance, but no human has the time in 2 minutes to break 76. That is impossible. 1 minute and 54 seconds. The eyes of the world on Joey Chestnut. 62 hot dogs and buns. Pat at 40. 40 hot dogs and buns for Pat. One minute and 30 seconds. And Joey's slowing. James Webb slowed right there. He paused. James Webb paused. I thought it was perhaps he was contemplating the future of humanity, but it was a burp. He got the belch, and that has opened up space in his stomach. James Webb now picking up the pace. 1 minute now. 1 minute now. 60 seconds. $66 hot dogs and buns for Joey Chestnut, 43 for Patrick Bertoletti. 45 seconds now, 45 seconds. He has broken reality, and all of time pours down around us now at once. Simultaneous and endless, erasing cause and effect. Joey Chestnut, the once and future champion of the world. 20 seconds now. 20 seconds now. God made them as stubble to his sword. 13 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Put down your hot dogs. Ah! Oh, my glory. You can bring that down. Bring them down. Oh, my glory. Ladies and gentlemen, that was an emotional journey. I am emotionally exhausted. Oh. Oh, my glory. I'm just taking a moment. incredible performances all over the table. There was a moment during that contest when I just sort of blacked out, and I just had a moment. But the hot dogs were baked by the heat. A lot of hot heat up on here on the stage. It was a little hotter with the carpet. Do you want me to announce? Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. The judges, Sam Barclay and Oliver Brooks, have gone through all of the hot dogs. And in third place today, representing the Southern Hemisphere and the great nation of Australia, with 45 1/2 hot dogs and buns, the number 4 ranked eater in the world, James Webb. And in second place, with 46 1/2 hot dogs and buns, from Chicago, Illinois, the great Patrick Bertoletti. But here he stands, quiet of talking, still of motion, content of worry, shy of a god perhaps, but more than a man. With 70.5 hot dogs and buns in 10 minutes, the Nathan's famous 4th of July champion of the world, Joey Chestnut!
All right, well, there you have it. The 17th title there for Joey Chestnut, returning this time for the Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest there in Coney Island, New York. And as you can see, he ate 70.5, so that's 70.5 of those hot dogs. And I'm not sure if they gave him 70 more to eat, but something tells me he does not want to do that right now. What a way to start my time here on the desk on this 4th of July. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world on this Friday. Do want to pop this up on your screen here, as we do remind you that we are going to have all kinds of different events throughout the day, as President Trump will take part in several 4th of July celebrations. The first of which will be that signing ceremony for his big, beautiful bill that's set for 5 p.m. Eastern Time as the President and First Lady take part in the military family picnic. Both of those expected to happen at the same time there. Then tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, the President and First Family will attend the 4th of July fireworks celebration at the White House. You can watch it, of course, live here on LiveNOW from Fox, commercial-free, uninterrupted. It is, of course, part of our much larger coverage here on LiveNOW. If you are going to be watching us throughout the day, you know that we are going to have fireworks celebrations from all over the country. That's going to kick off at 8 p.m. Eastern Time with hosts Mike Paish and Austin Westfall guiding you through all of those events throughout the night. So you don't have to go anywhere. Just watch us from your couch here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to head to a quick break here, 2:09 on the East Coast, 11:09 on the West Coast. We're going to get right back into your top stories and headlines coming up in just a few. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 2:11 on the East Coast and 11:11 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news. We'll, of course, get back to our 4th of July coverage of various parades that are happening all over the country, leading, of course, to tonight's fireworks celebrations. But I do want to take you out to some breaking news that we are following at this hour as we take a live look over Kerr County, that is there in Texas. Now, we do know at 3 p.m. Eastern time, so in less than an hour, the acting Texas governor, Dan Patrick, is going to give an update on the extreme flooding in that location. Now, you are taking a live look, as I mentioned, over Kerr County, Texas. That is about 90 miles northwest of San Antonio. And again, you can see that extreme flooding in that location as I pop up a live look at our XRAD radar system. And that is what folks in that area are dealing with. Kerr County Judge Rob Kelly confirming to our Fox San Antonio affiliate that at least 6 people have died from the catastrophic flood. But Kelly added the death toll is sadly expected to rise. These are reports that are coming in here. There's one of an entire RV park in Ingram being swept downstream with families still inside. We also have another live image from nearby that is coming in from our affiliates in that location. The sheriff saying that his office and other local and state agencies have responded to dozens of calls and rescues as this is considered, quote, an extremely active scene. He added that people living near creeks, streams, and the Guadalupe River need to be at higher ground. I do want to talk more about all of this as we do have these developing details coming in. Pat Vesper is meteorologist in charge at the National Weather Service office for Austin and San Antonio. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Oh, thank you, Josh. I appreciate it.
Of course. And first off, I did want to ask you here, what is the state of the situation that's been seen there over in Kerr County, Texas? Again, we've seen investigators and law enforcement saying, sadly, that lives have been lost.
Well, you know, our focus has been on the weather, and so I can kind of give you a lead in of what happened on that. You know, the yesterday, as early as yesterday afternoon, we saw near record levels of moisture in the atmosphere. And so that prompted our office to issue a a flood watch that included Kerr County at 1:18 in the afternoon. Then later in the evening, that flood watch was expanded to include other counties as well. And then at 1:14 in the morning, we issued a flash flood warning that included Central Kerr County, and then it ramped up from there. By 4 o'clock, just after 4 o'clock, we issued a flash flood emergency that included South Central Kerr County, and then we focused on expanding that flash flood emergency down the Guadalupe River. And so, as the rains developed, when we look at the areas in Kerr County, 8 to 10 inches of rain fell. That affected both the south and the north forks of the Guadalupe River and where they came together near the community of Hunt, Texas, right along the Guadalupe. That's where the first major indications at a spot where we have a gauge was shown. And then, obviously downstream on the Guadalupe, you have Kerrville and the community of Comfort as well.
And that's actually where this live image is coming from. This is technically, according to our affiliate, Hunt, Texas, at this hour. As you can see, crews flying overhead. There's a lot of activity here. As far as conditions over the next several hours here, what are we expecting? Is the rain going to continue? Because in the live image there, you can still see the rain is coming down.
Yes, you can see that rain, but what you're seeing now is much less than what occurred earlier overnight and early this morning. So what we're expecting would be a downward trend as we go through the day. So we do have that flash flood emergency out until 3 p.m. For Kerr County. We will confer with emergency managers and other key responders to see what the situation is like as we approach 3 p.m. to determine what type of follow-up flash flood warning we'll issue. But then the flood watch itself goes until 7 p.m. Central Time. So we expect a decreasing trend overall, maybe some redevelopment overnight, but it may not be in the same area. It could be further south, and it certainly will not be of the magnitude that you're seeing with what occurred overnight and this morning in Kerr County and surrounding counties.
And I did want to point that out because we showed you the live image from Hunt, but right here we do have this video out of Kerr County that was taken overnight. As you mentioned, the water much higher there, the rain, though, still coming down. I did want to ask you, and you kind of touched on this, but a flash flood emergency, what is that? How does it differ from maybe some kind of flood warning?
Well, that's a great question. We live in an area here that's one of the most flood-prone areas in the entire country. And so there are many floods that occur. And a lot of times you'll see flooding that's on a smaller magnitude. Maybe it will last a shorter amount of time. And it might be considered more of if there's a term for it, like a more normal flash flood occurring in an area. But once in a while, you get an event that rises to the level of being something that a person may not see in a decade or 2 decades, something that could be catastrophic. And this morning, as the rains began to fall, we determined that this event certainly fell into that category as being catastrophic. The last time we've seen flooding this significant along the Guadalupe River was the flood of 1987. And then, we have other major floods that have occurred in previous years, 1978, back to 1932. These are the types of events that people remember for a lifetime, and they're terrible events. And but just to give you an idea, the crest at Kerrville today was at 36.58 feet, and that is basically a rise on the river level there of about 36 feet. And the record, comparing it to 1987, the crest in Kerrville for that major event was 37.72, just a foot higher than the level you're seeing today. So it's really a terrible event. My heart goes out to all those families affected, and we wish best of luck to the emergency responders that are trying to save people's lives today.
And I did want to ask you here before I let you go, overall, to folks who are living in this area, I mentioned when we brought you in here that it was important if you are living over there that you are at higher ground if you're near the water. But what advice, what message do you want to get across to the people who are there in this area now?
Well, I think it's very important you stay away from the river. Try to stay in a safe place. Don't venture out. Don't go looking at the flooding or anything like that. I think you just want to stay in a safe home and just wait this thing out. And then, as we get into better weather, then resume normal activities.
All right, Pat, thank you again for taking the time to join us here. Anything else that you want to add about any of this here before I let you go?
I guess the only other thing that I would mention would be that, some areas are still going to be impacted along the Guadalupe River. So downstream, even as it gets past the community of Comfort, then we start looking along the Guadalupe River at Spring Branch, that area, where we're expecting the crest to be approximately 34 feet and to occur sometime between midnight and 3 a.m. So the event's not over. It's still ongoing, and I just wish everyone luck and be thinking about all those people affected, and again the emergency responders that are doing a great job helping people out today.
All right. Thank you again for all that you're doing as well and your office there. Pat Vesper with the National Weather Service, San Antonio and Austin. You guys do have a large area, so thank you so much.
Oh, we appreciate it. You take care.
And I do want to take you out to this live image once again that we do have coming in. This is a camera that is pointed there over at Kerr County. We do have another camera that you saw a bit earlier that did show the area around Hunt, Texas. I do want to pop that up, but as you can see right now, the camera is moving as it looks like roads have been kind of washed away in that location. But there's also a heavy law enforcement presence, first responders there as they do work rescue operations and work to get people evacuated as the rain, though, is still coming down. I do want to take you out to this post that we have coming in from Governor Greg Abbott there over in Texas. He posted, "The state of Texas is surging all available resources to respond to the devastating flooding around the Kerr County area. That includes water rescue teams, sheltering centers, the National Guard, the Texas Department of Public Safety. The immediate priority is saving lives." As we mentioned right now, the acting governor, who is, of course, filling in, so to speak, for Governor Abbott, is going to be holding a news conference here in just about 40 minutes at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. That is 2 p.m. local time. We're going to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox as we can. Do want to head to a quick break here, but we will have much more live coverage coming up in just a few on this 4th of July. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Much more to come. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox 224 on the East Coast and 1124 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news on this 4th of July. Again, we will get back to our coverage here of some of the parades, ceremonies, and events that are going to be taking place, but we do want to stick right now with some of this breaking news that is coming into our newsroom. Take a live look once again. This is over Kirk County there in Texas, as we are getting these live images of the flooding. Now, we know that a flash flood emergency has been in effect for this area, and we do expect a news conference with the Lieutenant Governor, Dan Patrick, who is actually the acting governor right now in Texas. That is slated for 3 p.m. Eastern Time. That is 2 p.m. Central Time. Now, I do want to bring you a post that he posted on social media a short time ago. Take a look. Obviously, the letters are very small, but I am going to read that statement for you as Acting Governor Dan Patrick issued that statement from the Texas State Emergency Operations Center. Quote, I am working in coordination with the state's emergency response team on the significant flooding that occurred in the Hill Country and Conco Valley regions in the early hours of this morning. The Kirk County Sheriff's Office has reported catastrophic flooding in the area, with several people missing and confirmed loss of life. Additional rain is forecast in those areas. Even if the rain is light, more flooding can occur in those areas. There's an ongoing threat for possible flash flooding from San Antonio to Waco for the next 24 to 48 hours, in addition to the continued risks in West and Central Texas. I urge Texans in impacted areas to heed the guidance of their local officials. The Texas Division of Emergency Management and other state emergency response assets are on the ground assisting Texas communities with their response operations and any unmet needs. I will hold a press conference from the Texas State Emergency Operations Center in Austin later this afternoon to brief the public and the media with the latest updates. Media advisory to follow. Again, that is the assistant lieutenant governor, for Texas, who is currently the acting governor in place of Greg Abbott. Now, there was a news conference that was held a short time ago, very brief, but it provided the latest information, as Kirk County officials do say that at least 6 lives have been lost, and sadly, that death toll is expected to rise.
Good morning, everybody. Today's been a really difficult day so far in Kirk County, and we'd like to share with you some information about our response. We are currently in an extremely active scene right now. There are assets deployed across the county to help start the recovery process from this catastrophic flooding. I have with me today much of our command staff, and today you're going to hear from, this morning, from County Judge Rob Kelly and Kerrville Mayor Joe Herring behind me, about our response. Again, please understand this is an ongoing, very active scene. We're going to give as much information as we can, but please respect the fact this is, we have every single asset possible available to us that has been deployed for this recovery. So with that, we'll open up to a few questions and statements. So statements real quick. Judge Kelly.
Good morning. I want to thank everyone. Know that the response is being led locally, but also at the state level, with very active participation. I was awakened this morning with a phone call from Nim Kidd, who is the executive director of the Texas Department of Emergency Management, and we are on their radar screen. And as we were walking out of the sheriff's office, we had a call from Senator Cornyn with both our state senator and our state representative. And we have assets available. There's a lot of discussion about casualties, fatalities, a lot of discussion about how many people are missing. And I've been advised not to use any numbers. We do have some numbers, but we're not going to use them at this time. We'll have another meeting. What is it, 3 o'clock? We have another one? Yes, sir. Okay. And hopefully be able to flesh out some of those numbers. But suffice it to say, this has been a very devastating and deadly flood. I happen to live on Highway 39, which was the Guadalupe River this morning. And from the benchmarks, from the people that my wife bought the property from years ago, this far surpasses the 87 flood. I'm happy to say that the water did not get in the house. It got my office and the fence and the gate and the outbuildings. But when you look out your front door and you see the Guadalupe River running, it'll wake you up, let me tell you. With that, we can confirm that we are jointly working with each other. We don't have specific counts on the number of helicopters or different pieces of equipment at this point. Again, we'll probably try to have a little bit more information about that at 3 o'clock. But what we need is cooperation and prayers. And for the cooperation, if there are any people that are interested in trying to donate help us with this response, please do that with the American Red Cross and identify this event, the Guadalupe River flood, and we'll let them handle that. And with that, I want to introduce the mayor. We share responsibilities. Both I do the county, he does the city, but he is the senior emergency manager for the city. Mayor?
Thank you, Judge. Thank you for being here. My role today is to say thank you. Thank you to the men and women who are working to save lives, save property. This came at night when people were asleep in bed. Please pray for our community. Thanks.
And with that, we'd like to open it up for questions.
Kayla Washington here with KXAN.
Wait.
What was the story?
The report was that we had numerous kids from Camp Mystic missing, and I just saw that they may have been all accounted for. Can you guys confirm that the camps are accounted for at this point?
Okay.
Judge, I can respond to that. We can't say for sure that they're all accounted for. We know that there are some missing. We know where some of them are stranded. And we've worked to confirm that with the people out at Camp Mystic. But in terms of exactly how many are missing and unaccounted for, we're not sure about that number. But we have a bunch of them that we're trying to get back.
I'm building on that. Rudy Koski with Fox 7 out of Austin. These kids, were they in trees? You know, where were these rescues and how were these rescues done?
I don't know the answer to that question.
And by who? Was it National Guard, DPS?
I don't know.
Jayla Washington here with KXAN. I know you guys aren't giving specific numbers. Would you be able to give us any indication of the people who you guys have found who unfortunately did pass away? Are they older? Are they younger?
Actually, most of them, we don't know who they are. We're having to fingerprint them at the funeral home. And one of them was completely naked. We didn't have any ID on them at all. So we're trying to get the identity of these folks, but we don't have it yet.
There are other camps that we are having viewers ask us about. The Heart of Hills Girls Camp and another Boy Scout camp. We have a lot of parents who are watching right now who are concerned about their kiddos at several of these camps. Have you heard any?
We have a lot of camps.
Right.
And I live right across from Rio Vista Camp. There are questions about that too. I don't know any specifics about any of the individual camps. What I do know is that everybody is doing their very, very best and trying to get this identified as much as we can.
Parents who have their kids at these camps, how can they find out if their kids are safe?
Call the camp.
Do we have any idea how many rescues you've already attempted this morning, swiftwater rescues? Any ideas on that?
Dozens.
Can you talk to us about what kind of warning system might have been in place last night just to make sure that everybody got out safely?
We do not have a warning system on the river.
Earlier, I was told that the boats couldn't even be deployed near the Junction Highway. The boats were on standby. You're waiting on aircraft. Is that still the case right now? These are all aircraft rescues.
I don't know anything about that.
Judge, why weren't these camps evacuated yesterday? Texas Department of Emergency Management put out an all call and said there's going to be a problem. We knew there was going to be a problem. Why weren't these camps evacuated?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
Well, you're the judge. I mean, you're the top official here in this county. Why can't you answer that? There are kids missing. These camps were in harm's way. We knew this flood was coming.
We didn't know this flood was coming. Rest assured, no one knew this kind of flood was coming. We have floods all the time. This is the most dangerous river valley in the United States.
I agree.
And we deal with floods on a regular basis. When it rains, we get water. We had no reason to believe that this was going to be anything like what's happened here. None whatsoever.
Do you have any streamlined process for families who are still?
Yes. We have some reunification locations. In West Kerr County, it's at the Ingram Elementary School. And for here in Kerrville, it's at the Arcadia, I think. Is that right? And then they'll have to coordinate. You know, ultimately, the two have to coordinate to see who we have and who we don't. So.
There were some families who were where to go to find your family members. Is there going to be one streamlined process to try to keep everything organized here?
We have the two locations. That's as good as we can do right now.
Is there anything that you'd like to say to these families? Anything that you'd like to let them know what you guys are doing?
All I can tell you is that everybody is doing everything.
And I did want to let you know this video is as incoming. So essentially you can hear that it's kind of going in and out. The signal obviously not the best there right now over in Kerr County. Not clear where the actual news conference will be in just about 30 minutes or so with Lieutenant Governor, now acting Governor of Texas, Dan Patrick. But we might have the same signal issue. It's unclear. We're going to make sure to bring that to you, but it looks like the camera's back in focus there and the audio may have been fixed. So let's lift up the audio and continue to listen in.
Kid. Do we have any others?
Texas Parks and Wildlife.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So some of the resources that are out there right now, we're working with Texas Department of Emergency Management through their processes and their teams. And by the way, I'm Dalton Rice, the city manager for City of Kerrville. Through Texas or through TD, all the different access can be county disaster declarations or even federal assets as far as. So we are as many possible agencies. We've had cities reach out to us across the board within their.
All right, so as you're seeing, the video is not the best, but we did want to bring you those initial comments from Kerr County. Again, another news conference is scheduled here with acting Governor of Texas, Dan Patrick. That is set for 23 minutes from now, depending on the signal, of course. We'll make sure to bring that to you on Live Now from Fox. But as you can see, as we take a live look here from our XRAD radar system, we are zoomed in, and that is Kerrville right there in the center of your screen, where they are still dealing with a lot of rain, very powerful storms, and extensive flooding. We'll keep you updated here on Live Now from Fox as we cover all of this from each and every angle. Going to head to a quick break now, 2:38 on the East Coast, 11:38 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome in here on Live Now from Fox, 2:40 on the East Coast and 11:40 on the West Coast on this 4th of July. Thank you so much for taking the time to be with us here on Live Now. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories, breaking news, and live events. I do want to remind you here that we are going to have these fireworks celebrations that are taking place later on today. Our live coverage of all of it with Mike Page and Austin Westfall does start at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. They will take you on a journey, a live journey there, through all of the different celebrations taking place across the country. And I can tell you there are a lot of them, and we have cameras at so many. So you don't have to go anywhere. You can just turn on the TV, tune in to Live Now from Fox. That all starts at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, and if we see any other celebrations pop up earlier, we will, of course, bring those to you here on Live Now. Important to note that at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, we do have a ceremony with President Donald Trump and First Lady Melania Trump. That is at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, so you can watch that live and uninterrupted right here on Live Now from Fox, as we do take a live look over the White House at this hour. Now, a lot of folks will be out setting off fireworks later on tonight, and the Alameda County, California officials have provided an update on safety, as we know that unfortunately fireworks can be dangerous. Let's pop up the audio here and listen to that briefing.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Hurd. I'm the Public Affairs Manager for the Alameda County Fire Department. We're here to talk about fire safety. And what Alameda County Fire Department is doing is we're upstaffing during this 4th of July weekend. We're going to have 2 speakers for you today. First off, we have Deputy Chief Ryan Nishimoto. And then we also have Captain Eric Truax, who is the supervisor for Crew 8. We'll explain what Crew 8 is in just a moment, but first we'll start off with Deputy Chief Ryan Nishimoto.
All right, good morning everyone. I'm Ryan Nishimoto, Deputy Chief of Operations for Alameda County Fire Department. As Cheryl said, we have been preparing for this July 4th holiday, especially in light of everything going on when it comes to wildfires. We've been not only prepping with our staffing, but we've been planning with our communities, making sure they're ready, making sure that vegetation is managed with our fuels management crew, and also with our upstaffing and having 3 safe and sane jurisdictions, being City of Dublin, City of Newark, and the City of Union City. We're going to be upstaffing in those jurisdictions 4 additional engine companies, 1 bulldozer, 1 hand crew, 1 battalion chief, and 1 water tender. Those units will be split up amongst the 3 jurisdictions, but they're also going to be available for the entire ACFD if needed come July 4th. Those units won't come online though until about 6 p.m. and they're going to be on until midnight unless we need them any further. Unless there's any questions for me, I'm going to have Eric Truax come up, captain of our hand crew, Crew 8, and at the same time we'll both be available for any questions after this.
Good morning, Eric Truax, Alameda County Fire Captain and Superintendent of Crew 8. Recently, what Alameda County Fire has done is stood up a hand crew focusing on fuels mitigation, fire prevention, as well as initial attack within the county and throughout the state. What we do is we specialize 20 hand crew members that are able to supplement and add a force multiplier to any initial attack within the county, meaning that we bring in almost an entire first alarm with us to these fires. As we find in situations like the 4th, we get lots of starts. Lots of starts equal lots of resources. As those resources draw down, what we're able to do with the crew is bring in additional manpower to supplement our forces and reinforce the crews on the line so that we are able to contain these fires faster, put ring of hand line around them, and then move on to the next one to sustain our numbers so that we're able to respond to emergencies throughout the county.
So Eric, can you talk about the video? I released the video that we did yesterday. Kind of tell us about why it's important to have training around that kind of thing, because the wind was blowing just a little bit. Kind of give us a rundown of what that video is about that they just released, that page.
Absolutely. So yesterday we participated in a prescribed fire burn, where a prescribed fire, we go in, we make a plan, and under our plan with pre-positioned resources, we're able to put fire on the ground to consume fuel, thus eliminating chance of an out-of-control fire starting. So we target areas that are prone to starts, and what we're able to do is go in and burn them on our terms rather than them burning in worst-case scenarios with high winds, red flag warnings, and that, thus giving us a foothold in certain areas. We use it as a training opportunity as well, getting our crews, familiar with fighting fire in different conditions, different fuel types, and keeping everybody sharp so that when we do get emergency calls, we're able just to respond like we do with our training.
What's your message to the public? How can they help you out? I mean, you're going to be busy regardless, but they can help in ways.
Absolutely. I think, just staying conscious of what you're doing and where you're doing it. If in your jurisdiction safe and sane fireworks are allowed, what's important is that you do follow the rules. And you just think about consequences if you are to start, where you're lighting your safe and sane fireworks. And if fireworks in your area are not allowed, not lighting off any fireworks, any new start can turn into a conflagration with when resources get strapped down. So, all it takes is 1 acre can burn 3 houses, and something like that would be terrible for the community. So just think about, it's okay to have fun. It's okay to celebrate the 4th of July, but, you don't want to have that disaster where you accidentally start a fire in your community that you love and possibly burn a neighbor's house down or put a life at risk.
Sure. Just to add to that, and just like Captain Truax said, we want everyone to enjoy the holidays, but we also want them to do it responsibly. Everyone on the block can be doing their part, and it takes just one person to not follow the rules, and the whole block is subject to devastation, losing property, losing lives. So we really want to avoid that. A big thing we've seen over the last several years when it comes to fires during this time of year is the improper disposal of our safe and sane fireworks. Please make sure when you're using safe and sane fireworks, you use them as they're intended. Read the directions. Think about the disposal techniques. A lot of people dispose of them right away into garbage cans, trash areas, in public places, and that's what causes fires. Those fires then can emit embers and then take off depending on the weather conditions, the humidity, all the other factors that help fires grow. So please be responsible tomorrow.
And just as a veteran firefighter, I'm outside, it's windy, it's clearly dry, there's some green but not much. So this has a potential to get ugly if the fire is there.
Yes, this time of year the fuels they're cured. They're ready right where they should be, meaning that they're vulnerable to embers, they're vulnerable to heat and ignition. Looking at tomorrow's forecast, it looks like the weather, as far as heat, is not going to be overly hot or hotter than usual, but we do have the potential for winds, and like I said, those winds will further dry out the vegetation and at the same time cause more risks for fire spread, fire ignition, and just larger fires in general.
Question about what happened in Yolo County. Obviously, that is a horrible tragedy, still under investigation, but they were professional grade fireworks. How much does that add to the message that fireworks are explosives and when not used properly, tragedies can happen?
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. I believe it's still under investigation, as you said, but I will tell you that those of us in the Alameda County family, Alameda County Fire family, our thoughts and prayers go out to all those who are affected in the Yolo County area.
Talk about disposal again. I used to use safe and sane fireworks in the Central Valley where I grew up. We'd always put it in a bucket of water. Is that what people should do? What is the proper disposal of safe and sane fireworks?
You're doing it right. Yes, it's recommended that you do put used and unused, if you don't plan on using them, safe and sane fireworks, you submerge them in water. A bucket of water works just fine. I believe the directions on both say to leave it overnight and don't dispose of it till the next morning. Any other questions?
Questions? One other thing, Eric, I'd like you to do is to explain what Crew 8 does and how you guys work out there mitigating fires and things like that. Because a lot of people don't even, what's Crew 8?
Yeah, so Crew 8 is a hand crew, meaning it's a group of individuals that go out, and our primary mission is fuels reduction work in the county. What that does is that gives our firefighting forces responding to a wildland fire kind of a foothold in those communities of where we can hopefully stop or anchor a fire to increase suppression efforts. With that, we also supplement first alarms. So when we show up to a fire, our job is to put hand line around that fire, bring the soil, the fuel down to bare mineral soil, thus reducing the risk of that fire escaping after resources leave. That's kind of the gold standard. is this with the bulldozer as with the hand crew, you know, where they can't go, we can go. And we try to get a ring around that fire down to bare mineral soil, so nothing kind of gets outside of our containment lines and our control lines. But I think in the community, our primary mission is really making a fire safe community and county. You know, we are prone to fires. We do have history. We have, you know, one of the largest fires in California state history in our backyard with the SU Lightning Complex, and with the tunnel fire, one of the most destructive fires. So Alameda County is rich in fire history, our primary mission is to make sure that doesn't happen again, and that if we do get that start, unfortunately, at the wrong time, hopefully our firefighting forces will be able to use a fuel break or some of the fuel thinning that we've done to protect our communities and our citizens. And you know, that's kind of our primary mission. That's our goal working forward in the future, is being the hand crew for the county.
All right, that was a news conference there out of Alameda County, California, coming in from our Fox team over in Los Angeles. And of course, a lot of safety tips and information, because as you know, if you watch us here on Live Now from Fox, there were those wildfires that were burning across the Los Angeles area earlier on this year. So they want to make sure that people do stay safe if they are setting off fireworks later on today. Do want to pop this up on your screen because this is coming in out of the Los Angeles area. I'm glad they're zooming out because there appeared to be a curse word there on one of the signs, but this is an aerial view coming in from Sky Fox, Fox 11 LA, and you can see this is a protest and parade. It appears to be in part just based on some of those signs, an anti-government protest, and also you can see some of the anti-ICE comments as well. But again, some of those signs not appropriate for TV. So what we're going to do is actually head out to our final 2-minute commercial break. I'm going to leave you with this live image coming in out of the White House, as we do expect in just about 2 hours. That is when a ceremony will get underway with President Donald Trump and First Lady Melania Trump, as Trump does sign that big, beautiful bill into law at that military family picnic. Again, we are going to bring that to you live. It is slated for 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Let's head to that final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but so much more live news to get to here in just a few. We'll be right back. Welcome in here on Live Now from Fox on this Friday, July 4th. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. Now, we did have a live image that was right outside the White House, but it looks like they took it down. Coming up here in just 2 hours, that is when President Trump is expected to take part in a signing ceremony for his One Big Beautiful bill. He's going to make that part of the Military Family Parade. That, again, starts at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. You can watch it all right here on Live Now from Fox. And we also have this live image set up outside the White House. That is a microphone or two. And essentially what they hope for is that we are going to see White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt or another White House official who walks out for the day and maybe makes a few comments, takes questions from members of the media. If that does happen, we are going to bring those comments to you in full, as we always do on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I do actually want to take you out to something that we were not able to air earlier on today, but as we stick with D.C., we do have a portion of the parade that took place a bit earlier in the National Mall. So I do want to pop up the audio here and listen in. All right, wanted to bring you that portion that we did have from our Fox 5 DC team showing part of the parade there in the National Mall there over in DC. But of course, fireworks will be showing later on tonight, and we're going to have all of them for you right here on Live Now from Fox. The celebrations really kick off once it gets dark, 8 p.m. Eastern time tonight. Mike Paish and Austin Westfall will take you through all of that here, the celebrations nationwide. You can watch them right here. You don't even have to leave your home. Just turn on Live Now from Fox, and they will be live and uninterrupted. Also do have this live image coming in from outside the White House, because in just about 2 hours or so, we do expect that President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump will attend the military family picnic. That is where President Trump will also hold a signing ceremony for his big, beautiful bill. We're going to make sure to bring that to you in full, as it's likely we will get comments. And don't forget, 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern time is that big White House fireworks show with President Trump and the First Family. Going to head to a quick break here, 3:10 on the East Coast and 12:10 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Happy July 4th, and thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here till later on tonight to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news. Do want to take you out to this post here coming in from the First Lady, Melania Trump, who posted that photo right there on the left-hand side of your screen and said, this Independence Day, we will celebrate our heroes and their families at the White House with a special picnic and breathtaking flyovers by F-22s, F-35s, and a B-2. Let's honor the sacrifices of our military families as we come together in gratitude and joy. Again, you're going to be able to watch all of that as it does get underway approximately 5 p.m. Eastern Time. You'll see it uninterrupted right here, as always, on Live Now from Fox. Now, I do want to take you out to some of the other coverage that we do have as we continue to cover more about President Trump's big, beautiful bill, which should be signed at that ceremony there. Rebecca Castor has much more on the impacts of that bill.
Millions of Americans are hitting the road for what could be a record-breaking weekend for travel.
Traffic is heavy at some spots, but not really too unusual.
But safety is top of mind for many flying to their destinations after months of near misses and outages at airports.
The yeas are 218, the nays are 214.
The big, beautiful bill passed by Congress this week could ease some of those fears. It sets aside $12.5 billion to modernize the country's air traffic control system, one of President Trump's biggest policy priorities.
In some congested areas, you saw what happened with the helicopter and the plane and a lot of other things. If we had great equipment, and we should have had, it was all set up to go.
Calls for an overhaul increased after an American Airlines jet collided with a military helicopter in January. Then in April, equipment failures caused widespread flight disruptions at Newark Liberty International Airport in New Jersey. But the legislation is not expected to fund a complete overhaul. And some industry groups estimate that could cost more than $30 billion.
We need additional money to actually fix the older equipment. This is a brand new, state-of-the-art system. And it's going to take 3 to 4 years, but we have to get started now.
The FAA is already making upgrades. On Thursday, the agency said it installed a new fiber optic network that will improve communications between New York and Philadelphia. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thank you so much. And as we know, those fireworks that are likely to go on a little bit later on tonight can be startling for some veterans. Gary Baumgarten has much more on that.
While fireworks can dazzle, they can also pose hazards for people and the environment. Their explosions can especially be troubling for people with post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD. It's a condition brought on after someone experiences or witnesses a traumatic event.
Things like sexual assault, combat, severe motor vehicle accident, natural disaster.
Symptoms vary, but can include
hypervigilance, nightmares, alterations to cognition and mood.
Psychology experts say roughly 6% of adults in the United States have experienced PTSD at some point in their life, but it can be more common in veterans.
Everyone's experience of PTSD is a little bit different, but these triggers often include things like people, places, objects, sounds, sights.
And this time of year, the flashes and bangs from fireworks could trigger negative responses. Besides going to therapy, animal experts say service dogs can help provide comfort and relief.
Assistance dogs help veterans that are struggling with PTSD with their task training. These tasks may include things like blocking, so creating some space between veterans and other people in crowded spaces, interrupting to nightmares, so waking veterans up when they experience nightmares, or alerting to anxiety.
Meanwhile, when compared to veterans without service dogs, previous studies show
veterans with service dogs experience lower anxiety, lower PTSD symptomology, lower depression, greater participation in activities, and overall greater family and relational functioning.
Gary Baumgarten, Fox News.
Gary, thank you so much. And I do want to take you out to this live image right here. I'm keeping an eye on the signs, as I know some are not appropriate, but essentially this is thousands of people there who are in Los Angeles. They are on the streets marching there, hitting the streets on the 4th of July to rally in opposition of federal immigration enforcement there in Southern California. Now, the rally did begin around 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, that is 9:30 local, at City Hall as they continue to march peacefully over to Grand Park. As you can see, there is a heavy law enforcement presence there just to make sure things do not get out of hand. We know Hunter Dunn, who is one of the march's organizers, said in a press release, quote, "When you look at Putin's invasion of Ukraine, Netanyahu's bombing of Gaza, ICE's raids in LA, or Trump's alligator Auschwitz, you are seeing just one part of a bigger oppressive picture. On July 4th, our community is coming together to demand an end to genocides, occupations, and oppression at home and around the world." The recent anti-ICE protests in LA and Orange counties erupted following widespread anger over the agency's enforcement tactics that began on Friday, June 6th. So almost a month ago, we did see some of those protests kind of escalating into riots as there was looting, there was damage done to several different businesses there. But again, for the most part, this one on your screen, while there are a lot of people there, it does appear to be fairly peaceful as of now. But again, that heavy law enforcement presence is there to make sure everything does stay under control. Also want to take you out to this live image right here that is coming in out of the Texas Division of Emergency Management. Any moment now, we do expect to see acting Texas Governor Dan Patrick, who is, of course, the lieutenant governor over the state. He is going to be joined by several emergency officials as they discuss the latest on that deadly flooding that has taken place there in Kerr County and surrounding areas. We have seen a lot of the live images that have come in over the past several hours. Sadly, during the last update, officials did confirm that there were at least 6 deaths, and the sheriff and emergency officials said, sadly, that number was only likely to rise. Again, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, who is currently in the acting role of Texas Governor for Greg Abbott, does expect to speak here in a matter of moments. This was slated for 3 p.m. Eastern Time, and as you know, we are about 20 minutes past that, so we should see him sitting down any moment now. Also do want to pop this up on your screen. This is coming in from Secretary Turner, Scott Turner specifically, who posted these images coming in out of Kerr County and said, "Prayers for my state of Texas as search and rescue teams are out for the people affected by this devastating flood. We are praying for all involved." We know there is a flash flood emergency in that area, and on top of that, we also have evacuation orders that are in place. Lieutenant Governor Patrick expected to address all of that here in a matter of moments. Let's head to a quick break here at 3:20 on the East Coast and 12:20 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Happy July 4th, everyone, and thank you so much for being with us here on this Friday. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news. And you've seen those live images that have been coming in from outside the White House as that military family parade is expected to begin here around 5 p.m. Eastern. We know that during that is when we do expect that President Trump will sign the big, beautiful bill. So there's going to be a ceremony as part of that military picnic that, again, will get underway around 5 p.m. Eastern time. Taking you out right now to this live image right here that does show the exterior of the White House. We should be getting some other live images from that area coming in very, very soon. I also do want to remind you here that we are following the latest on the situation in Texas, and once that news conference does start, we'll bring it to you here on LiveNOW from Fox. Now, we are going to have extensive coverage here of different celebrations that take place later on today with our coverage starting at 8 p.m. Eastern time with Mike Page and Austin Westfall. They will be here to bring you each and every one of those celebrations, as we do have cameras as folks come together to celebrate Independence Day, the 4th of July, with fireworks and other celebrations. Now, in the meantime, we have been hearing from different officials nationwide, including over in Houston, Texas, where they provided an update on the situation in their area and surrounding areas when it comes to fireworks and other laws that do remain in effect.
As the city prepares to celebrate Independence Day, I want to remind residents to take precautions when we celebrate this holiday, but especially to take precautions to ensure a safe summer. It's not by accident that we're standing here at Dewson Park, where recently a young woman lost her life after running into a troubled on a personal watercraft. HFD is in charge of responding to these incidents when they occur. But we must also work together to prevent these type of water-related incidents from happening. To give you a timeline, since May, we've had 18 near drownings or water rescue calls. Unfortunately, 3 of these 18 resulted in fatalities, and out of those 18 involved 8 children. There's still plenty of summer left. We want Houstonians to continue to enjoy the outdoors. July 4th is a time to come together and celebrate our country and enjoy the days with family and friends. But we also want everyone to stay safe. And I also want to remind people to please supervise the children while they're in the water. All it takes is a split second to lose sight, and then we have a water incident. So important. Whether it's time at a lake, pool, beach, or around the house, there are things everyone can do to stay safe and ensure that their family safety is secured. With this, I'm going to pass it over to Captain Robinette, who will be talking about those safety tips. Captain?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chief. Good morning. As Chief Munoz stated, hey, this is a fun time of the year. It's a July 4th weekend ahead of us, and we just want to make sure those citizens are just reminded some safety tips and to how to prepare going forward for the weekend and the summer. As you know, a lot of folks going to be out grilling this weekend, cooking in the backyard. I want to remind you guys, it's never safe to grill in a garage. You want to make sure your grill is at least 10 feet away from your home, have a fire extinguisher or a garden hose nearby if you have any mishaps. And before you dispose of those coals, make sure you saturate them in water before you put them in your aluminum trash bin. It's July. It's hot. We remind citizens to hydrate, drink plenty of water before doing any outdoor activities. We encourage you to exercise, work in the garden in the morning or in the evening before the sunrise. And when you're traveling with kids, make sure you don't leave any kids in the car. We do have unfortunate calls every year, kids left in hot cars. Let's be very proactive in preventing those incidents this year. Hey, we have the Freedom Over Texas coming up. Fireworks in the city of Houston being put on by professionals. As a reminder, fireworks are illegal to pop in the city of Houston. We encourage citizens to go down to the Freedom Over Texas and celebrate with all family and friends and leave the fireworks to the professionals. If you're in a surrounding area where you want to pop fireworks, hey, make sure you supervise the kids. Make sure you do not point fireworks to anyone. And when you dispose of those fireworks, make sure they're all completely saturated in water before you dispose of them in the trash. Right now, we're going to talk about some boating safety. I'm going to pass it on to Captain Moreno for tips and suggestions.
Good morning. I hope everybody can see me. One of the big things is research has shown that the more saved by the bell you can be, the better you are being visible in the water. That's why I brought a pair of yellow or bright colored shorts here, bright orange life jackets. So the more visible that you can make yourself in the water, the better it is. It makes it easier for responders to find you. If you did fall off a jet ski or fall off a boat out here, you will be able to be seen. The other thing to be checking is read your pamphlets when you buy the life jackets. Make sure that they are Coast Guard approved. And finally, don't forget about your pets. Make sure that we want to be safe with the pets out here. Lastly, you are allowed to operate a boat over the age of 13 in the state of Texas, but you do have to have a boater safety card. That boater safety card is for $11 online, and it's a simple course, and that keeps you legal. Anybody born after September 1st, 1993 is required by law to have that. Also, when you're on a boat, anybody under the age of 13 is required to wear a life jacket at all times. Life jackets do have to be, for 13 and up, do have to be on the boat. And then lastly, make sure that you're wearing your kill switch. Well, I got one somewhere. Make sure that you're wearing your kill switch. Your kill switch is required by law. There is a finable offense by Texas Parks and Wildlife.
Okay. All right, any questions before we're going to have Captain Moreno can bring the boat around, and if y'all want to get some video.
I do want to emphasize the importance of your children, especially in hot cars, your pets as well. Sometimes those incidents can definitely be avoided. It's important to know that even at 90 degrees, your vehicle could get up to about 113, 115 inside, or even hotter on that. So please pay attention. Remember, so many times we get distracted by a phone call, we forget. Have a reminder that your child's back there. It sounds like, how can people forget? But that is the number one reason that people just forget their children are in there. So please emphasize that. Remember how hot it is. It's an oven inside that car. So definitely, I want to emphasize that with great importance, as well as the water safety, to supervise your children. Thank you.
You want to talk about elaborate a little bit on pool safety?
For us, obviously, the pool safety, there's a saying that we have, just because you have people around does not require their children are supervised, or it doesn't mean that children are being supervised, right? And those are the key things that for us, so many times there's distraction during parties, the children are playing, and a lot of times we have gone to incidents where there's actual parties and a child drowns without people recognizing that the child's gone. You have so many children sometimes in a pool that does happen, right? If you have those toddlers, please ensure that either there's a gate, make sure your door's locked, because the children tend to wander off, and make sure that they know what they're playing with. What type of toys are they playing with? What do I say that? Just oftentimes, kids think that a tent might be a toy. They take it in, and unfortunately, that did occur, and someone, 2 fatalities as a result of that. But the best safety that we can always do is the supervision. Know where those children are at all times. If you do have a pool, ensure that either the doors are locked, there's a gate around the pool that can't be reached, because we see that time and time again, that those are preventable. So that on the pool safety. And obviously, take your child to learn how to swim, take them to swim lessons. But again, it's important to remember that sometimes people get confused that even though I know how to swim, I won't get into danger. You could be out there for an hour. At some point, the body just decides I can't do it anymore, and that becoming tired is a safety issue sometimes with those issues, with that water safety issue. But really, supervision, secure your pool, make sure that doesn't occur. Take the precautionaries necessary to, take your child to swim lessons. And that's where you learn the water safety as well. So that's very important.
Chief, can we just go over the details of that most recent fatality? I think it's the young woman with the jet ski.
Well, from what we understand, there was some issues that she fell overboard. People came to the dock and they realized she was missing. At that point, HFD took over and along with other agencies, and at that point it unfortunately became a body recovery. And as always, our prayers are always with those families and sympathy. But those are the things that make sure, as Cap Moreno mentioned, you never know, right? Wear your life vest, take all precautionary measures to ensure that you know that.
Was she wearing a life vest?
That I'm not aware of, sir, and we can get those details for you. Any other questions? Did you have a question?
Oh, yeah. Can you say some words or deterrent, please, against people shooting out bullets in the air just for noise?
Yeah, you know, unfortunately during fireworks, people do have a tendency to shoot up in the air. It's a reminder, everyone, everything that goes up must come down. And you never know where that projection is going to be, where it's going to land. And unfortunately, we do have fatalities or serious injuries as a result of people firing their weapons up in the air, thinking it's the same as fireworks. But that's a great question. During 4th of July or any event that we're allowed to pop fireworks, that is one thing that we continue to see, and HPD continuously advises people not to do that, because obviously at some point there have been fatalities or serious injuries about that. So please don't shoot your your weapons up in the air.
All right, so officials there in Houston, Texas, with some tips that do work nationwide, not just in those specific areas, for if you are going to be shooting off fireworks, and as you heard him say, do not shoot weapons into the air. I know that is a situation that does happen nationwide on the 4th of July, so that is a reminder from officials in that location. We also have this live image coming in. It looks as though it is frozen, though, as we did have a shot outside of the White House as preparations were being made, final preparations there for the event that is expected to kick off at 5 p.m. Eastern time today as President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump attend that military family picnic. During that picnic, that is when President Trump will sign the big, beautiful bill. Then 9 p.m. Eastern time, there is that big White House fireworks show. It's going to be part of our extensive coverage here as we bring you everything related to celebrations for the 4th of July. Our coverage does start tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern time. Our very own Mike Page and Austin Westfall will have all of those celebrations from the East Coast over to the West Coast. Let's head to a quick break here, but we will have much more live coverage coming up in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and we will be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 3:37 on the East Coast and 12:37 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here on this 4th of July to bring you all of the celebrations, but also top stories, live events, and breaking news from across the country and across the world. And right now, once again, I do want to take you out to this live image over at the Texas Division of Emergency Management as we are awaiting this news conference with acting Texas Governor Dan Patrick, as well as other emergency officials. They are going to give an update on the extreme flooding that we have seen in that area, specifically over in Kerr County, which is outside of the San Antonio area, about 90 miles northwest. As we take a live look here from one of our cameras in those locations, you can see an aerial view of sorts there with the flooding still taking place over in Kerr County, specifically in Kerrville. And the rain, as you can tell, is still coming down. There was a flash flood emergency that did remain in effect until about 4 p.m. Eastern time. That is 3 p.m. Central time. That's about 22 minutes from now. Again, this news conference that you're looking at on your screen was expected to start here around 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern, which was 39 minutes ago. It looks like they are making some final preparations and giving some last-minute instructions prior to Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, who is the acting governor right now in Texas, before he does enter in. Looks like they are moving the camera. So for now, I'm going to take you out to some of the statements that we do have right here. This is Texas Governor Greg Abbott, who says the state of Texas is surging all available resources to respond to the devastating flooding around the Kerr County area. That includes water rescue teams, sheltering centers, the National Guard, the Texas Department of Public Safety. The immediate priority is saving lives. Again, that is a post here from Texas Governor Greg Abbott. And as for the Lieutenant Governor, Dan Patrick, who is the acting governor at this point, he is expected to hold the news conference. And I know that's kind of hard to read right there, but essentially he says that he is working in coordination with the state's emergency response team on the significant flooding that occurred in the Hill Country and Conco Valley regions in the early hours of this morning. We do have an image of Dan Patrick now, so let's lift up the audio. All right, as of right now, it looks like there isn't a microphone set up just yet. Not sure if we are going to be getting audio here. We were told this would be a news conference. However, again, no microphone set up just yet. This is all in regards to that extreme flooding in the Kerr County area, where unfortunately officials do confirm at least 6 people have lost their lives. And they do say that that number, unfortunately, could continue to rise. We are going to lift up the audio as it looks like they are working to maybe get the sound plugged up and provide some of that audio. Okay, well, the camera is kind of moving out of that area right now, so I'm not sure if they are going to set up for the news conference elsewhere. But again, our crew is out there working to set everything up. We know that in another room, they did have the microphones that were set up and ready to go, so maybe they're just making some final preps there. I do want to take you back out to the post here from Dan Patrick. Again, I started to read this, but essentially he said the Kerr County Sheriff's Office has reported catastrophic flooding in the area with several people missing and confirmed loss of life. Additional rain forecast in those areas. Now, even if the rain is light, more flooding can occur in those areas. There's an ongoing threat for possible flash flooding from San Antonio to Waco for the next 24 to 48 hours, in addition to the continued risks in West and Central Texas. I urge Texans in impacted areas to heed the guidance of their local officials. The Texas Division of Emergency Management and other state emergency response assets are on the ground assisting Texas communities with response operations and any unmet needs. I will hold a press conference from the Texas State Emergency Operations Center in Austin later this afternoon to brief the public and the media with the latest updates, media advisory to follow. And that was what we are expecting here with this live image. However, as of right now, it looks like Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, who is the acting governor, is actually in a different room. As we see this all start up, we are going to make sure to bring it to you here, as we always do, live and uninterrupted on Live Now from Fox. For now, I do want to step away for the final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. A lot more live news to get to coming up in just a few. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We are getting closer to the top of the hour. It is 3:45 on the East Coast and 12:45 on the West Coast here on this 4th of July. My name is Josh Breslow. Thank you so much for spending part of your holiday with us. I do want to remind you that coming up starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, we are going to have extensive coverage of all of the fireworks celebrations across the country. Again, that is slated to start as the sun sets there, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. We will have Mike Page and Austin Westfall bringing you all of those celebrations that do take place nationwide. We also do have several events featuring President Donald Trump, and I do want to pop this up on your screen to give you a look at what to expect. Later on today, 5 p.m. Eastern Time, so in a little over an hour, we do have President Trump at the Military Family Picnic alongside the First Lady, Melania Trump. That is where the big, beautiful bill is expected to be signed into law. And then 9 p.m. Eastern Time, the White House fireworks celebration, part of our big extravaganza, again kicking off there, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, so you don't have to go anywhere. You can watch all those fireworks with us right here on Live Now. Again, we are keeping an eye on this image that has been coming in from our Austin station, and this is over outside of San Antonio in Kerr County. That is where in Texas they are dealing with this extreme flooding. We know at least 6 people have died, and we are expecting the acting governor, Dan Patrick, to provide an update. We did see some live images of him in a room maybe 5 minutes ago as he was meeting with those emergency officials. Then our photographer actually went back into the briefing room. So it does appear that he's getting some final updates before he does move into this room and give us an update here. You can watch it on Live Now from Fox as it does get underway. And we're also seeing that several departments are sending their crews to help with all of this. The city of Houston posting that Houston is sending relief amid devastating Central Texas floods. My thoughts are with the people of Kerr County and surrounding areas affected by the devastating flooding and loss of life. That is according to the Houston mayor, John Whitmire. We've had statements like this coming in from different officials all over the state, as we know that several counties are sending their crews and big cities like that to assist in the search and rescue efforts. Again, once that news conference does begin, we are going to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I do want to take you out to a news conference of sorts from earlier on today, as we did hear from former California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger, of course, an actor as well, known for his movies like The Terminator. He actually spoke, giving the keynote speech at Mount Vernon, that is George Washington's Mount Vernon, a bit earlier on today. And I do want to bring that to you right now on Live Now from Fox.
Well, thank you very much for this wonderful introduction. That's exactly the way I wrote it. But anyway, I just had, first of all, good morning and happy 4th of July. I just had the great pleasure of laying a wreath at George Washington's tomb. And I have to tell you something, that I was really touched by this whole idea. Because when I came to this country 57 years ago, not in my wildest dreams, and I had wild dreams about becoming a most muscular man in the world, becoming a movie star, making a lot of money, becoming rich and famous and all that kind of stuff. But not exactly, that's why I said most muscular man. You got to learn how to listen. Remember, God gave you 2 ears and only 1 mouth. But in any case, what I'm saying is, I was saying to myself, 57 years ago when I came to this country, not in my wildest dreams did I think about that one day this immigrant will be asked to lay a wreath at George Washington's tomb and to be asked to give the keynote speech at this spectacular event here today. So I feel absolutely delighted to be here. Absolutely, thank you. Thank you. And of course, after being here at Mount Vernon, I've decided that in my next movie, I'm going to play George Washington. And Danny DeVito will play Jefferson. Oh no, maybe actually I have a better idea. Maybe Mrs. Washington. How about that, huh? Wouldn't that be cool? Now, actually, talking about making movies, I just finished a movie called The Man with the Bag. It's a Christmas movie where I play Santa Claus. And Santa Claus is, of course, all about giving. But today, however, you've given me a great gift. And that gift is to be part of this very meaningful ceremony. You know, I was told that there are thousands of spectators out there. And I have to say, you're a really good-looking crowd. Man, look at them all, smiling and everything. Well, I'm very excited that you're here, and I want to thank you all for coming. Big, big hand to all of you. But actually, I came to talk to these 100 people that are sitting right here in front. To these 100 people that have just become American citizens. To these new Americans, I say thank you for sharing this wonderful day with me. And also your journey, which we also share since I'm an immigrant too. If a U.S. ambassador or historian were here in my place this morning, he or she will probably start out with some relevant quote by Washington, right? It will be about democracy and citizenship and probably make reference to the tensions in our country. But I want to start differently, with a story. Dr. Bradburn can vouch that this is true. Washington and John Marshall, who later became Chief Justice, were once riding on horseback to visit some friends. And on the way, Marshall ripped his pants, but he had no choice but to keep going on. The rip must have been in a strategic area, if you know what I mean. Because when they arrived, the only thing that Marshall could think of doing was to hold a handkerchief in front of him like a bullfighter. I have to demonstrate this. It was like this. Well, on seeing this, Washington laughed so hard that it is said that it took a time for him to recover. Now today, we call up on that joyous, happy Washington, because this is a very joyous, happy day. We are here to celebrate you that were just sworn in. We're here to recognize what you have overcome, what you have achieved, to recognize the responsibilities that are still in front of you. I remember how happy I was when I became an American citizen. I tell you, it felt so great. It was September 17th, 1983. I was all dressed up, just like today, with the blue blazer, white shirt, and red tie, and I raised my right hand, stood straight, and I proudly said the oath. And after that, I celebrated. I celebrated at lunchtime, I celebrated at dinner time. I celebrated all night, and I had the American flag draped around my shoulders. I couldn't believe it. I kept saying to myself, Arnold, you have a new home. And I did. And so do you. And so do you. I have no doubt that similar lunches and dinners and parties will take place here today, because there's so much to celebrate. You have endured the stress of filling out the forms and the paperwork. You've waited and you've worried. You've wondered, what is taking so long? Right? Did the paperwork get lost? Did it get lost in the mail? Did it go through? What is happening here? I know those feelings. I know the relief that you must feel today. Some of you have escaped from very harsh circumstances in your previous life. I've always loved what Harriet Tubman said about escaping from slavery into freedom. She said, when I found that I'd crossed that line, I looked at my hands to see if I was the same person. There was such a glory over everything. The sun came like gold through trees and over the fields, and I felt like I was in heaven. Today, at least for a few hours, I hope that you feel a glory over everything. I hope that you feel that glory over everything. Now, I know that each of you has your own reason for wanting to be an American citizen. Some of you came to America to escape fear of persecution and political oppression. That gnawing fear that tells you not to look at the soldier in the eye. Others of you came to America because of economic desperation in your home country. That gnawing in your stomach that comes from unrelenting poverty or famine. Or maybe what drew you here was the longing to be reunited with your family. That gnawing in your heart for the people that you love, that you miss, and that you want to care for and protect. But whatever motivated you to make your way here to say, I want to be a citizen of the United States, let me explain what it tells me about you. Because of all the roles that I have played in my movies, I know something about action heroes. Right? You don't need a cartridge belt across your chest or bazooka against your shoulder to be an action hero. And you don't need the stunts and the special effects and the Hollywood magic to be an action hero. No. Immigrants are action heroes. To tell you why I say that, because it took action to get here. Laziness did not get you here. Apathy did not get you here. A belief in the status quo did not get you here. No, action is what got you here. You wanted something more, so you went after it. You worked hard, you struggled, and you persevered. I know what you say to yourself, because this is what I said to myself. If only I can get to America. If only I can prove what I can do. If only I can be the person that I know I can be. Right? Today, all of your action over the years were rewarded. No longer are you hanging on that cliff by one hand. You have pulled yourself up. Yes, you have pulled yourself up. And the day your feet are firmly planted in America. Isn't it wonderful? So, what now? What now? In return for all that America is doing for you, in giving you your freedom, peace, and opportunity, I ask you to think about, what will you do for America? What will you do for America? When you took that oath, you were not putting your hand out for what you could get. No, you put your hand up in a promise of what you would do for America. When you took that oath and received America's many blessings, I hope that you also accepted the responsibility to give something back. Giving back does not just mean to give money. It means giving of yourself to something beyond yourself. I remember that I first arrived in America a week before Thanksgiving. And the guy in the gym reached out to me and he said, "You're here by yourself. You're a foreigner. I barely can understand you." I can't blame him for that. He said, "Why don't you spend Thanksgiving with us, with my family?" His name was Bill Drake. And I met his father and his mother, and it was the most wonderful turkey dinner with all its trimmings. And as if that was not enough generosity, that same weekend after that fantastic meal, there was a knock on my door of my empty apartment across the street from the gym. I opened it, and a parade of bodybuilders walked in, all pumped up, one after the other, carrying things in their hands. One was carrying bed sheets, the other one pillowcases, the other one utensils. One was even carrying in a black and white TV. I was, I tell you, so impressed. It was a parade of generosity, turning my bare immigrant apartment into a home. That is a generosity that I will never forget. I will never forget that. That kindness left a lasting impression on me. And for the last 30 years now, I have been buying and handing out turkeys at the youth center in East Los Angeles. And I tell you something, that handing out those thousands of turkeys year after year is 100 times more rewarding than standing at the red carpet of a movie premiere. I've tried to be a good citizen and to give back. That's why I got involved in Special Olympics and became the national and international strength coach for the Special Olympians worldwide and promote Special Olympics worldwide. That's why I was so honored also to be asked by President Bush to be the chairman of the President's Council on Physical Fitness and Sports and travel through all 50 states and go into public schools and to promote exercising and fitness amongst the youngsters and to tell them no to drugs, no to gang, and no to violence. I helped our veterans getting homes, helped the homeless. I'm involved in combating climate change and promoting healthy living, advocating civil responsibility. I started after-school programs, and the list goes on and on and on. Now, one thing I have to tell you, you don't have to run for governor as I did. Start by running to the grocery store for a homebound neighbor, or run the bake sale table at a PTA meeting. So the question is, what will you become involved in? I guarantee you that it will begin to change your life. Now here's another thing that I've learned. You do not have to give up who you are in order to succeed as an American. When I wanted to get into the movies, I remember an agent and the studio executives would say to me, he says, Arnold, that accent, that ridiculous accent. No one has ever become a movie star or a leading man with an accent like that. And then you name Schwarzen Schnitzel or whatever. It wouldn't even fit on a movie poster or on a billboard. Why don't you forget the movies altogether? Why don't you open up a health food store or a gymnasium? I was convinced that I could do it. I was in the land of opportunities. I knew that if I worked my butt off, that I could do it. I could make my vision become a reality. So I took acting classes, English classes, speech classes, dialogue classes. I even took accent removal classes. I walked around the whole day saying, a fine wine grows on a vine. And 3,333 1/3. Because those are all the things that German-speaking people have difficulty pronouncing. So I worked on it, and this is why today I have absolutely no accent at all. You're laughing, but I mean, it's not funny. I'm still looking for that coach to get my money back. But anyway, the bottom line is that an accent is nothing to be ashamed of. It is a memory of your past. It is telling a story. It tells a story, and it's part of what makes your voice distinct. America needs your story. What I'm saying is that to be an American, you do not have to fit into a box. Trust who you are. Trust your vision of your future, and trust your vision of yourself. That is what is important. Now, some will say, Arnold, you are a little bit out of touch here with what is going on in this country. Your outlook is too rosy. Yes, I'm an optimist. I admit it. But I know what's going on. I know about the division that separates us. It is true what we see, everything that we see in the news. Things might look confusing, and yes, there is heartache. But let me tell you something. No matter how difficult of a time we go through sometimes in America, we always pull out of it. We always pull out of it. And I tell you why I'm saying that, because when I came to America, I remember the confusion and the heartache when I arrived in this country in 1986. Imagine now, the year that I came, Martin Luther King and Robert Kennedy were assassinated. Think about that. There were riots on the streets outside the Democratic Convention in Chicago. There were protests about the Vietnam War all over this country. It was craziness. The Vietnam War was tearing this country apart. C-141 cargo planes holding 35 to 40 flag-draped caskets per flight were coming from Southeast Asia. Imagine how many flights, how many flags that it took for 58,000 American soldiers to be returned back home. Think about that. And we pulled out of that difficult time, and we came back bigger and stronger than ever. So that's why I'm an optimist. We're gonna always come back, and we're always gonna move forward. That is the important thing. And the reason why I'm mentioning this is because I read that some Americans are actually so discouraged today that they want to move to another country. They don't know what you and I know, right? I mean, you and I spent years working to become citizens. We are not people who give up easily, no, right? America needs your strong immigrant spirit right now. There was recently a number of environmentalists who have told me that they were losing hope about climate change and fossil fuels and the reduction in pollution and all this stuff because of various US policies and reversals. You know what I say to this kind of defeatist attitude? Stop whining and get to work. The thing that I know about immigrants is that you are not whiners. Because whining doesn't get you the green card or the citizenship. Whining does not put food on your table or pay the rent. Whining is weakness. Whining is weakness. There is a reason that you're here. You are the people that America needs right now. America needs you with your accent, with your memories of your homeland, the hope and dreams that you have, and your love and freedom for family. You do not just deserve to be in America, you are needed here. You are needed here. Let me close with this thought. Ronald Reagan once received a letter from a man who wrote that you can go to live in France, but you can't become a Frenchman. You can go to Germany or to Italy, but you can't become a German or Italian. The man said the same thing about Turkey and Japan and many other countries. But he said that anyone from any corner in the world can come to live in the United States and become an American. You are from many different places from all over the world, and today together you become one. You became an American. Yes, today you became an American, and I congratulate you. I am so happy that you're here. I'm so happy you're here. Thank you that you took this road to America together with me. And on behalf of all the citizens of this country, I congratulate you on becoming an American, and I welcome you to this land of opportunity, to the greatest country in the world. God bless all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, the Terminator right there as he was giving a speech during a naturalization ceremony at George Washington's Mount Vernon. That was a bit earlier on today, and if you did miss it, I wanted to bring it to you in full right here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, that is in connection with the 4th of July, and we are getting different reaction that is coming in from different Trump administration officials showing how they are celebrating Independence Day, but also their posts here on social media. And we do have Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, who posted that photo there on the left-hand side of your screen and said, "Happy Independence Day." As the nation gathers to celebrate our country's independence this weekend, let us remember the sacrifices of our founding fathers and the patriots who sacrificed their lives, liberty, and fortunes for the freedom that we enjoy today. Again, that right there is Secretary Kristi Noem of Homeland Security. Do want to remind you that we have several events that are going to take place later on today, and they do start soon here with President Trump. He is going to hold that military picnic for families starting at 5 p.m. Eastern time. That is in less than 1 hour. And during that picnic there, he is going to sign the big, beautiful bill. Then later on tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern time, that is when they will have the White House fireworks. You can watch it as part of our fireworks special that will air tonight starting at 8 p.m. Eastern time. Once it gets dark, we do have the East Coast start to celebrate with fireworks, and then we go all the way toward the West Coast with our very own Mike Page and Austin Westfall. Join us tonight starting at 8 p.m. Eastern time. Going to head to a break here at 4:13 on the East Coast and 1:13 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Happy 4th of July, everyone, and thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox on this holiday. It is 4:15 on the East Coast and 1:15 on the West Coast. We are awaiting the start of that military family picnic that is going to happen at the White House. That is slated for 5 p.m. Eastern time. As I pop up this live look outside the White House, we do have some other images that are going to be coming in shortly that show kind of the setup for all of that. But again, that is slated to begin here in 45 minutes, and we are going to bring it to you in full, live, uninterrupted, once it does start. We also know that President Trump is expected to sign his big, beautiful bill during that picnic. So again, all of that, watch it here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to take you out to this right here. We were asking you a bit earlier to send in your photos of how you're celebrating the 4th of July. If you do want to do that, you can send us your photo by scanning that QR code top right-hand side of your screen, or go to livenowfox.com/connect. I do want to show just a few of those that have already been sent in a bit earlier on today. And we do have Jerome over in Salt Lake City, Utah, July 4th with Spider-Man. Gotta love it. One of the best Marvel heroes there. And I know that's questionable if it's Marvel or not, but I'm going to say it is. Let's go to Joanna A. Over in Utah. My baby is celebrating her first 4th of July. Love that. We love to see pictures of pets, of kids, all of that. And again, how you're celebrating, but also who you want to give a shout out to. Just scan that QR code top right-hand side of your screen or go to livenowfox.com/connect. That is Elizabeth B. over in Lake Wales, Florida, celebrating the 4th at the most magical place on Earth. Again, send us your photos because we will be showing those all throughout the day here on Live Now from Fox. Into tonight, make sure you also send them as you head out to those fireworks shows. Going to be difficult to light them up, but hey, if you got a selfie stick, if you got the light to bring along, make sure to do it and send us in your photos. livenowfox.com/connect. Again, we are keeping an eye on the White House as we do wait for more of those live images to come in of this event that should be kicking off shortly. We're going to bring you all of that here on Live Now from Fox. I do have to sneak in a quick 2-minute commercial break, but I do want to remind you that we're also waiting on this news conference to get underway with Lieutenant Governor of Texas, Dan Patrick. He is currently the acting governor of Texas and will provide an update on the flooding in that area. We do have a live look at some of the locations that have been impacted. This is Kerr County, Texas. Again, the rain is still coming down, and sadly, the flooding only expected to get a little worse here. Sadly, the death toll also expected to rise. Again, we'll bring you that news conference once it does start. Let's head to that quick break, but we'll be back in 2 short minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox on the 4th of July as we do celebrate the 249th birthday of our country. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news. A bit earlier, we brought you some of the parades that were taking place nationwide. There were a lot of them, so some of them we have not been able to show you just yet. I do want to take you out to one from the Houston area a bit earlier on today.
4th of July from Wood Forest, National Bank. You know, this group always creates a lot of interest. Love Wood Forest.
Next up, Oakwood, Masonic Lodge, number 1444 in Spring Chapter 1105. Freemasons seek to shape the future by fostering personal growth in mind, heart, and moral character. From all walks of life, appreciate y'all being part of our 4th of July parade here.
Say hello to the Carvel family with their 1954 Dodge M37 to carry coming up.
Now coming up here from the Texas Twirlers, award-winning group of baton twirlers won several state and regional awards under the direction of Coach Sue Young. Many of these athletes twirl fun, inspired to twirl in high school and college. All right, congratulations. Thank you, Texas Twirlers.
Next up we have Falun Gong, also pronounced Falun Dafa. It's an ancient spiritual practice rooted in the Buddhist tradition. It combines meditation and gentle exercises similar to yoga or Tai Chi. Thank you for being here today, guys. Thank you.
And a great group here, Ramon.
Love the colors.
All great messaging to have here.
Maybe we should do something.
That's right.
We were bringing you the sights and sounds from across the country a bit earlier on today as we see officials that were all over the country, different cities gathering to celebrate the 4th of July. It is now 4:26 on the East Coast and 1:26 on the West Coast. We do have Lieutenant Governor of Texas, Dan Patrick, who is now speaking. He's the acting governor of Texas right now, and he's speaking about deadly flooding that happened in that area. So I do want to move on to that, as that is happening live here right on our screens.
5 minutes. It was a dry bed. It had been dry. There wasn't a lot to absorb it. It went down the rocks. And it was a destructive flood, taking property and sadly lives. I know that there are anxious parents watching, wanting information. We have the best rescue teams and response teams in the world in emergencies. Currently, we have 14 helicopters in the air. I've been receiving calls on my personal cell from people who know someone or have someone that was in one of these summer camps. We do not need anyone showing up with a drone. We do not need any more personal helicopters. I know it's been offered. We do not need more additional air assets. We have 14 choppers in the air. It gets dangerous even with that many flying. So I know some of you have said, oh, we can be there, we can help. We do not need any more helicopters or drones flying in the area. We have 14 choppers, as I said, 12 drones, 9 rescue teams, swimmers in the water, rescuing adults and children out of trees. We have 400 to 500 people on the ground from all of our various units, and Freeman Martin, our director of DPS, can talk about the various units who are there. For the parents who are waiting, particularly that had children in Camp Mystic. Camp Mystic is a camp that has over 750 kids. Right now, there are 20-some that aren't accounted for. That does not mean they've been lost. They could be in a tree. They could be out of communication. We're praying for all of those missing to be found alive. We're doing everything we can to get in there. We have the game wardens. You were the colonel of the game wardens, Pete, walking in by foot, driving, dropping in the water, whatever we can do to find everyone we can. That camp is divided into 2 banks. For those of you, parents who have children at Camp Mystic, this is a notice they sent out. They know all of the names of the parents, all the email addresses, all the phone calls, all the cell numbers so they can make the calls. Their following message: we have sustained catastrophic level of flooding. We have no power, water, or Wi-Fi. All Cypress Lake campers are accounted for. So if your child was in Cypress Lake, that camp is divided into certain areas. All Cypress Lake campers are accounted for. All campers on Senior Hill are accounted for. If your daughter is not accounted for, you have been notified from the camp. If you have not been personally contacted, then your daughter has been accounted for. I want to repeat that. And this is not from the state, not from the government. This is from the camp director on the ground. If you have not been personally contacted, then your daughter is accounted for. Instead of telling 700 or 800 parents your daughter is accounted for, they're calling those parents with the news that their daughter is not accounted for yet. They're working with the search and rescue with the state, obviously, and I know I've had parents. I have 8 grandchildren. I know if it was one of my children, I would be tempted to want to drive there from Houston as well. But we're asking people to stay away from the areas. There's flooding in many roads are impassable, major roads, minor roads. And once we're able to get some of those roads clear, when the rain stops, then we have 10 buses ready to go in and pick up the kids, and we'll find a point and announce it at that time where you can be reunited with your child and hug them hard, because you know they're frightened. But again, out of the over 700, we have the number of about 23 not accounted for. Yesterday, Jay Hall, who is Region Director 6, personally contacted the judges and the mayors in that area and notified them all of potential flooding. This storm, we had an area bracketed from San Angelo to Waco, down to San Antonio, Kerrville, all the areas. Not exactly sure where it would land. Some forecasts started coming together late, showing where it might land. But yesterday morning, the message was sent. It is up to the local counties and mayors under the law to evacuate if they feel a need. But that information was passed along. Because we were unsure of where the storm might land, Nim Kid, who is on the ground there, I'm heading to Kerrville after this, and I will join out there at the emergency center. We started moving assets in various areas, not knowing where it would be, but in various areas on Friday, so that in the event, wherever the storm hit and wherever the flooding occurred, if it was flooding, that we would be on the ground as close as we could be, as fast as we could be. This is an area that has lots of camps, thousands of children throughout those camps, especially in the summertime on the 4th of July weekend. The main area that we have heard from so far is the Camp Mystic area. We have not had reports from other camps at this point of a loss, but that does not mean there has not been. We just have not had any report. There have been confirmed deaths. That number changes, and the one thing I've learned in this position over many disasters that Governor Abbott or I have had to cover, the first news is always not the correct news. And you always pray for it being better. But I'm not going to give exact numbers, but we don't have exact numbers. But somewhere between 6 and 10 bodies have been found, some in cars that were washed down upstream that came down into the area. Some are adults, some are children. Again, we don't know where those bodies came from, and was it from a camp? Or was it from one of the many homes that are all along the Guadalupe River? We just obviously don't know that at this time. I want to turn it over to our Director, Freeman Martin, to talk about our response from DPS and the other agencies.
Governor, thank you. This is it's a tragic event. It's going to be a mass casualty event. We know that. We prepared. We moved resources into the area. This is a Texas response. This is not DPS. This is the Texas Military Department, Texas Department of Public Management. We have Parks and Wildlife. We have every local agency in the area. We're working hand in hand with the Kerr County Sheriff, the San Antonio Police Department, really the San Antonio region. There were many, many cities and law enforcement agencies and first responders self-deployed. So we have plenty of resources on the ground. Lieutenant Governor mentioned over 500 boots on the ground. Texas DPS alone, we have over 100 troopers, agents, and rangers on the ground. We have 7 helicopters. We're supported by 5 TMD helicopters and 2 Parks and Wildlife helicopters. We have planned for shifts. We're going to work throughout the night. So when we started this at 4 o'clock in the morning, we've been working this all day. We've got a B shift and a C shift that are going to come in and relief, so there won't be a gap in the search and rescue operations. But the governor said it accurately, is there's too many unknowns, and there's information that sometimes it sounds conflicting. You have a report that there's 20 people missing from one camp, and then you have a report that everybody's accounted for. Well, there's 2 camps that are split with the same name. So we don't want to get in front of that. It's taken some time to get in there. With all the resources we have, as bad as the storm was this morning, our helicopters had a hard time getting in. And so a lot of people that were cut off, they were counted as missing. They don't have self-service or electricity, but they're on high ground and they're safe. So we have gotten to several of these where there's as many as 200 in one location. We're able to bring in food and water and supplies to them. It's just taking time to get them out of there. At the same time, there's other camps where we know their people are missing, and there's search and rescue operations going on. Parks and Wildlife using their boat teams, some of our tactical marine assets. They go as far as they can go, and then they go on foot the rest of the way. So it's not easy, but we're making progress and hope to have better numbers later this afternoon. As the Lieutenant Governor said, we'll be on the ground here shortly with our first responders there in Kerrville. I know there's reunification centers stood up, one in Ingram at the elementary school at 125 West Brave Run in Ingram. There's another one at the Arcadia Live Center on Walter Street in Kerrville. And then there's media staging at the Hill Country Youth Event Center in Kerrville, where there'll be a media press event later on. A couple of things. Lieutenant Governor said we don't need any more first responders. We don't need anybody to self-deploy. We don't need any more drones or helicopters. We don't need people just showing up. This is a very coordinated response. Stay away from the area. If you can, stay home with your families. That's the right thing to do, to stay out of this area. There's working with TxDOT. We know there's over 85 locations that have been impacted by high water, and at least 25 roads shut down. Right now, the rain has let up, but we know there's another wave coming, and then there's going to be some more impact downstream later tonight and tomorrow that we're concerned about. So we'll continue to work with locals. We're also doing rescue operations and evacuation operations in Tom Green County and Kimball County. We're concerned about San Saba downriver, so there will be more notifications coming out. If you're asked to evacuate, please evacuate. If you are on a roadway and you see water, you have no idea how deep that water is or how swift it is. Stop, turn around. Do not try to cross water if you don't know, you can't tell how deep it is. But the best advice is stay home. And I know y'all want numbers. I wish we had numbers. Those numbers change frequently. Like I said, some people are reporting as missing, and they're not missing. They were evacuated. They're safe. They just didn't. No family member is concerned not knowing where they are. So, with that, Governor, I'll turn it back over to you.
I do want to mention before I turn it over to Pete that I was in touch with the governor early this morning with Senator Ted Cruz. We've been in touch. I've tried to reach out to the sheriff, or not tried, reached out to the sheriff and the county judge in Kerr County, and understandably they're busy, not answering their phone. They're getting a lot of calls from a lot of people, but that's why we're going down there. But we are in touch between our departments. We are in touch with them. We've had multiple calls from the White House today. I've talked to several people at the White House. The president has sent the message, whatever we need, we will have. We are sending in the Army Corps of Engineers. It's one of the requests we made to look at the dam at Canyon Lake to make sure that dam holds. I just had a meeting with them before I came out here. I said, is the dam safe? And they said, it is safe, sir. I said, safe tomorrow? It is safe, sir. I said, well, if anything changes on that, you call me on speed dial immediately. But right now, the Army Corps believes that dam will hold and is safe as we sit here today. We're also expecting more rain and potential flash flooding to the Waco area, San Antonio, Austin, overnight. That would not be, that would be localized flooding where, as the director said, you don't want to be driving in deep water. We could have heavy rain in those areas. But even in the Kerrville area, even if it's not a heavy rain, just a few inches of rain is going to only make the situation worse. Let me turn it over to Senator Pete Flores, who represents that area, along with House member Wes Verdell, who reached out to me earlier today. I know he's from Brady. I don't know if he's waterlocked or not, because some of those roads are cut off, but we appreciate him reaching out. Senator Flores.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you for allowing me to be here, and thank you all for being here. And the first comment is prayers for our affected Texans, and to make sure that they come out of this event with their lives. And for the first responders that are out there, especially the local ones who were there first, we want to always recognize that they mostly voluntarily step up for their fellow citizens, and they're the first ones there and the last ones to leave. My role is to work with the governor and work with the state agencies to make sure that our affected areas get what they need, and thank God we are in Texas, because Texas is well prepared to do this. And my previous life was as a game warden, so as a colonel game warden, so I've responded to many of these emergencies over the years and hurricanes, and know what's happening and what's fixing to happen. It's basically we're in the search and rescue part. That's what's most important, and for all of us to remember is that this first 24 to 48 hours is search and rescue and saving as many lives as we can and recovering as much of our fellow Texans that we can. So as we do that, we thank you very much for your support of of our first responders and that are out in the field at this moment as we speak, and we will continue to move forward to ensure that the most successful outcome that we can possibly do happens. And again, thank God we're in Texas, because that makes it more probable.
A website, disaster.texas.gov, for those watching if you want to keep up with reports, disaster.texas.gov. Before I open up for questions, I want the parents out there who are watching who are unsure because they're just unsure. But the parents who got calls from Camp Mystic where they said your daughter is not accountable at this point, or not accounted for at this point, I want all of you to know we will do everything humanly possible 24/7, looking at every tree, turning over every rock, whatever it takes, if your child is one of those truly missing and not just out of touch, to find your daughter. We will do everything humanly possible to find your daughter or son. And we say daughter because Camp Mystic is a girls' camp, and that's where we've had a number unaccounted for. 20-some was the last count before I came out, and again, that could change while we were sitting here. Make no mistake, we will do everything possible. The 500 people that are in the field are looking for your daughter. Questions?
Governor, you talked about how fast this rain came and how fast
Yes.
the channel filled up. Do you know if they got any lead time at all out on site, and were people able to get out of there before the rains hit?
So the weather forecasts were all over the map, from a few inches to possible flooding. And I had my first contact, I believe the governor left the state Tuesday or Wednesday. I'm not exactly sure, but I had a contact on Wednesday of potential heavy rain, potential weather, somewhere in a very large area of Texas. And so that was the first contact. And then on yesterday, I guess it was Thursday, there was a 10 o'clock weather call, and that call goes out every day at 10 o'clock, and judges and mayors are invited to be on the call. 10 a.m., yes, sir. And so that call was put out, and then just to double down, again, I mentioned Jay Hall, the region director. He went out personally and made sure everyone on the local officials were aware there could be flooding, and it could have gone somewhere else. The storm could have moved 20 miles somewhere else. But everything was done to give them a heads up that you could have heavy rain, and we're not exactly sure where it's going to land. Obviously, as it got dark last night, we got into the wee morning of the hours. That's when the storm started to zero in. Another question?
Lieutenant Governor, do you anticipate or do you know if there will be any sort of curfew put into place?
I don't. That would be up to the local officials. I don't think that's going to be an issue. I don't think people are roaming around out there. The water's pretty high. Yes. Another question?
Can you give us a timeline on when the deployment first happened that you were describing earlier? Was it last night?
The first calls we got into TDEM and Nim Kidd, who would normally be here, he's on site there in Kerrville. He drove there earlier this morning. They had pre-positioned equipment and people in the event it would be close to somewhere it landed. You know, they may have to move 10 or 15 miles, but they had already pre-positioned, not knowing if it was going to be a light rain, a medium rain, or heavy rain. But there were surely multiple forecasts. And this morning, it's my understanding, Director, that at 4 a.m. we started getting the first calls and response calls. Is that correct?
That's correct. We actually started moving resources a couple of days ago, and for us, it's a holiday weekend, so there are no days off for troopers, agents, and rangers. Law enforcement, we work the holidays, but starting 2 days ago, we started moving aircraft and strategically placing some boat teams with Parks and Wildlife in coordination with TDEM. And so, but the thing is, we didn't know Menard, Kerrville, San Antonio. So we stage them in the San Antonio area for the most part. But
well, thank you very much for coming. We will update you as we have more information. Again, disaster.texas.gov. We always say in these situations, thoughts and prayers. I'm asking the people of Texas, do some serious praying this afternoon, on your knees kind of praying, that we find these young girls and that they're only unaccounted for because they're somewhere that we don't know yet, but that they're alive and safe, and we will find them. If they're alive and safe, we will find them and bring them home to you. So please pray for these families tonight and this afternoon. Thank you all very much.
Are you leaving now to go to?
Yes, sir.
All right, and Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick there saying that he is now headed over to Kerr County to take a look at some of that damage, as we are told that the rescue efforts are expected to continue all throughout the night. As you heard, somewhere between 6 and 10 deaths have been reported here. Sadly, they do say that number could continue to rise as more bodies are recovered. They also say that 23 people from one camp, all children, of course, are quote unquote unaccounted for, but they are looking into that at this point, and they are hoping for a good outcome. Again, they will work through the night as those search efforts do continue, with 14 aircraft and 400 to 500 personnel out there working this situation. All right, so officials there in Kerr County are also holding a news conference at the same time right now. I do want to lift up the audio and listen in to that.
Is to give you information as soon, as quickly, and as accurately as we can. I want to say another time, thank you to all the dedicated men and women from so many different agencies who are here to help. City crews, county crews, and state crews are working extremely hard to help in this situation. I want the public to know we are doing everything we can to rescue those who are in peril and to find those who are missing. Now I'd like to call on City Manager Dalton Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Herring. Dalton Rice, the City Manager for the City of Kerrville. I really want to appreciate and thank everybody for their patience. We know that this is a lot going on. We know that some of the times have changed. As I said before in the previous briefing, this situation has evolved very quickly, and it's still actively going on. So I want to kind of share a couple things. We have what we know, we have what we don't know, and we have what we don't know we don't know. And so we're continuously working through this process. Kind of just a real quick brief history of what happened on the timeline this morning. The North and South Fork, which feed into the Guadalupe, hit peaks about 3 a.m., give or take. Don't quote me on my times, but somewhere around 3:30, 3 a.m. I was on the river trail at that time, and everything was fine. Within an hour to hour and a half to 2 hour period, it was up almost to the bridge. So it rose very quickly, very significantly. We even had crews, out just getting ready for the 4th of July event, and we could not anticipate this. Despite flood warnings, despite everything going on, there were some things that happened very fast. When those two rivers converged, or two forks converged, it created obviously a large flood event. In that, because of the early morning hours and because of the holiday weekend or holiday time period, those were not yet awake, and there was a lot of people that were sleeping. And so as we are going through the camps, we are still trying to figure out where people are, what's going on, and how to best serve those. So again, thank you for your patience. I'm going to throw a lot of information out to you guys as far as shelters. We do have multiple shelters set up. Shriner University Event Center at 2100 Memorial Boulevard. First United Methodist Church at 321 Thompson Drive. Calvary Temple Church, 3000 Loop 534. Notre Dame Catholic Church, 929 Main Street. We also have a donation center located. You can call the Red Cross. They are not quite set up as far as donations yet. However, Cross Kingdom at 3044 Jet Highway, 830-367-3480 is taking donations, so please contact them if there's any donations out there. We are working on getting a volunteer set up, so we understand that a lot of people want to help, a lot of people want to provide their assets and their time, but please bear with us while we get a number and get a volunteer coordinator set up. So if you want to help, give us some time. We are currently still actively rescuing, so we are not quite into recovery mode yet. We are still actively trying to find those that are out and those that are needing assistance. A couple utility updates. KPUB, Kerrville Public Utility Board, our electric co-op. We have about 2,800 customers that still remain without power. Damage assessments are ongoing. We are having obviously some still active flooding and some road closures that are impacting KPUB operations. We do have some other sites that are currently underwater still. So we do not have an estimated time for restoration. That will be delayed. Again, stay away from down power lines. If you think it's a line, just stay away from it. You can report outages 24/7 on the Smart Hub app, online at kpub.com, or 855-959-2496. We will be moving EOC about 1,800 at some point. We also, as far as water, we did have a couple water main breaks that are being resolved. Some of the floods and flooding damage has caused some water main breaks. So we do have crews out there to identify those breaks as well. If you do not have to be on the road, please stay off the roads. Let emergency vehicles pass. We've had some issues with emergency vehicles not being able to get to their locations or to get to the places that they're trying to rescue people or save people. This will go into the evening. We plan on working around the clock. Our next operational period will start, and we'll continue to get information out to y'all in a timely manner. So without that, I will turn it back over to Clint. Thank you.
Thank you, Dalton. Okay, that's going to about conclude what we're doing for this event. Our next communication, we're estimating for about 7 to 7:30 this evening. We urge the public to continue to monitor our social media channels for the Kerr County Sheriff's Office, as well as Kerr County, the City of Kerrville, and that will help you get to the most recent information that we have, especially about what we need you to do to stay safe. Thank you very much.
How many missing from Camp Mystic? Is there any Spanish?
The Lieutenant Governor says that mayors and county judges were warned about possible flooding. Did that warning come through?
All right, so it does appear that officials there in Kerr County, Texas, are not answering questions right now, but that could change during the next briefing that is slated for later on tonight. We'll, of course, keep you updated on what information comes out of that. But again, as of now, officials there, including Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, do confirm at least 6 people have died. They say that number could be even higher right now, but they are working to identify bodies, and rescue crews are also working to save lives there and do expect to work all throughout the night. Now, at this point, 23 children from one camp are considered to be, quote unquote, unaccounted for, but officials say they are working to find all of those children. We're going to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour here, 4:55 on the East Coast and 1:55 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're watching Live Now from Fox.